June 12th, 2017 to order. Do you want to call the roll?
Councilmember Du Bois. Councilmember Filseth. Councilmember Fine. Councilmember Holman. Vice Mayor Niss. Councilmember Koo. Mayor Scharf.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka. Councilmember Wolbach. 8 present.
All right, thank you. 9. And now, I don't think we have any agenda changes, additions, or deletions. So the city manager comments? Yes, we do, and we have the ballots up. So everyone, you have your ballots, please, vote. City manager comments?
While you're doing that, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, just a few items to report, most of them from community services. But first up, related to the upcoming wildland fire season, I wanted to advise you and the community that a joint team from the fire department, the Office of Emergency Services, and the Open Space Rangers have been working in partnership with the Fire Safe Council and residents in the Foothills community to prepare for the upcoming wildland fire season. The fire chief specifically wanted to pass along 4 key messages in preparation. First, several projects, including potential or necessary evacuation route planning, grass mowing, and other fuel reduction treatments, have already been completed in order to minimize the impacts of fire hazards. Secondly, every residential structure in the Foothills community is inspected annually for vegetation clearance and defensible space in order to keep residents and homes safe in the case of a fire. Third, over the weekend, the fire department hosted the county's annual wildland training drill in the Foothills, and more than 100 firefighters from Santa Clara and San Mateo counties participated in the 3-day region-wide drill to practice structure, protection tactics, and other risk reduction activities. And 4, finally, the fire station in Foothills Park will be open and staffed during extreme fire danger days. On the days the station is open, it is staffed 12 hours from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. and can be extended due to fire weather conditions. Next up this Friday night, please join the Palo Alto Arts Center for Friday night at the Art Center, June 16th, from 7 to 10 p.m. to celebrate the exhibitions Michael Light, Planetary Landscape, and Keisha Lucas collections from Sundown, with a photo booth, hands-on art activities, food, and more. Switching topics, last week we had 95 new and returning seasonal staff participate in 5 days of intensive training to prepare them for upcoming summer camps. Staff from our Recreation, Junior Museum and Zoo, Youth Community Services camp leaders, and aquatic lifeguards helped train young staff on topics ranging from inclusion and diversity awareness to CPR to Barbecue 101. Interesting curriculum. This summer, the Community Services Department has more than 3,000 youth and teen participants enrolled in various camps and programs which begin this week and which will run through August 11th. And in case you missed this, more than 300 teens participated in the Buoyancy Teen Music and Art Festival on Sunday, June 4th at Mitchell Park. That included a packed schedule of teen bands and performers, an art gallery, tie-dye, and other art-making stations, carnival attractions, and food trucks. Community tables at the event included the City of Palo Alto Library, the Think Fund, the Teen Arts Council, Santa Clara Behavioral Health, and the Palo Alto High School Ukulele Club. And lastly, this Sunday, June 18th, Father's Day, the World Music Day, returns to Palo Alto for its 9th year, turning University Avenue into a music festival, and it runs from 3 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. this Sunday. At least 50 professional and amateur musical groups will perform a wide variety of genres: jazz, blues, pop, rock, classical, world music, chorale, folkloric dance, and more for the community. This is an event that actually takes place in cities around the world every year close to the summer solstice. The free event is organized by the Palo Alto Recreation Foundation and sponsored by the city, Stanford Federal Credit Union, the Palo Alto Weekly, Palo Alto Online, the Chamber of Commerce, the Palo Alto Downtown Business and Professional Association, Live SV, and News for Chinese. The actual street closures will be in effect from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. on University Avenue between Webster Street and High Street. And for more information, visit pamusicday.org. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we move to oral communications. We have a large number of speakers, so you'll have 2 minutes each. And our first speaker would be Dr. Andrew Milne, to be followed by Bill Blodgett.
Good evening. You may recall last week I shared a story of my own medical emergency in Palo Alto. I began to say I am concerned that further cut to the fire department budget and subsequent resource deployments would not be in the best interests of Palo Alto. Consider 3 points. First, looking at historical data in the period from 2009 to 2016, medical call responses increased by 20%, while in the same period the size of the line staff shrank by 13%. There's some real implications associated with these competing trends. For example, on the night of my cardiac arrest, 2 medical emergency calls came within 2 minutes of each other. Just 20 minutes later, another emergency call came in. Had all the Palo Alto ambulance crews been cross-staffed as a cost-cutting measure, at that point Palo Alto would have had no fire crews available to respond to a call. Note that these were just 2 of 5,356 medical calls in 2016, and they happened in the evening at statistical data would say is a quiet time of the day. Second, given this data, the current proposal to cut the department budget in 2018 seems to be more a reaction to an unfavorable negotiation position with Stanford rather than driven by a decrease in service needs. And finally, it seems that any plan to alter the deployment arrangements should not merely make accommodation for cutting the budget, but should create a formula for right-sizing the budget in the face of future service demand. The historical data suggests that at some point the right answer might be to provide more funds rather than less. If there's no formula in place to predict this eventuality, the city's planning is not truly being data-driven. I urge the council to pause, take a deep dive, and understand the factors that go into deployment planning so it can make informed decisions that provide for public safety in a responsible manner, both now and in the future. This is not a library renovation or a pedestrian footbridge. Lives like mine and those of my family will be impacted by the decision you make. The council has a fiduciary obligation to protect the interests of residents at Palo Alto, and protecting lives has primacy in that. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill Blodgett, to be followed by Bapu Yadeja.
I'm Bill Blodgett, the board president at La Comida Senior Nutrition Program here in Palo Alto. I want to give you first a quick update on where we stand. As you know, we lose our current home on September 1st. We continue to work with the facility in the south part of the city for a partial solution where we could serve lunches Monday through Friday. I say partial solution because it's a small facility, doesn't really give us the room we need, and it's quite a ways from downtown, so I think it's inconvenient for many of our seniors. We really would like the city's help to find a second location where we can serve meals in the short term and help us find a longer term solution, hopefully in the downtown area or co-located with Avenidas. I wanted to mention that a number of our seniors wanted a way to speak out and offer their voice. So they've signed a petition. I want to read part of that petition for you. It's been signed by 234 people on the written petition. Another 225 have gone online to sign. I'll read it in part. It says, some of you know La Comida has approximately serves 160 diners per day. It's the largest program in Santa Clara County. 42% of our diners define themselves as low income, 30% live alone, 90% are over 65 years old, 31% are over 80 years old. You know, in the very brief amount of time, so I don't think there's really time to read the entire petition, but a number of seniors submitted comments. I thought I would just pick out a few of those comments I thought you might be interested in. Number one is, I've seen how popular the program is. The food is delicious and nutritious. The friendships forged and the companionship are invaluable for seniors. Sometimes it's their main meal of the day. Another, my grandmother died recently, but look forward to having a daily meal with friends at La Comida. She had a hard time making meals for herself due to her disability. When the band service ended, she found a way to get there through outreach. This not only serves food to seniors, but also feeds heart and soul with friendship and faces. And one last one. I worked at Avenidas for many years. La Comida is so vital for many participants who enjoy the delicious, low-cost, healthy meals and companionship that La Comida gives. For some participants, the special parties and seasonal events are all the celebrations that they have in their lives. La Comida offers good food and good friends to many. Please help us continue the service. I'll leave the petition with the clerk here.
Thank you. Bapu Yadeja, to be followed by Ingrid Lay.
Hello, everyone. I'm Bapu Jadeja. I just want to say what Bill said. I just want to re-emphasize this within less than a minute, if I can help it. But I'm speaking on behalf of my wife also, who is a physically disadvantaged lady and a regular member at the La Comida and Avenidas meeting. So I want to just say three things. If there is a place in Palo Alto which has 2, 3, or 4 things together, is food, pharmacy, parking, and social organization. A forum for socially meeting people. And as Bill has said, I want to say all that he said. I want to support him. And I would request the council to ensure, if possible, that La Comida and Avenidas are kept together as far as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ingrid Lay, to be followed by Barbara Hazlett.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and distinguished council members. I am a volunteer at La Comida. I would like to thank the city for helping us find both a short-term and long-term solution to locate a suitable home that is centrally located and wheelchair accessible. We want to continue to serve the hot and nutritious meals to hundreds of seniors every weekday. Thank you to City Council for helping us to start a dialogue with Avenidas. Please keep all the seniors in your minds. All they need is a place to have a hot meal, and at the same time, they can socialize with their friends. Please treat them with kindness, respect, and dignity. Treat them like your parents and your grandparents. And please remember, we all get old one day. Do not take the bread out of their mouths, please. Yay! Yay! Yay!
Barbara Hazlett, to be followed by C. Reddy.
That's a tough act to follow. Good evening, my name is Barbara Hazlett. I have come this evening to voice my support for Castellea School's CUP application. Having lived in my home on Emerson Street near the school for 37 years, I can attest to its many contributions to our community. Here are a few of the facts of life in living near the school. Number 1, the school has an extensive outreach communication program with its neighbors. I receive notices of all major events and am offered coupons to neighborhood cafes as a thank you for my patience. I'm invited to semi-annual or more frequent neighborhood meetings where the school seeks to have a productive dialogue with neighbors. Although I think very highly of both Palo and Stanford, I have never received such attention or concern from them. Number 2, Castellea is a very respectful neighbor, having gone to great lengths to mitigate traffic and parking demands as the town has grown up around it. This is currently demonstrated by the proposed plans to build underground parking and align the driveway exit with Melville Avenue. Such construction is a very expensive proposition, but demonstrates Castellea's response to neighbors' requests. Number 3, the school provides a park-like buffer from Embarcadero for neighbors. The school's master plan enhances this in every way by proposing a green and inspired design and asks for no additional square footage above ground. Number 4, Castellea's opponents often cite their displeasure with the school for being in quote-unquote their R1 residential zone. The school at its current location predates the introduction of single-use zoning in the United States, not to mention predating all of the neighbors. This single-use zoning concept is in opposition to the now prevailing view of the city as continually evolving. The detractors' complaints are a misleading distraction. Lastly, everywhere we look in Palo Alto, there's construction and expansion. In my mind, the development in Palo Alto has brought tremendous vibrancy. Why should one of our most historic and consequential treasures be denied critical improvements and to extend its reach to a modest number of new students? Schools are a public good, and Castellea is undeniably good. Thank you.
Thank you. C. Reddy, to be followed by Rob Levitsky.
Good evening, Mayor, the City Council, and citizens of Palo Alto. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank again Joe Simitian and the City Council and the City Government for making Buena Vista work again. I think it's a great thing. We have a community that reaches out to the people that work hardest. Also, I'd like to congratulate the College Terrace 2100 El Camino Real is finally coming to fruition. They tell us that they're going to open on Wednesday, so we can buy milk at reasonable prices, I hope. I haven't checked the prices yet. But please let everybody know to work hardest. I've seen it grow from all the way, taking the old building and all that to the beautiful parking underneath, as well as the apartments and the Republic Bank that's going there, as well as other things. Wonderful. The third thing is Boeing is working on negotiating 60 airplanes to Iran. I think it's important that we have we open Iran society to be nice to them. I think we should support. And if you know any one of these, Mr. Trump, Mr. Tillerson, Mr. Ross, Secretary of Commerce, Secretary of State, President, please call them and tell them to not be afraid to be open to Iran so we can one day gain from ISIS reduction. They can reduce ISIS influence. We can't. Thank you.
Thank you. Rob Levitsky, to be followed by Jeremy Ehrman.
Where's our slide? Okay, Rob Levitsky here. It's been a year since Castellea dropped their plans on our neighborhood, so I thought I'd give an update on what's happened in the last year. Great, nice work. Last Tuesday, we had a 90-minute community meeting at Castellea School with about 100 neighbors in attendance. Castellea spoke for 10 minutes, our group had 15 minutes, and then an hour was spent on questions and answers. There were many questions and statements, but not one person from the audience spoke in favor of the proposal. Community values are written into our zoning laws, and by now you understand that Castellea proposal violates many of them. Height limits, street setbacks, lot line merging, multiple heritage tree destruction, messing with the Melville storm drain and sewer lines, destruction of houses on Emerson Street, grabbing a traffic lane on Embarcadero, not to mention putting an industrial concrete garage facing several houses and running 6,000 dump truck trips, that's what this one was for, with 3 to 5 years of construction. So it's hard to say this would meet the test of not being detrimental to the neighborhood. In fact, we've recently seen where house values are already being impacted. There are houses on Melville and Kellogg for sale, and yesterday, buyers who came by saw what was going on and said, why would I want to buy here? I want to move here with this going on? No. So with the neighbors firmly against it, and the project requiring so many variances, why does Castellea push on with this? The only thing that makes sense to me is that they assume they have 5 votes on this council and be damned with the neighbors and be damned with all the variances required because they got 5 of your votes. And if that's really true, why don't you just vote tonight and give it to them so that we don't have to waste another 2 years fighting this? And if you're really leaders then, try to show some leadership. Thank you.
Thank you.
This past week, Palo Alto lost one of its most beloved and extraordinary citizens. Patricia Briggs, former director of the Palo Alto Children's Theater, passed away at the age of 80. Pat served as director of the Palo Alto Children's Theater from 1961 to 2008, 47 years in which she directed, taught, encouraged, mentored, and wrangled so many children and young adults that her influence and legacy defy description. When Assistant Director Michael Litfin passed away unexpectedly in 2008, I found myself trying to understand what made the place so special. What was the special ingredient that they had used to draw us back time and time again? All I could come up with is that they let us be ourselves. They didn't tell us what we should be or what we should do with our lives. They didn't impose their expectations on us, except that they expected us to behave decently and treat people decently. Because theater to Pat was a means to an end, a way to teach responsibility and leadership, to give children a safe place to grow up, accomplish things, and become confident in themselves. And even if she was here today, it would still be... Today, her wake was held in Chicago, where she was born, studied theater, and began her career. She'll be buried there tomorrow morning. But even if Pat had not passed away, and if she was still with us, it would still be appropriate to remember and honor her this day, because on this day, June 12th, in 1961, Pat Briggs began her tenure as director of the Palo Alto Children's Theater. This is her anniversary, her 56th anniversary of becoming director of the Children's Theater. She came to Palo Alto in 1961, 1 month before her 25th birthday. And then for the next nearly half-century, she selflessly and tirelessly devoted herself to this city and its children. Pat rarely gave speeches or sought the spotlight herself, but in her director's notes from the 50th anniversary of Snow White in 1987, she wrote, "It's been a privilege to have the stewardship of Snow White and the theater in my hands, and to be able to guide, direct, lead, and protect a very special theater which truly belongs to the children and young people of Palo Alto." And so on this day, as she is prepared to be laid to rest, and we celebrate her anniversary, I ask you to remember and honor Pat Briggs now and always. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy Tuck, to be followed by Davina Brown.
My name is Nancy Tuck. I live at 113 Melville. My home is 394 feet from Castellea between Emerson and Alma. I am here in support of both the enrollment increase as well as the renovation proposed by Castellea. I believe the school brings enormous value to Palo Alto, our community, and even our neighborhood. Castellea, year after year, turns out mature, educated, self-confident girls who go on to an amazing list of colleges and then on to an amazing array of careers. While at the school, they become part of our community, giving in so many ways by volunteering in underprivileged schools, libraries, the Art Center, Ada's Cafe, and dozens of more local causes, teaching swimming, reading, physics, and more to underprivileged kids in our community. The school is exceptional in our town in that it provides a safe environment for girls, not only where they feel physically safe from crimes we read about every week in the Palo Alto Weekly newspaper, but also feel safe to participate in class, take risks, seek leadership roles. The school takes in timid, insecure sixth graders, and by using a very personalized and supportive educational process, creates self-assured, confident, passionate, bright, and motivated high school graduates. I am astounded that my fellow neighbors don't see the value in this. I can't fathom that anyone who appreciates solid education and opportunity for young women wouldn't sing the praises and also be thrilled to have this institution in their midst. Repeatedly, these neighbors say that they value education and have nothing against Castellea, but this simply is not compatible with their contempt for the CUP and the improvement plans. Secondly, I want to discuss the fact that as a resident on Melville, I experience zero, absolutely zero impact from school traffic. There's no backup at drop-off time, which is when I'm leaving for work, no parking in front of my house by Castellea students, parents, staff, or visitors, and I don't hear any noise from evening or weekend events. What I do experience is that my neighborhood is a very densely populated one. The house next door to me has 3 apartments with 5 licensed drivers. Across the street, 4 adult renters, plus another home in the back. I'm aware of one landlord who owns 5 homes and has 38 tenants. More homeowners have converted their garages into storage or living units and are forced to park on the street. This is what causes tension, plus the noise of the trains, the Palo Alto football games, the construction, and even Stanford fireworks. There's constantly home construction on my block. Currently, the
Thank you.
duplex on the corner of Melville and Alma has been in total disarray for over 2 years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Davina Brown to be followed by Stephanie Beach.
Good evening. I hope we have this problem solved. I'm from La Comida. I've come before you before to plead for your help. We still need it. We're still in negotiation. We have no home at this date. I know I'm the move chairperson. Nothing's finalized. So we need the city's help. Rents are super, super expensive, but this is such a good program. People say on the petition, they've said things like, my dad's life was extended and the quality improved as a direct result of the senior nutrition program in the town. My father loved going to the senior center for lunch. This is where he met so many lasting friends in the last few years of his life. Do not take it away. I know that we're going to meet with the city. I do appreciate your setting this up for us, and I hope it comes to fruition. And I don't have to come back and talk to you anymore, that we're settled in a new place. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Beach to be followed by Fred Balin.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Beach, and I'm a long-term resident of Palo Alto. And as a full disclaimer, I am also on the board of La Comida. So I'd like to thank you for your past support. And on behalf of the citizens of Palo Alto, seniors and others, I'd like to implore your help to find a permanent place for La Comida, one that has affordable rent, a kitchen that's capable of creating and serving 160 meals at one time, and a dining space capable of serving 160 diners at one time. Finally, just in case you didn't get it in today's mail, I'd like to issue a personal invitation to all of you to clutter up your Friday menu again, but please come help celebrate La Comida's 45th anniversary, 11:15 Friday, from 11:15 to 12:30 at the La Comida Dining Room, 450 Bryant. I hope to see you all there. Thank you.
Thank you. Fred Balin. Was that Stephanie? Yeah. Fred Balin to be followed by Jonathan Ehrman.
What will you cut in fire department services to meet a proposed $1.3 million savings? Citizens have a right to know. The purpose of the budget process is to elicit informed public reaction. Bring forth the details. These cuts, if approved, will most likely come at the expense of engine service while seeking to increase revenue-generating ambulance transports. We've been at this key decision point before. Fiscal year 2013 proposed an increase from 1 to 2 full-time ambulances, which went forward. It also proposed $1.1 million in savings by shutting an engine when daily staffing was low. Then as now, daily staffing is always low as the department operates with up to 15 fewer bodies than budgeted positions. Shutting an engine every day would reduce overtime costs and meet the reduction target. That plan was not enacted. Now, with the aid of opacity, the city seeks to impose its equivalent. You need at least 3 engines very rapidly at a structure fire to save lives and contain loss. Engines also handle all kinds of other rescues, technical rope, vehicle extrication, hazmat. And our 6 engines with paramedic in crew are strategically located in the life-saving response to Andrew Milton's sudden cardiac arrest detailed here last week. An engine was the first responder, as it almost always is. Key numbers continue to rise. Population, resident, and commuter, densities, construction, congestion, call volume, in Palo Alto, on campus, at the VA. Dry weather remains a perennial, and logistics will soon be tested when the Rinconada engine moves near the Baylands for 18 months during station reconstruction. These proposed cuts to public safety demand full disclosure and a serious public conversation. If you are unable or unwilling to bring that information forward and engage in the follow-on dialogue, then you should not be on this dais. Thank you.
Terry Haltzimer to be followed by Bill Ross.
Good evening, council members. I've come tonight to talk about an individual homeowner issue. I live next door to a commercial project. It's called 255 Park that this council approved. I'm very worried about this project because it makes tremendous noise throughout the day and night. It's making this noise from the tremendous amount of water that's being poured down the storm drains. I estimate that there are thousands, maybe millions of gallons being wasted every day at this project. Something needs to be done to stop this noise. It's disturbing the sleep of the residents who are less than 30 yards away from this complex. And this noise is constant. It's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I encourage every single one of you, council members, to go to this site. Stand there on the corner of Park Boulevard and Grant Avenue and listen for this waterfall. It's a tremendous waterfall. It's loud, especially at night, at midnight. If you go out there late at night, it's the most notable sound that you'll hear in the entire neighborhood. It's louder than the train even. So it's something needs to be done about the wasted water that's happening at this site. Thank you. Oh, one more thing really quick. I reported this on the 311 system. I have gotten no response at all, 0. More than a week ago.
Thank you. Bill Ross.
What site is he talking about?
Good evening. I'd like to comment in a comparable manner to Fred Balin with some additional remarks on the proposed $1.3 million reduction to the fire department. I don't think you vetted this properly. Among the issues that aren't considered and haven't been considered is the representation of the fire chief to the Santa Clara County EMS agency that Station 8 would be fully staffed through the 217 fire season. There's no relationship back in any of the analysis so far to Finance Committee about how this relates to standards of cover and response times. Literally, every agency, federal, state, and regional, has come out with this year being an extraordinary fire risk year, meaning the demands under the mutual aid system will be extraordinary. Correspondingly, as a citizen and resident, I'm concerned about the reliance on mutual aid, particularly from Santa Clara County EMS, formerly Rural Metro. It's an agency that's in bankruptcy, that was taken over by AMR. AMR deploys a rotating method of response. The idea that response times can be maintained with that has not been analyzed. I appreciate the analysis to meet and confer with the union, but I would respectfully suggest that you should meet and confer with the public first, and it should involve risk management. I don't want to be on the losing end of a 10-minute response time when 9 or 8 or 7 or 6 could have been maintained. Thank you.
Is that it?
Karen, you have something you're looking at?
Yes, having to do with one of the oral communications. I think before we get entertained with all the other things they have on our agenda this evening, that if we could make note to adjourn tonight's meeting in honor of Pat Briggs, and maybe look to working with the community in other ways that the community is looking to honor her.
So Councilmember Walbach already actually asked me if I would adjourn in the meeting and I intended to honor that request. So I think you've both made the same request, so that's good. And you actually wanted to say something too, or is that good enough?
No, I was just going to say that as somebody who'd participated in Children's Theater Conservatory for a couple years in my youth, I remember Pat very fondly, and she'll be deeply missed.
All right. I need a motion to approve the minutes.
So moved.
I'll second that if we could vote on the board. All right, and that passes unanimously. I need a motion to approve the consent calendar. I'll move that then.
Second.
Second. Okay. Oh yeah, we got to. Oh, sorry, we have a bunch of these things, and I see. So I'm going to take public comment, and then I'll go to Councilmember Koo. Okay. Let's see here. Carla Carvello. And before we do that, you wanted to give the announcements. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Scharf. All 9 council members voted for Doug Hagan. All 9 voted for Amy Murphy, and all 9 voted for Brigham Wilson. So all 3 have been appointed to the Library Advisory Commission for terms ending May 31st, 2020.
All right. Congratulations to our Library Advisory candidates, if they're here. Are any of them here? I guess not. But congratulations. And now we have Carla Carvello speaking on item number 8, to be followed by Nielsen Buchanan speaking on item number 8.
Good evening, Council. I just returned this weekend from a nice trip with my family to the Napa Valley. We had some great food, and I'm really excited to have a Napa-inspired meal at 260 California Avenue quite soon. However, what I can't palate is an exemption to zoning laws simply to appease a developer so that a space that was already over legal size can become even bigger. I ask you to please rethink the current status of this to be respectful to other business owners who have adhered to zoning laws and to all of the residents who are frequently here speaking about the overcrowding and traffic problems in this city. Please remove this item from your consent calendar this evening. Thank you.
Nielsen Buchanan, to be followed by Bill Ross.
I'm Nielsen Buchanan at 155 Bryant Street in Palo Alto. I'm here to make a few comments for myself and also for 2 Evergreen Park residents who cannot possibly be here tonight, that 2 people from Evergreen Park that have been intimately involved with this project that's described on consent item number 8. I am not a detailed person, but for the last 5 years, I've been thrust into details to try to understand the very basic cause and effect of parking intrusion onto the neighborhoods. And we've been probably negligent about framing the parking problems as a neighborhood problem. It's just as much a problem to adjoining properties. It's just as much a problem to other businesses downtown when various properties do not carry their full load of parking. So back to this particular project, I have followed it from a bit afar. What I do think, though, this does warrant your attention. It is a very complicated set of details. It's almost beyond my ability to comprehend it. But basically, it boils down to how do you measure square footage in a building, and then how do you allocate it, especially in a mixed-use property. And that allocation process then triggers formula about how much parking there ought to be. To say that developers play games with their architectural plans would be the understatement of the year. I understand that game, but the game is here before you tonight. Details have been ironed out over the last several months. I am convinced that one important detail has not been ironed out, and that's your role to consider adjudicating a major question. That question, I think, applies to future projects, and in fact, it may implicate projects that have already been approved about square footage. I don't want to belabor the matter anymore. You'll hear about it in more detail. There is one thing that's not a detail, and I mentioned it at the Planning Commission. In both University Avenue and in California Avenue, there is still a major big detail that's never been settled. and that's namely the entitlements that come from parking assessment districts. I barely understand University Avenue Parking Assessment District, and I can guarantee you I only have a faintest idea of how entitlements accrue to properties from the now expired Parking Assessment District on California Avenue. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Bill Ross, to be followed by Becky Sanders, speaking on number 8.
Good evening. My address is 2103 Amherst. I'm a resident taxpayer. I think there are 3 on the current council that remember when 260 originally came before you in the same condition as it is now. And a very eloquent man, a lifelong resident of Palo Alto, Dan DeCamp, a very senior pilot for American Airlines, presented a very thorough analysis as to why there needed to be further environmental review and analysis about general plan consistency and the impact on the Evergreen neighborhood. You didn't hear the matter. At that time, the applicant made several representations, and the applicant has continued to make representations to the business community, maybe in excess of a half-dozen times, with respect to the idea that the retail office combination would foster existing businesses in the area, including Terry Shukett's business and including Homa Brown Rice Sushi. As we know, the latter no longer exists. I would respectfully represent that city records, which are not disclosed to you tonight, indicate that the reason is that the applicant scheduled utility work during holidays so as to prohibit access to that very famous and I think patronized restaurant. Also, this is the same applicant that violated your own construction management plans and regulations of the Regional Water Quality Control Board and discharged directly into the storm drain. City staff corrected it when that was brought to your attention. So the idea that there is a miscalculation of square footage here, I think, has to be examined in the context of the truthfulness of the applicant. And I certainly think that the appellant should not be criticized for raising that issue. Thank you.
Becky Sanders, to be followed by Jeff Lewinsky.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Becky Sanders, 369 Margarita Avenue, moderator of the Ventura Neighborhood Association. First of all, I'd like to thank my fellow residents for their diligent study of this project. They are rigorous in their research and speak for many of us concerned about parking, traffic, and code enforcement. I gather that the applicant is blaming their mounting costs, delays, and frustrations on watchful residents. I don't think it's fair to shoot the messengers when the applicants are the ones playing fast and loose with the zoning code, which is the actual cause of the delay. With regard to 260 Cal Ave, the bottom line is that had the owner added sufficient parking, not tried to exceed legal building size limits, and submitted proper plans, we would all be having dinner there today. The applicant's latest chicanery, the new stairwells to the garage exemption, is the next in a series of ploys to appear to be in compliance while reducing the number of parking spaces required. If you say that the 514 feet is now magically exempt from FAR, we will see a spate of existing and new projects using this ludicrous interpretation of the code as precedents for their own stairway exemption. I ask you to not go along with the farce, but to ask this applicant and all applicants to take their responsibilities seriously when petitioning the city. The applicant has changed their story so many times in hopes of sneaking one past you, and then when they aren't successful, they are called out on their subterfuge by residents, and then they cry to the press that their rights to build are being violated. Seriously. Anyway, I'm not fooled. I don't think any of you are either. For whatever reasons you have for doing so, if you vote in favor of the exemption, I just don't understand what they are. It will send a clear signal that it continues to be open season on Palo Alto's building code, and that you don't respect it, and that you encourage others not to respect the code. Frankly, it's actually immoral to promote developers over the interests of housing for people who are underserved, under-resourced, and are poor. Thank you.
Jeff Lewinsky, to be followed by Rita Varell, speaking on number 8.
Good evening, council members.
Let me try to simplify the whole 260 Cal Ave situation for you tonight. Although the staff report doesn't explain this, in order to make a larger restaurant legal, the building is being granted a new exemption from gross floor area and parking for 514 square feet of stairways and corridors. This is a huge exemption, and it appears to be a new interpretation of our building code. Other buildings recently approved by you, such as the Olive Garden and 429 University, didn't claim it. 260 Cal Ave didn't claim it either until just a few weeks ago. But here's the real problem. If you let this item go through on consent, tomorrow morning, other buildings across Palo Alto will suddenly be able to claim this new exemption, buildings that never had it before. And that will let them turn formerly uncounted areas such as lunchrooms into, say, offices without adding any new parking. This is millions of dollars of new office space that you will be enabling. It's a jaw dropper. You probably had no idea that this little project contained a giant Trojan horse. Neither did I or others. It wasn't mentioned in any staff report, and the calculations using it first appeared during the Planning Commission meeting, not even in the packet. So please take this project off consent so you can find a good way to solve this one building's problems without creating a precedent so potentially harmful to our entire city. Thank you.
Thank you. Rita Varell, to be followed by Terry Holtzimer.
Good evening. I strongly object to Mr. Sevar's and Mr. Kelly's statements as quoted in the Palo Alto Weekly. Quote, "We should not be held hostage in order to provide a forum to debate the city policies and how you uphold and enforce the laws." Another quote, "We should not suffer simply because Mr. Levinsky does not trust the city to do its job." And finally, "We're being used by Mr. Levinsky as his whipping boy or battering ram to promote his own political agenda." I emailed Mr. Levinsky. He does not have a political agenda. He's just trying to stand up for the residents' rights in the city of Palo Alto and ask them to enforce the building codes and not make exceptions on a project-to-project basis. I agree there should be no exception made for lack of the required parking space. Thank you, Jeff, for all your hard work on this and so many more issues. I will not ask all those here who do not trust the city to do its job to stand up, but if anybody who supports Mr. Levinsky wants to stand up, please do so. The parking spaces are required. If you don't provide them, then the builder, developer, owner has the right to decrease his business space. He is not being held hostage to the city or to Mr. Levinsky. It is a very simple matter. Decrease your restaurant size or provide the parking space. But don't whine. I think everyone in the city is tired of developers coming before the city council with plans that do not meet the requirements and then whining month after month after month. And some, like Elizabeth Wang, getting their way on 426 University. That set a very bad example, and I hope you do not set another example tonight. Thank you.
Terry Holtzimer, to be followed by Philip Hill, our final speaker.
I'll keep my comments short. I'm here, of course, to support please pulling the 260 California from the consent calendar and insisting that all developers play by the same rules. This developer is not playing by the same rules that all the owners must abide to, especially on California Avenue. No one really opposes a restaurant or other offices at this location. However, you can't change the rules or the square footage to allow the restaurant to have an exception to this project. It's time to allow the city to follow its own rules. Thank you.
Philip Hill.
I live right across from the proposed hotel.
So that's a different agenda item?
I'm sorry. It's a different one? It's number 10? Would that be?
Later.
Okay, thank you.
Later tonight. Thank you, no concern. All right, and with that, we'll come back to council on the consent calendar. Councilmember Koo.
I'd like to pull number 8 from the consent calendar.
Seeing no third, that doesn't get pulled. Councilmember Tanaka?
I have a disclosure. This is a quasi-judicial item, and I did talk with, let's see, Dennis Kelly on number 8. So I just wanted to just make that disclosure. I talked to him briefly over the phone. He basically just said what was similar was what you guys saw in the Palo Weekly, so nothing really new there.
So you don't really need to do disclosures on a consent calendar, right?
Okay.
Or do you?
I don't know. What's the
I'll
rule?
look to the city attorney.
Councilmember Tanaka makes a good point. We don't typically have quasi-judicial items on the consent calendar, but I think it is appropriate actually to do a disclosure even on the consent. Thank you.
All right, so then continue.
Okay. Well, it was a brief conversation, but that's basically what happened. I have a few other items that I want to, well, I guess we're talking about number 8, item 8.
Consent first?
Well, I have other items I want to talk about too, but are we just talking about 8 first? On 8?
No,
on
you
a
can
consent?
talk about.
Okay.
Do everything you want to talk about on consent.
Okay.
As long as we don't talk about items on consent, so is it a disclosure or a question to poll?
No. I just saw Dan Garber's letter on number 6 in regards to the community theater. I think he makes a really good point about the ticket surcharge beyond what it is today in terms of increasing it. I agree with him on that, and so I want to pull that one too.
Okay, so you want to pull item number 6?
Yes.
Do we see any seconds or? Nope, I see no seconds.
Okay. Oh, based on Dan Garber's letter.
Okay, so we don't really have a discussion. Council member says, I want to pull, you can, or not pull.
Okay, that's fine. And then last one I want to pull is number 3. I sent questions in on Wednesday on this one, and I did not receive a response. I just got an email from the city manager saying that because I sent it at 8 o'clock instead of 5 p.m., that it was past, I guess, the deadline. And I didn't realize we had a 5 p.m. deadline. I heard that we had to get emails in by Wednesday. And so an email in at 8 o'clock to me is similar to 5 o'clock because they go home at 5 o'clock and they can read it in the morning. So I'd like to pull that one to get my answer to this question.
Okay, anyone want to pull item number 3? Seeing no interest in pulling item number 3, that fails. Okay. All right, Councilmember Du Bois.
Yes, first of all, I guess I'd like to say I don't like to see quasi-judicial items on consent. I did think that was pretty odd. Disclosure, I did talk to Jeff Levinsky about the item, and I just wanted to register a no vote on item 8.
And I'll do a quick disclosure. I spoke with Mark Conroe, the applicant, and didn't learn anything that's not in the record.
Maybe just a point of information for council members. The quasi-judicial items in the land use area occasionally appear on consent because our code and our procedures provide for a 2-part process. So it's not an ad hoc or staff decision to do that. It's following our regular procedure. It gets placed on consent, and then there's an opportunity to remove it and set it for a discussion and hearing if 3, or in some cases 4 council members are actually required to do that. So it's pursuant to our current procedure.
Okay. Now if we could, Councilmember Filson.
I better disclose that I spoke with Mr. Levinsky too.
All right. Now if we could vote on the board. Oh, you have your light on as well? Okay.
Yeah,
Let me take Councilmember Holman first.
Thank you. I need to disclose also that I spoke with Mr. Levinsky, and also I would like to register a no vote, and after the vote, I'll explain why.
Okay. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, no vote on 3 and 6.
Okay. Councilmember Koo.
I want to register a no vote on item number 8, also on the consent calendar.
Okay. Now, if anyone else? Did I miss anyone else?
Did I say no?
You did. So now if we.
3 no's?
Yes. So now if we could vote on the board. Okay, I'll move the consent calendar.
Second.
I thought we did that, but that's fine. Okay, and that passes with the registered no votes, which the clerk has. Okay. All right. Did you just put your light back on? Okay. Tom, did you just put your light back on? Okay. Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, I just wanted to explain the no vote. I do have concerns about the process. It does appear the building's under parked. I'm concerned about kind of the shifting exemptions and just the appearance that we were changing things right at the last second to make the project work. So I do want to see staff apply consistent rules. I also want to note that it looked like the delays in the process were caused by incomplete applications. It does look like staff responded timely to many filings. And so I'm not sure what was going on there, but it didn't look like the city was the cause of a lot of that delay. But again, I would vote against the project because of kind of the circumstances and details.
Okay, I'm just going to go down the line. Councilmember Koo.
I too want to explain my no vote on number 8 on the consent calendar. Mostly, Councilmember Du Bois has already spoken in regards to it. However, with all the shifting numbers through the years and this whole process, during this process, in order to change a retail back to a restaurant, and from the very beginning, I felt that if you came in with an application with this property on the first floor being a retail and all the calculations have been done for all the impacts such as parking, then when you want to change it to a restaurant, you need to give us real, true numbers. And at this point, it's just playing a fudging game throughout, putting numbers here and there. And actually, I was horrified to see the minutes and also to watch the video of the night of the PTC meeting when the numbers was just being calculated right there and then. And also lastly, actually not lastly, but the last drawing in the architectural drawings was with the 514 square feet exemption was put in front of PTC on the night of. So did they even have time with information to help them make their decision, to analyze what they're actually deciding on? And if we're going to do a quasi-judicial matter on consent calendar, then these boards and commissions should have been given the correct information with enough time to decide. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka, did you want to explain any no votes? You're more than welcome to.
I already did.
You did? Fair enough. Councilmember Fine, you had your light on? Or?
Yeah, am I allowed to explain a yes vote?
No, you're not. Councilmember Holman.
But nice try. I associate myself with the comments already made by Council Members Du Bois and Koo. I would add to that that I'm not sure why, as I understand it, I'm not sure why when the applicant is putting in a grease trap, why that isn't a trigger to say this is going to be a restaurant, and that wasn't called out and flagged at that point in time. I agree we should have an even playing field for everyone, so we should apply the rules consistently. If we're going to have an exception to floor area ratio, it needs to at a minimum come forward as a variance and not some kind of shifting and new interpretation of code that I'm not familiar with in all the years that I've been doing this planning commission, city council. And what's really unfortunate about this is that the restaurant tenant has suffered delay because of, it looks like, applicant delay and trying to shoehorn this project into fitting into the requirements, both FAR and parking being very related to each other. So I look forward to the new restaurant, and I also look forward to not having another project that follows this kind of process.
Okay. I caught everyone, I think. All right, moving on to our first action item, which is the bid. So at this time and place for the public hearing on the levy of an assessment on businesses in the Palo Alto Downtown Business Improvement District for fiscal year 2018. In February 2004, the city established the Palo Alto Downtown Business Improvement District. Annually, the City Council must hold a public hearing to authorize the levy of an assessment in the next fiscal year. On May 22, 2017, the Council set this time and day as the time and date of the public hearing on the proposed levy of an assessment for fiscal year 2018. The Council appointed the Board of Directors of the Palo Alto Downtown Business Professional Association as the advisory board for the bid. The advisory board has prepared its annual report for the 2018 fiscal year and submitted it to the Council. The city published the required notice in a local newspaper of record regarding reauthorization of the bid for 2018 as required by the bid law. All interested persons will have an opportunity to provide testimony this evening. At the conclusion of the public hearing, the council will determine whether a majority protest exists. A majority protest exists or will exist if the owner of businesses that will pay 50% or more of the proposed levy of an assessment have filed and not withdrawn a written protest. All right, now do we have a brief report introduction of the bid from staff?
I don't think we have a staff report on this.
Okay. So then we go to the public hearing. Do we have any speaker cards? So if anyone wants to put in a speaker card, you've got about 30 seconds. Okay. Seeing no speaker cards on this item, I'm going to close the public hearing. Was there any protests? So no protests. So in that case, there's no majority protest, since there are no protests. So then we would, and first, well, I'm going to make the motion, but then I'm going to take council comment because I already see one line. So the motion is to adoption of a resolution confirming the report of the advisory board and levying an assessment for fiscal year 2018 on the downtown Palo Alto Business Improvement District. All right, so I need a second to that.
Second.
All right, seconded. And I have a little note here that staff recommends the approval of the agenda item, which will reauthorize the Business Improvement District for fiscal year 2018. On May 22nd, 2017, the City Council adopted a resolution that preliminarily approved the report filed by the Bid Advisory Board for fiscal year 2018 and adopted a resolution of intent to levy the annual assessment for fiscal year 2018. The city provided the legally required notice in a local newspaper on the authorization of the bid. The individual assessments levied on businesses are based on business size, type, and location. All right. Now, Councilmember Holman.
Yes, I have some questions for representatives of BID, and they're kind of questions and comments, but...
You can do questions, comments, feel free.
Okay. So my questions, like I said, they're both kind of questions and comments. One is, why does the BID support the Downtown Streets team? It's an organization that I fully support, but I'm not quite clear why the BID does that when there are many other avenues for support for the Downtown Streets team, given the small budget of the BID. Is there a particular reason for that? I guess what I'm looking for and interested in, and kind of, I'll just be blunt about this, a little disappointed in, is the effectiveness and maybe accountability of the bid. For instance, you know, there were 4 questions in 2016 that were raised about the bid, and one of them was about lobbying. We haven't seen this question come back to us until a year later, wanting to know what is meant by lobbying. Why did it take a year for that question to come back to the council? That seems kind of unusual. The accomplishments include Shop Small, the American Express event. Why isn't the bid here promoting that event in front of the council and for the city and for the retailers? When we discussed at council, and I'm stand to be corrected on this if I'm incorrect, but we talked about having transparent windows to support and help and encourage retail. I don't remember the bid being here to even speak on that. I remember a couple of years ago there was going to be a map done to identify and locate the retail that's in downtown. It's been 2 years. I'm still not aware of a map that's been done. So it's not a lot of money that the city's putting into this, but if you're a retailer and the retail pays the most money into this, it seems like the best effort should be put towards supporting retail. And I just don't see it coming forward. I don't see it being proactively advocated for. And a couple of times there's something mentioned about the downtown brand. I don't know what the downtown brand is. I've lived here since 1975. I don't know what the downtown brand is. Is there a brand? If it is, I'd like to know what it is, and how do we build on that, promote it, and how does it help promote retail? So those are my questions and comments, and I don't know anybody was making note of those, but I guess I want to have more confidence that the bid is representing the retailers and is worth even a small amount of money, but added to that, there is a fair amount of staff time that's put into this. So, thank you.
So, I'm sorry.
I said I'll allow you to speak, but we usually have to ask.
Oh, okay.
But go ahead, speak.
I thought it was implied that I was to answer some of Councilmember Holman's questions. Some good questions, so let me see if I can remember them all. The map was produced in conjunction with the Chamber of Commerce. We have a citywide map, and in the center spread is devoted to Palo Alto downtown. So rather than produce our own standalone map, it was much more efficient to work with the Chamber to do that map. So those maps are available at the Palo Alto Visitor Center. So that's yes.
Do you want, Mr. Mayor, do you want me to follow up questions as he goes, or what?
You know, I'm going to give you discretion and let you, but let's not, I mean, if we could, you know,
I'm not
hold
gonna
to a
do a lot of-
reasonable amount of time, and let's not get too far into the weeds.
Understood, understood. I guess when I go to retailers downtown, I ask if they have maps, and they say no. So if they're just over there, I mean, I didn't even know one existed if it's just over there, so distribution to the retailers would be really helpful
We
and
can look at a
appreciated.
different distribution method, of course. The other question was American Express Small Business Saturday, I believe. We also worked very hard on promoting that event door to door with flyers. We gave out multiple banners, flags. We posted on social media, which was very successful. So we consider that event very successful, and we did quite a bit of outreach to individual business owners. I can send you links to that. And we got very, very positive feedback from all the retailers based on that event. And we did that the year before as well. Hundreds and hundreds of bags, paraphernalia, so we did promote that quite heavily. What were the other questions?
What is the downtown brand, and did you come and support retailers with transparent windows and having to do with the small business, or the small shop small? Great for the
Right.
retailers to know it, but everybody else needs to know it too.
Yeah, that's where the social media came in. We've gotten lots of comments. Again, I can send you links to that. I'm not sure what else we could have done besides maybe traditional advertising, but American Express does a lot of outreach to the community, commercials on TV, radio, newspaper. So we can certainly talk about that in the future. Transparent windows, we didn't come to speak on that. I think one of the issues is that there are already sign codes in place regarding that issue. So if you want to take a look at how much businesses are allowed to cover their windows, that's something that we'd have to go back and look at. It's an idea that we've tossed around before. If you are going to cover up a window, let's say for an office, rather than the frosted windows, have some sort of decorative item, much like A9 has done with their windows. But we haven't come up with a particular program that's devoted to that. No, you're absolutely right about that. The question about lobbying, we met very early on after the council first brought that up last year. It has not taken a year. If you look at the report, we met soon after that. We formed a task force. We consulted with the city attorney, and I can turn to the city attorney to address any of those concerns that we discussed. Did you want to weigh in, Madam Attorney? So we did form a task force and looked at that issue. We wanted to get a definition of what lobbying is so that we can attack the issue head on. And staff responded that their resources were thin and didn't have a lot of time to devote to that particular issue. And that's reflected in the report.
Downtown brand, but the council hasn't heard anything about it, so, and downtown brand, what is it?
We've worked really hard over the last few years to establish the downtown brand through our advertising efforts. We redesigned our logo, we redesigned our website, we've redesigned our Facebook page. We even have a Facebook page and a Twitter feed. We didn't have those things before. And also, if you look at the last 2 years of banners that you see on the lampposts. Those also promote our brand. What we try to do with those banners, and you will see that again with our new set of banners that should be installed in about 2 to 3 weeks, we hope sooner, is that we try to differentiate downtown Palo Alto from any other downtown that exists in our area, and in fact, in the whole state of California. There's something about this downtown that is different than any other downtown, and I'll tell you what it is. It's the brain trust that is here. It's the center of innovation. You can come here to Palo Alto, and you can literally sit in a restaurant or a coffee shop, and you can overhear a conversation about how people want to change the world. You can't find that in downtown Burlingame, Mountain View, Millbrae, Foster City. You can only find that here. So while we can find the traditional dining experience, shopping experience, strolling experience, but you cannot find that kind of experience. So that's how we're trying to differentiate downtown from any other.
So I heard, and this is my last thing, so I heard how the bid had gotten its own identity with website, Facebook, all of that, but I haven't heard what the downtown identity is, because the downtown is not the bid. The downtown is a separate entity. So maybe I'm missing something, but I'm just not hearing that.
I think if you look at our advertising in the Palo Alto Weekly and you look at all the banners that we've produced, which is our way of spending money on traditional advertising media, you will see that that messaging does differentiate our brand from any other. That's how we've chosen to do it. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Niss. Russ, I think you might be up here for a while.
If you don't mind.
Sure, no problem.
You may not be tracking this, but it would be interesting to know when cities around us are building up substantially in their retail area. Do you have any idea what our vacancy rate is in Palo Alto in general?
2% at the moment.
But that's very helpful to know. Thanks. Do you know how we compare with the other cities?
I don't have those figures, but I can certainly find out.
It would be helpful to know that.
I think we're certainly, there are certainly more vacancies in other downtowns just from my own windshield survey. I don't have any scientific survey, but from my visits to other downtowns, we certainly have a very low vacancy rate compared to those. Now, I will add a personal comment. Sometimes when you visit downtowns, including our own, you'll see vacancies, but what's really happening is they're not vacant at all. They're just in transition. Downtowns are always in a constant state of transition, whether somebody's moving. We've heard about a permit delay here tonight. Things like that happen where you might see paper on a window, you may see signs on a window, and it looks vacant, but it really isn't. It's in transition.
Okay, thanks.
Don't go anywhere just yet. Councilmember Du Bois, did you?
Yeah, just one question and some comments, but I'm just curious if you're happy with the events we're doing downtown. You know, what do you think would boost shopping?
We are taking another look at the events that we're producing. As you know, our annual summer concert series is coming up quite soon. July 13th will be our first concert series of the summer, and we're actually reinventing that a little bit to bring people to the core of downtown. For the last 3 years, we've had the concert series at Civic Center Plaza. What we're doing this year is we're moving it to Litton Plaza because we feel that people will shop and dine more when they're in the heart of downtown before and after and during those concerts. We're actually going to close off Emerson for that first block. Will create more of a festival atmosphere. So we're hoping that will help. We're also going to take a look at coming up with other events that are not necessarily 6-week events, but perhaps one-day events or one-weekend events, perhaps closing off the street. We're a little bit concerned about closing the street because we do get merchant pushback from that. So we're actually going to take a comprehensive look at some of the events that we put on and either make them better, maybe not have them at all, and create new ones.
Cool, thank you.
Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, but just a few comments, not questions, but comments. So, yeah, I did think it was kind of a poor response to last year's review and the staff report. We asked for 4 items. I guess 2 were partially worked on, 2 were slated for fiscal year 18. So, willing to be patient, but I hope everything will be completed a year from now, so it'll be 2 years from the request. I do see many cities around the Bay Area having monthly events in their downtowns, like a first Wednesday or first Thursday kind of event. And yeah, I've been going to some in other cities. They're interesting events. They close the street, like you said. They have music. A lot of people come out and shop. So I think it'd be really interesting to compare us to what other cities are doing and get an idea if those kinds of things would work here in Palo Alto. Yeah.
Councilmember Koo.
So this is all new to me, so I just have a couple of questions. How much time does staff spend on this? Do they spend any time on this project, on this bid, on your program?
So,
Go ahead.
well, Jim can answer the core of that question in terms of the regular and ongoing work with the bid. The special requests that were made from council last year, those really involved a partnership between the city manager's office and my office, as much as they did a response by the bid itself. So I think this is what Director Collin was asking me if I wanted to comment on earlier. I think the council may not fully appreciate that. The request is not just of the professional association, but of the staff itself.
Right.
And given the small size of this program and the many other priorities that we have, it was as much on us as on them to work on some of those items and to push some of them off into a subsequent year.
Because I see that balance sheet, the expense and income sheet, it's mostly what you do on assessments in order to support the bid. But I also see that under the agreement, the city and the organization, we're responsible for invoicing and collecting the revenue. So there must be some staff time, right?
There's a small amount, I think, in the past year or so, we outsourced that actually. So I think there's an expenditure of about $8,000 or something to handle that. So I would say that the routine work of the city in supporting the apparatus of the bid itself is pretty small. That said, the kind of events or work that the bid does, we work a lot with the bid and with merchants on events and all of those sorts of things. I mean, clearly, if you were to add when our police department gets involved in any sort of downtown event that we're going to do, there's some substantial cost, but that's really in line with the mission of trying to enliven, the downtown itself.
So well, first I want to say thank you and good job, but then also, in the overview as I'm reading it, it says the downtown is now a dynamic, youthful, entrepreneurial neighborhood that boasts clean and safe walkable streets. I hope that as you go along that you can also involve other age groups, because our downtown should be available to the elderly, the seniors.
Absolutely.
It's not just the youth.
We don't discriminate. That's just
So
an
hopefully-
observational fact.
Right, so I would really like to see that. And then in regards to, I realize you're really proud of Palo Alto, and so am I. However, some of the things I read over here, I can see why other cities are extremely envious, and I would really like us to be on a more even keel when it comes to saying things like, it is a globally recognized mecca for innovating the social and the technical. Without hyperbole, it's not only a valuable asset to City of Palo Alto, it's a valuable asset for the rest of the country, if not the world. I appreciate that, but I'd really like to see us get along with other cities a little bit more and share and be more cooperative. And also in regards to, you can sit in a restaurant and hear someone else discussing things about innovation and all that. I think many years ago, I heard that at Alice's restaurant up at Woodside. That's what they're talking about.
Right.
Yeah. So, I love it that our city is so progressive, but at the same time, let's get along. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Fine. Oh, you didn't have yours. All right, I'll say a few words. So I wanted to say that actually I really appreciate the work you do.
Thank you.
That when I go talk to the merchants, and I do talk to the merchants, I talk to them about what you do, and they do appreciate what you do. And I would say that you provide a real valuable service and you do a good job at it. So I wanted to say that first. I don't think anyone's said that to you tonight. So I think
Is there a however in there anywhere?
there's always a however. There's always a however. So, you know, I actually think that, you know, if I was grading it, I would give it and not your performance, but where we are on this, you know, I would say it's that A- type stuff. And I think it's really, I'm sort of where Councilmember Du Bois is, you know, I do go to other cities and I see a lot of events they have and stuff. And I'm not saying that, you know, so this is purely anecdotal. I mean, I could be completely wrong, right? But I also notice it. I mean, and so I think, wow, it would be great if we had that kind of an event. And I think there's a lot of them. And so if there are opportunities for more events, you know, I think that would be great too. But that's not an implication that you're doing a poor job or anything like that. It's just, you know, if there are opportunities, I think the community and us would enjoy seeing those.
And if you're in another community and you do notice an event that you think would be right for downtown, please let me know. And one of the things that we always do with events is a cost-benefit analysis. And sometimes an event sounds great, but it costs too much to do. And if you'll notice on our spreadsheet, a lot of the events are underwritten by corporate sponsors. And so if we can't raise that money, a lot of times we have to put that event aside until we can figure out a way to fund it.
So, I mean, what would be interesting to say is, you know, I mean, one of the things that just off the top of my head, frankly, is you go to Redwood City and, you know, in the summer, you know, every week, I think it's either a Friday they have on their plaza, it's just so much going on, and then they have the movie night, and it's every week. And, you know, it seems like a great event. It would be interesting if you sort of did a survey a little bit, and I know you have a lot of time, and sort of figure out what other people are doing and figure out how they pay for it. I mean,
I can tell you about that one if you've got some time.
well, I think now is probably not the time. We can take it offline. But I'm just saying, you know, we have lots of wealthy corporations and stuff, and you know, maybe they'd be willing to step up. I don't know. I'm sure you've talked to them. But anyway, thank you again for your service on this.
All right, thank you very much.
All right. Now we actually need to vote on the motion, unless anyone else has any. And that passes unanimously. All right, and now for our next item, which is a public hearing, quasi-judicial, on the on 744, 748 San Antonio Avenue. First of all, open the public hearing, and then we have any council disclosures. I'll start with Councilmember Walbach, since he raised his hand.
I just wanted to disclose, I had a phone conversation today with Randy Popp, who's working with the applicant. A couple of things that I heard there, I don't think that they're necessarily all new, but just wanted to be very transparent. Randy Popp emphasized to me that the application does not intend to have a destination-style restaurant. Also that there are not meeting rooms for conferences and things like that in the project, and those were what he expressed. And also, though it wasn't an extensive conversation, my sense from the conversation was that there may be interest or at least an opportunity for changing 2 floors of parking to a single floor with mechanical lift, but at least that's something we could discuss. And also that there may be a possibility for partnering with MV Go, which is the Mountain View TMA, which operates shuttles to some of the same destinations in the same general vicinity. And I'll just mention that I've also had conversations elsewhere with people affiliated with MV Go, not about this particular project, but in general, and they had indicated some interest in, you know, at least having a conversation about partnering with Palo Alto.
All right. Councilmember Fine.
Thank you. I have also spoken with the project architect, Randy Popp, about this project and others, but nothing that's not in the record, mainly around circulation and some of the parking issues.
Councilmember Holman.
I had, just this morning, had a brief conversation with a member of the public and didn't learn anything that's not in the reports, as far as I can tell.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes, yesterday I held office hours, and I think it was between 12 to 1 o'clock. The project architect came to my office. I invited members of the public to attend. We got a lot of questions. So for about an hour, I asked the project architect those questions. And we did a Facebook Live. So it's actually on my Facebook page, and it was recorded so people could see a blow-by-blow if they want. And the only thing I really learned from this was that the circle, the radius of the circle is 35 feet instead of, like in the Four Seasons, it's I think 45 feet or 40 feet. But that's something new. That wasn't in the record.
All right. Vice Mayor Niss.
I met with Randy Popp, but it was some time ago when we discussed a variety of things, not simply this. I also visited the site today and walked around, so I'm familiar with the site as well.
I also spoke with several members of the public regarding this. I spoke with Randy Popp, and I spoke with the applicant as well. I didn't learn anything new that's not in the record on any of these conversations. What's next? Now, I think the next thing we do is we go to staff.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm here with our consultant planner, Sheldon Singh. He's going to give the presentation this evening, and then we're also joined at the table by Amy Ashton. She's our environmental consultant, and she'll be assisting us with any questions regarding the environmental analysis.
Okay. Thank you and good evening. Just a quick overview of the project. Consists of a demolition of 3 existing buildings and the construction of 2 5-story hotels. There are 2 different brands under Marriott. It's a Courtyard Marriott, 151 rooms, and then AC by Marriott, and that's 143 rooms. There will also be some surface parking, but there'll be a full level of basement parking and a partial second level of parking below that. The request is also for up to 20% of parking reduction to include a valet operations. There was an environmental impact report for the project, and that would result in a significant and unavoidable impact to historic resources. We'll go over that in another slide. And then there was architectural review and CEQA findings, along with condition approval and a statement of overriding considerations that needs to be considered by the council. So there were previous meetings for this subject project, as well as some outreach. That included a preliminary ARB back in 2015. There was also a neighborhood meeting sponsored by the applicant at the project site that was attended by many people. There was a formal ARB later that year. There was a scoping meeting after that to kick off the EIR process. And then there were 2 formal ARB meetings this year, culminating with the recommendation by the board back on June 1st. At that hearing, the applicant did respond to some previous comments by the board. In particular, the revisions were made to the project regarding 3-story glass elements of both buildings, also providing warmer colors for the AC Marriott building. Also, the board wanted to see more mature trees in the drawings, some defined better setbacks in details. Also, the applicant added some more plantings to the step back terraces in the front. And it included, the project also added some benches to the public areas. So the board during the whole process did have some concerns regarding the compatibility and overall massing with the project. The project's response over the period of time, the 2 years, has been to step back the project along the front, along San Antonio, and adding some landscaping and terraces. Throughout the whole process, there have been a number of neighbors that have been objecting to this project. The ARB did recommend ultimately approval of this project, with the project to come back to the subcommittee regarding the landscaping plan. And that's part of the condition of approval. There is one dissenting board member, and stated that the project's design deficiencies remained unresolved. So some of the key issues we have encountered throughout the project, one of them is the cultural resource loss, and that is addressed in EIR. That's really the only reason why the EIR is completed, is because of that significant unavoidable impact. Otherwise, all other issues can be mitigated. The other issue is both the EIR and project related would be aesthetics and context design compatibility. You have traffic, and that's addressed in the EIR. Hydrology, that's in the EIR, as well as we talked about in the conditions of approval for the project. And the parking adjustment, which is a project related issue. So just briefly going over the cultural resource, there was a building on site constructed in 1961, used as a mortuary. There was an addition done in the 80s. When we did the historic resource evaluation, it was deemed to be eligible due to the age and its characteristics having elements of mid-modern architecture. With the demolition of the structure to incorporate the project, while we have mitigation measures to advertise for salvaging, as well as documenting the building so that can be on record, the demolition of the building itself, there's no mitigation that would lessen that impact. So that's why we have statements of overriding considerations in the EIR. So regarding aesthetics, the context of the area, you have a lot of low-intensity development. This project, because of the zoning, does allow for more intense building on site, a 2.0 FAR compared to the surrounding, which would be a maximum of 0.4 FAR. San Antonio Road is a 4-lane divided street, so it does afford for some additional right-of-way. There's also a special setback of 24 feet from the property line in. So this exhibit here is kind of diagrams the existing FAR along San Antonio, and you can see that for the most part, it is low intensity. You have some that are a little above 0.4, but most of it is actually lower than 0.4 for the site. There's a more in context of maybe what's being proposed at Middlefield. At the next intersection, you have the Tao Jewish Center, and that's a much more bigger building context. So now getting to the site plan, this has really been an issue where you have two specific brands in two buildings, and what we've tried to get the applicant to propose, and through the board as well, is to get one building with two brands. So we tried to push that through with some suggestions and recommendations, and the applicant has looked at those and decided this, the two branding, the two separate buildings is really the way that they wanted to go. And that's been kind of one of the issues with aesthetics on the site. And looking at a section there, you can see where the building is set back farther from the other developments through the terracing and step back of the floors. So the first 3 floors are about as the same height as the adjacent residential buildings across the street, but then the 4th and 5th floors end up being stepped back more. And these exhibits, and the applicant will go a little bit more into this, shows the type of detail that they've put into some of the articulations along the front as well as the side, and using the different colors and context from the local area. So going into traffic, the project analysis used a standard methodology that's used in Palo Alto as well as in California. It used standard thresholds of significance. We used a level of service. And through that study, there were no significant impacts that were addressed against those standards that were formed. So in hydrology, that was also another issue. The final EIR did address and clarify the depth of excavation of the 2 levels of the basement. And so that was corrected in the final EIR, and that there would only be a portion of the site would be at the 2nd level. And the location of this basement is not near any structures that would lead to subsidence if that were to happen. The majority of the site would be deep water to a depth of less than 10 feet. And the type of construction foundation that they're using would also reduce any deeper dewatering. And the project would adhere to the very robust ordinance that the city has regarding dewatering, and that was recently adopted by the city. So the project is requesting a parking reduction for the site and using valet spaces, and that's pretty common for hotels to use valet as part of the operation. And there's also a transportation demand management program proposed, and that would reduce vehicular trips if implemented. And as part of the condition approval, they would be implemented. The EIR, as mentioned, the scoping meeting was conducted in March of 2016. The document was circulated early this year, and we also distributed the final EIR in late May. And the potential impacts that could be mitigated would be air quality, biological resources, and hazardous materials. As mentioned previously, the one impact that cannot be mitigated fully would be the cultural resource. So tonight we're really looking at the council certification of this final EIR, and that would include the adoption of the CEQA findings, the adoption of the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, as well as a statement of overriding considerations regarding the cultural resource loss and that impact. So these statements of overriding considerations are required because of the lost potential historic resource that cannot be fully mitigated. And here we are stating in the findings that it is an underutilized site, as mentioned, with surrounding area is in transition. The city has an infrastructure plan with projects that need funding, and the transit occupancy tax would help in part fund these types of projects that are in this capital improvement program. So while the loss of the historic structure would result in this environmental impact, these are outweighed by the economic benefit of this project in the long run. And that is our recommendation by the ARB. So the recommendation is to adopt the resolution certifying the final EIR, adopting the CEQA findings, including statements of overriding considerations with a mitigation monitoring and reporting program. And the second is to adopt the record of land use action, approving the project, including the requesting parking reduction based on the required findings is subject to the conditions of approval. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And now I believe we move on to the applicant presentation, which is also up to 10 minutes. If you could put the timer on for 10 minutes.
All right, good evening, Mayor Scharf, Vice Mayor Niss, council members. Thank you very much for having us tonight. Today, the project team is seeking approval.
Excuse me, do we have a copy of this presentation? Or, no, okay.
So today, the project team is seeking approval from the City of Palo Alto in order to move this project forward to building permit plan review. We have a couple things to just review for you quickly, and we'll start with what we've been up to. We'll talk a little bit about the project summary, but staff has done a great job with that. I do want to go a little deeper into what some of the major topics are from the entitlement process, and then close with what our goal and hopeful outcome is. So in regard to context, sorry, just getting this to go right away. All right, my fault. Perfect, okay, so this has been a thoughtful process. We last presented this project to you and some of your predecessors where we heard encouragement and direction to proceed. We participated in a full and complete EIR process with ample time for feedback and response. And the outcome of that process shows this project does not generate any significant impact other than the necessary removal of a building. And that building is not listed as a recognized structure. In fact, the report states it would not qualify due to its condition. As staff mentioned 2 weeks ago, ARB recommended approval of this project. In regard to context, staff's covered this well again, so I won't dwell. The project is in a predominantly commercial and industrial area at the very edge of Palo Alto. The area is a mix of older structures. I would just ask you all to consider if this is what you're striving for today. The ARB agreed we've successfully modified the project from what was initially proposed to create a proposal that fulfills the compatibility findings. We'll go through that in a moment. First, let's talk a little bit about the project scope summary. The project is a dual brand site, which allows for variety and shared amenities. You're likely familiar with the Courtyard brand. The AC itself is in only a handful of locations across the U.S. currently, but is an upscale lifestyle brand with sleek and clean aesthetic. We've reduced the initial proposal from 301 rooms to the 294 we're showing today. The proposal also shows full compliance with parking requirements based on staff's direction through the use of physical stalls and valet spaces. Simply put, this project, as indicated by the ARB approval, is in full compliance with our zoning. This view is generated from a photograph taken on San Antonio Road looking north toward 101. We asked our architectural renderer to insert the building into the site to show accurately how it looks in regard to scale and placement. This so clearly shows the building in context. What is evident is a 3-story building fronting on the street with upper levels terraced back to reduce the massing. Here we're looking south toward Middlefield. To those in vehicles, the buildings become more evident. The project will appear as a thickly landscaped site tied into the recently added landscaping in the right-of-way. This view also looking south toward Middlefield, but from the viewpoint of a pedestrian. We'll show you more in a moment, but for what you can see here, the new project promotes a much improved pedestrian experience compared to the existing or to the other projects it's surrounded by. This view, focused on the northwest corner of the Courtyard by Marriott building, is a fully rendered view. Based on a request from the ARB, we generated the next few images to show the landscaping as it will appear within a 15-year time frame. We also use these to show the color and placement of materials on the buildings. Significant discussions centered around the materials, how they're used, and what they relate to. As an example, the deep green you see here on the AC is a color taken from the mature leaf of a southern live oak. Our goal is to draw from local context to give purpose to the choices we're making. Moving up to the terraces, you can see the detail more clearly. Deep overhangs to create shadow lines, durable and clean wood grain or metal panels, along with hand-troweled plaster that will look smooth from a distance but will resemble stone when viewed up close. These are active spaces meant to show the life and interest the buildings will encourage. Just a note on the height. While our building approaches the height limit, it only gets there when we are 65 feet back from the curb. The closest residential building is 260 feet away across a 2-lane divided road. The terracing, along with the proportional height to width ratio within which the building occurs, will further minimize the perception of height. Shifting to landscaping, the front edge of the property along San Antonio Road has a special condition of a restricted 24-foot setback. No structures can be built in this space, but we're glad for that. We've used it to create a thickly landscaped area that has seating for both guests and the public, bike racks, and other ornamental elements to add interest and variety along the frontage. Trees planted as 36-inch boxes will easily continue to grow to the height of the 4th level of the building. Just briefly on the materials, the palette for the courtyard is composed of earthy colors. We're using an exterior panel which looks like wood grain and have combined that with the hand-troweled plaster I mentioned earlier. The AC with a more sleek image has a more muted palette of grays and deep green with geometric forms delineated by white metal accents. Both buildings include spandrel and clear glass and aluminum window and railing elements. So why do we need this project? The fact is, today we are still 77 rooms short of the peak supply that occurred in June 2005, just before Hyatt Ricky's closed. Demand is strong, and this location serves both Palo Alto and the Bayshore areas. Financially, a conservative evaluation of the project shows a growth to a third-year TOT revenue of $3.7 million. With other elements factored in, that extends to more than $100 million over 25 years. So looking back to what occurred at ARB, the ARB was detailed and precise in their review. I think they did a great job. Massing, circulation, design, colors, edges, features, and landscaping were all evaluated and refined through the process. What else have we heard? We've heard concerns about traffic, but the EIR was thorough in studying this. I understand people are concerned about this area, but the EIR says clearly our impact is not significant. In fact, if you look to VMTs as the new and more appropriate metric, we are actually reducing from the current use by 40%. We plan to implement a detailed TDM program as part of this, and will incorporate the use of Go Passes and shuttles, seeking coordination with Palo Alto and Mountain View programs already in place. In regard to parking, we comply, but we'd like an opportunity to only provide what studies show is needed, not what our outdated zoning requires for hotels. At a minimum, we intend to remove the deeper excavation and accommodate those 34 cars and mechanical stackers. And in regard to the height, if you're interested, I could show you a shadow study that models the building and clearly indicates we do not block sun or stars. So just to repeat, this is a fully compliant project that's been through a council pre-screening, 4 ARB hearings, participated in neighborhood outreach, and was vetted in a 14-month-long EIR process. Our only obstacle is removal of the existing building, and you'll be able to discuss that tonight. In closing, The applicant and I, along with our team of landscape, civil, transportation, and environmental consultants, are all here tonight to answer any questions you may have. Feel free to draw on that. We appreciate the process and believe it has improved the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
2 minutes left.
All right. And so now we'll start with the chair of the ARB, Alex Liu. Alex, are you here?
Is there any limit? Nope.
Hi, my name's Alex Liu. I'm the chair of the ARB, and I just wanted to report to you that the board had 5 meetings on this project, 3 hearings, and as well as a EIR scoping and a preliminary review, and the board voted 3-1 in favor of the project. I think generally the board had a lot of comments on the project, but the stepping of the front facade really did seem to make a big difference in the board's decision. There was a lot of public comment at all of the meetings. We had lots of neighbors opposed to the project. We also did receive email support for the project. And I just wanted to mention a couple things on the zoning, that the zoning does allow 2.0 floor area for hotels, which is larger than other uses on the site. And then the context and compatibility requirement is that it could step down to the neighbors or provide design linkages to the existing buildings in the neighborhood. The CS zoning does not require any side setbacks or rear setbacks, so that's 0 setback. And there are no landscaping requirements in the CS zone on the side or the rear. And the height limit is 50 feet. If the site were within 150 feet of a residential zone, and that does not include the PC zone, say, for example, at the greenhouse or ARM 40, then the height limit would be reduced down to 35 feet within that 150-foot distance. And then I just wanted to also briefly mention that the Mountain View zoning in back of the site, proposed site is MM, and that is does include manufacturing. But the floor area ratios in Mountain View are fairly similar to Palo Alto's commercial zoning, which is like 0.35 to 0.55. And the board acknowledges that there's a lot of existing traffic on San Antonio Road. And the board acknowledges that the building is a big building, but it does meet our requirements. And I'm here if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. And now we'll go to the public. I assume we have public speakers. All right. And our first speaker is Patricia Marker, and you'll each have 2 minutes.
I have lived in Good evening, Council. I have lived in Greenhouse 1 for 42 years and would like to urge the City Council to review the zoning for the San Antonio corridor before these hotels are approved and before developers turn the corridor into a technology canyon. The traffic on San Antonio is already a nightmare, especially during rush hours when it's gridlocked, mostly by Google employees. These 2 hotels together use the one and same exit. So imagine 50 cars exiting into the gridlock to go to a 9 a.m. meeting or to go to a 6 p.m. dinner. The movie and business complex now being built on San Antonio in Mountain View has some 2,000 seats and an underground garage of 4 stories. These are all bound to exacerbate the traffic problem, so please do not approve 2 new hotels housing up to 588 people residing in 294 rooms. Over the last 40 years, the city has made San Antonio into an 88% residential neighborhood that it has not updated, but it has not updated the zoning codes.
This city's oversight should not allow these hotels to be built in the middle of a community neighborhood. Please update the zoning code so that it maintains our neighborhood and does not allow developers to turn San Antonio into a Google Canyon. These two hotels serve guests from outside Palo Alto and do not do anything for us residents. All the buildings on that block are 1 story high, and the surrounding neighborhood are all 1 story and 2 stories high. The small businesses here do service residents, but how you allow San Antonio to be developed could drive them away. And finally, I had trouble recognizing the pictures of San Antonio, and I've walked that street for 42 years.
Thank you. Thomas Brosnan to be followed by Stephen Bradley. And I'll just remind people that we have a policy against clapping.
Okay, thank you for listening. The
architectural... Lift up your mic.
Sure. So last week, or 2 weeks ago, the Architectural Review Board approved this project, but not unanimously, and 2 of the members of the board told us very clearly that if we were unhappy with the proposed hotels, we should be asking the City Council to modify the zoning for the parcel in question. So that's what I'm doing. Why should this parcel have an FAR of 2.0 when most of the surrounding parcels are 0.4 or less, 2.5 times less? And that's, if you look at the greenhouse community, that's much less dense than this would be. So why should the City Council approve hotels for this parcel when the city residents overwhelmingly support less traffic, cleaner air, cleaner water, more open space, more affordable housing? We heard that demand is strong for hotels, but we didn't see any data to suggest that. I don't think that the residents of Palo Alto are demanding more hotel rooms. And finally, hotel tax revenue can distort the motivations of a city. Why tax your own residents when you can tax visitors instead? This is politically popular, but may artificially favor hotels over more important community needs: affordable housing, transit options, open space, clean air and water, and so on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Stephen Bradley to be followed by Pat Starrett.
Good evening. I'm Steve Bradley. I'm a 40-year resident owner at Greenhouse 2 and served on the board of directors there for 10 years. I want to point out that greenhouse complexes house more than 200 families. If we were single houses, we'd be one of the larger neighborhoods in the city. I think the property in question is a fine location for a Marriott hotel, but the hotel I'm talking about is on El Camino in Los Altos, where there's a Marriott there. It's far set back from the street. It has only 3 stories and has a pleasing Spanish Revival appearance. And I don't see why Palo Alto has to accept this 5-story box that's completely out of context with anything nearby. As part of the approval negotiation, developers always seem to submit things more than they really expect to get because they know the city will pare it back. But that doesn't seem to have happened in this case. They seem to have gotten just about everything they want. And I don't know who was on the other side of the table representing the 200 families across the street. You may have seen one of the printed arguments in favor of the hotel. I can only paraphrase it because I don't remember it word for word. And it goes like this: Palo Alto is a big league city trying to disguise itself as a quiet residential town. It needs tall development to assert itself. I don't know who would find this a compelling argument. I remember Superblock downtown when we had that controversy, and it was the identical boosterism at the same time. And I suppose the Superblock controversy turned out okay because we ended up with only one ugly building on University Avenue. So I hope this new hotel isn't the one new ugly building that people grow to regret over the years. Thank you very much.
Pat Starrett to be followed by Bill Ross.
Oops. I'm kind of speechless. However, I genuinely good evening. First, I would like to thank all of you for your service to our city. I know it is not easy to attend to all of the situations that come before you, and you're not experts by any means on all the challenges you face. But tonight, I'm interested in the two hotels proposed for San Antonio Road. The sign on Alma that says all trucks go to San Antonio Road does set a certain tone, doesn't it? Now, I've lived in Palo for 55 years, 40 of them north, code word, of Oregon Expressway. So I know what's been going on. I've seen it. I've seen the changes, and I've seen the attitude. In the past 4 years, you have listened to several Palo Alto areas regarding parking problems on their streets. So, with respect for them, understanding, compassion, concerns for their stress, you enacted the parking sticker regulation, which I think is a good idea. And now, what are you giving our neighborhood? 2 5-story hotels and trucks. So what additives did you think about when you were rezoning the parcel on San Antonio? I would like to know. Did you think about the neighbors, the neighborhood, the families? Compassion, understanding, respect? Or was it just the bottom line of that money that you need? Just because the rezoning now can accommodate 2 hotels doesn't mean you have to approve them. That will be demonstrated by other speakers. I don't think zoning indicates a rubber stamp of approval just to increase the city revenue. Well, I'm glad that Mr. Pop has his hotel coming up on El Camino, but I did not see one word about how his project will benefit the neighborhood. If you can find it, I'd like to know. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bill Ross to be followed by Nancy Martin.
Good evening. I'm a resident and taxpayer. I would respectfully note, Mr. Mayor, you didn't note a limitation from 3 minutes to 2 minutes when beginning. I would respectfully suggest that I have 3 minutes. I tailored my presentation for that.
So if I did, it was a mistake. I've given everyone else 2 minutes. You'll have 2 minutes.
Okay, I think you should have forewarned people. I think this is one more indication of a lack of a fair hearing under Cohan versus the Board of Supervisors. First of all, I think on the environmental analysis, the environmental setting section is deficient, both in the DEIR and the FEIR. It leaves out a critical regulatory setting that's occurred since the distribution of the document, the May 22nd decision of the Secretary of Transportation to fund the Caltrain electrification project. This is significant. It almost doubles the capacity of Caltrain. It's not even mentioned in the DEIR or in the FEIR. It bears on the adequacy of analysis of assessment in section 3.7 with respect to air quality, greenhouse gases especially, and I would respectfully suggest that the wrong standard is employed. It should be, as the Vice Mayor knows, the 2017 standard, not that from previous. It appears that there is no final ARB decision. There's a whole series of emails on the 27th, 28th, and 29th of May indicating that they hadn't been forwarded to the ARB concerning both the land use and FEIR. That was remedied by Mr. Carnahan by sending those emails on the 30th to the ARB, but not 72 hours before that took place. I would respectfully suggest you cannot cherry pick the issue of consistency with the general plan. This is for housing. I also think that the staff report, when you print it out, doesn't contain accurate information. I'd like to make one last point. In the findings section of B, which is your CEQA resolution, if you adopt it, you're adopting that you exercise your independent judgment consistent with the Native American Commission of the State of California. That's not the applicable section of the Public Resources Code, nor is there any analysis of the personal views set forth by people like Hedgehold Trucking from the beginning of this process that support your findings that are set forth in B. Those are personal observations, they are substantial evidence. Both the FEIR and the DEIR need to be recirculated. The Caltrans electrification is not insignificant.
Thank you. Nancy Martin to be followed by Lee Tay. Lee Tay.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Martin. I've lived at Greenhouse 1 since 1976. I'm sure others, as they have and will going forward, are going to talk more about traffic, about the dewatering, the inappropriateness of two five-story buildings in a neighborhood of 1- and 2-story buildings, the massiveness of the architecture, the pollution this project will bring, and more traffic. It's easy to criticize a project for what's wrong, and there is a lot wrong with this project. But I want to talk about the alternative, housing. The lots are also zoned for housing units, 38 to 57 units. Many of the council members, and certainly a good percentage of the residents of Palo Alto, are advocating for more housing. I want to read from the May 19th Palo Alto Weekly, which had several articles about the city leaders setting a vision for Palo Alto. I quote, "When Vice Mayor Liz Niss was campaigning for re-election last fall, one issue towered above all others among residents with whom she spoke. It was housing, 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 more housing. Niss said during the March 20th meeting, the council was deciding how many new housing units to plan. Second, Adrian Fine, who made housing the centerpiece of his council campaign, called it the community's #1 concern. The city, he said, has not pulled its weight on housing. Nowhere in this 4-page article is there any mention of the need for more hotels in Palo Alto. The ARB at meetings cited the beautiful views for hotel guests looking out to Stanford. What about us? We live there. We're going to see more and more traffic and ugly buildings. One last quote from Eric Filsith, pointed to recent citizen surveys showing a growing number of citizens reporting that they don't believe the council is acting in their interests. Build housing units, not more hotel rooms. And if somebody could please explain to me how valet parking with reduced numbers of spaces is going to solve the parking problems. If there aren't the spaces allocated, having somebody drive your car to them isn't going to help.
Thank you, Ms. Martin.
Thank you.
Next 3 speakers are, I apologize, Lee Thee, if we got it close, followed by John Petrilla and Joan Larrabee.
Right.
Are you Lee?
Yeah. My name is Lee Thay. I've been a homeowner in Palo Alto for 31 years in what is apparently a commercial neighborhood. I thought I lived in a residential neighborhood, but I've been corrected this evening because I live across the street from this. A couple of points I don't think have been mentioned before is that when you talk about traffic increases, it is incremental, but it is not linear. At a certain point, when you have to wait through 2 3-way lights, then people become desperate. They start gridlocking the street and they start seeking other routes through the neighborhoods, even though there aren't any good ones. And right now, San Antonio Road is right at the verge of that waiting through 2 3-way lights. And I'm sure all of you have experienced this on various occasions in your lives when you've been in that kind of traffic jam, like if you were trying to get to Shoreline Park on one of their Friday evening concerts. It's really terrible, and we're really close to that. What I see people doing when they argue about projects like this is that they say, well, this one won't increase that much, and that one won't increase that much. But it's the aggregate of all the projects that we have to deal with. Also, another point I've seen made here is using JCC as a precedent, but JCC was an exception.
Now the exception has magically become a precedent. This is really bogus, and it's just an example of why we're against the use of these things. And also citing the giant Mountain View development up on San Antonio Road as a precedent, it's nowhere near, it's like a mile away. So as Nancy Martin said, housing is what should really be here. But if you look at the old Palo Alto city description of the area, you say, well, it's not suitable for housing because it's out of the way. It's not out of the way anymore. It's near Google, it's near Costco, it's near several different, I can walk to any kind of shopping that I want to do from where I live, right across the street. So please consider housing. That really is the better use of this than a hotel. If a hotel, it should be the same height as our buildings across the way, 2 stories. Thanks.
John Petrilla, to be followed by Joan Larrabee.
Good evening. I'm John Petrella. I've been a resident of the Greenhouse 1 for over 30 years. The Palo Alto goals for the project include tax revenue and job growth. Construction and operation of the hotel as jobs. There should be local hiring preferences, requirements. The tax revenue growth for mills should also be included, and we should find a way to make sure that those mills occur in Palo Alto, not in Mountain View, which is probably more convenient and more attractive to that location. Unfortunately, the project is not cost-free. There are negative impacts. You'll hear of those from other people. Significant part of those negative impacts are going to fall upon we neighbors. So what can be done to mitigate these impacts? Essentially, what's in it for us, the neighbors? And none of that has been mentioned so far. So even though, for instance, even if you decide that the hotel doesn't significantly impact traffic, traffic is already bad, and we would appreciate if you find a way to improve it. You're getting a lot of tax dollars, so you'll have money to spend on improving the traffic flow. So the mitigation opportunities. In the planning phase, you really should ask for a update of the TIR, the traffic impact report, and the traffic demand management plan. Why? Because the traffic counts were done in 2012 and 2015. They're a little bit out of date. The effective autonomous vehicle traffic, since we're close to Google, and they're basically their barn for their autonomous cars, we see a lot of those, and we don't think those were included in the traffic counts that were done in the EIR. The bike lane, in the traffic development plan, there is reliance upon the bike lanes to reduce the traffic. Those bike lanes share traffic lanes, and they're not conducive to biking in commute times. In the construction phase, we think you should not reduce the lanes, the traffic lanes, or the parking lanes at any time. To avoid flat tires, which occurs near construction sites, you should run a sweeper after every construction day. And there should be commitments in the building permits for local hiring, for living wage, and for using local artists to provide the artworks for the hotel. In the operation, you should have the Palo Alto shuttle serve that site, or at least San Antonio Road or someplace nearby. The development
thank
plan.
you. Your time's up.
Okay.
Thank you. Joan Beitzuri, to be followed by Thomas Urpan.
When the buzzer goes off, that is 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So they're reminded.
I'm Joan Larrabee.
Sorry, say that again.
My name is Joan Larrabee. Good evening, Honorable Mayor.
You might want to pull the mic a little
down.
Yeah, I think so. I think that might be better.
Now you can hear me? Thank you. I'm a longtime resident and homeowner. I told you last week I have the master's degree in urban and regional planning, and my project was an environmental case study. I worked for many years for the City of San Jose Public Works Department and the Department of Streets and Traffic. I live in Greenhouse 1, so I was very interested to read both the draft EIR and the final EIR. There's so many inconsistencies and contradictions, it really needs to be sent back to the applicant to be done. You know, just one of them is some places it says there's 2 levels of underground parking, other places it says there's only 1. They never did the final study for water and soils to plan for a second level of parking. The elevation there for the left hand for the courtyard where the second level of parking is planned, the elevation is only 18 feet above sea level, so that when the second level goes down, that one is below sea level. So that has lots of problems. This is sometimes why we keep hearing the applicants saying, well, we're thinking of not having the second level of parking, we're thinking of having the first level of parking. The parking I don't know where, like Nancy mentioned, where's the valet going to drive the cars to? The parking is coming off San Antonio Road. We have 19 parking spaces in front of Greenhouse 1 and Greenhouse 2. The city planning department has already been out there and telling some of our neighbors that our parking is coming off because of the high congestion of San Antonio Road. So they've already told us they're thinking of making it 6 lanes wide like in Mountain View. I'm requesting that the hotel be made a smaller hotel. I'm requesting that you all send it back to the applicant and to the Architectural Review Board to have a smaller, maybe 200-room hotel. That is my request, that the EIR be sent back and that the hotel be sent back. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I just want to remind everyone when the buzzer goes off, that means the time is up to finish your sentence and to wrap up. Thomas Erpan to be followed by Rita Varel.
Okay, Joan.
Oh, I missed Joan. Sorry, Joan. Joan. Yeah. Thomas, you'll be next after Joan.
Can you hear me?
I can.
The conclusions of the draft and the final EIR for these 2 hotels of having no significant impact are flawed. Data that is not current is used and information manipulated to support their conclusions. Our group has attempted to communicate these flaws to the city through our email replies filled with factual data and information, as well as attempting to communicate this information at city meetings. In support of the above, our group has a gentleman with a master's degree in transportation who addressed the blatant discrepancies in the traffic EIR. As an example, the delay stated during peak hours at the San Antonio and Middlefield intersection uses 2015 data for morning peak and 2012 data for evening peak. No current traffic studies were done. The fact that Google buses have added to the current traffic congestion was not known. Have any of you read this information? We have several individuals with PhDs who are members of Safe Palo Alto's groundwater who provided extensive and detailed data and information related to dewatering and strongly question how the EIR arrived at its no significant conclusion. Excuse me. Have you read this critical information? We keep trying to have our voices heard, but it's difficult when we are opposing someone who keeps dangling dollar signs before the city. Tax revenue, money, money, money. Now we ask that you please consider all the facts. These hotels have no problem saying they offer absolutely no benefits to their neighbors. Architect Randy Pop says they have a cafe. Well, it's not really a cafe. You can get water and a soda. I call that a vending machine. These hotels are simply too massive and dense. They are trying to do too much in a small lot. This was one of the conclusions arrived at by a member of the ARB who didn't mention that to you today. Recently, architect Randy Popp advised to the board that they're going to divide a single room into 2 rooms, again increasing density and recouping the 7 rooms they lost. How many rooms will they actually have? We would like the city to know that our group would not oppose a single 3-story, pleasantly designed hotel at this location. However, these 2 5-story, currently 294-room hotels with single entry on San Antonio Road are not a fit in our neighborhood, and we certainly hope that the City Council will ultimately agree and act accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Thomas Erpan now, followed by Rita Verrell.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to provide you the necessary input. I'm owner and a resident of a greenhouse complex right across from the proposed hotel, and I have made 10 copies of the Architecture Review Board goal and purposes. My comment is specifically on the bullet point number 4. The Architecture Review Board member responsibility on the bullet point number 4 is to enhance the desirability of the living condition in the adjacent area. Now, you all heard that none of the greenhouse residents support the project. There are 3 Architecture Review Board members who voted for the project and publicly declared compliance what they have done with their stated goal and responsibility. I strongly believe they have violated their fiduciary responsibility. On behalf of greenhouse residents, I would like to suggest to the council member to put aside their recommendation and listen to our concern. And thank you very much for your cooperation.
Thank you. Rita Verrell, to be followed by Warren Storkman.
Thank you. I'm representing Save Palo Alto's groundwater.org. The 2014 geotechnical report included in the project's EIR refers to 1 level of underground construction parking throughout. On April 6, 2017, the project was modified to add a 2nd level of basement parking. The environmental impacts of this 2nd level of basement parking is not addressed in the provided EIR. The project's geotechnical report explicitly states there are some significantly thick, relatively clean sand layers below a depth of 20 feet that will contain a significant volume of water. It is best not to penetrate this level as they recommend not penetrating into these layers with dewatering wells. The proposed project reports 2 underground garage levels that will fit, The project reports the 2 underground garage levels will fit within 18 feet of underground construction. This number, however, does not include the 2.5-foot thick concrete mat foundation necessary for this garage. Because of the cone of depression, this 2-level underground construction will require dewatering wells to be a minimum of 23 feet deep, thus penetrating the water-rich layer the geotechnical report recommends not penetrating. Referring to residential construction of last year of the 3,500 square foot basement, we know that extracted 30.88 million gallons. This basement is 20% larger than the residential basement, and 17% of their underground garage is twice as deep. We estimate 600 million gallons of groundwater will be extracted and dumped into the storm drain. Thank you.
Thank you. Warren Storkman, to be followed by Philip Hill.
I've been a resident. Good evening.
Oops. Don't worry, we'll take a minute, it's fine.
Okay. Yeah, okay. The name is Warren Storkman. I've been a resident in the same home in Palo Alto for the last 62 years, which is a couple blocks away from San Antonio Road. All I can say, the people before me has practically said everything that should be said, and so I have a few remarks to make. What I did is I had 400 of these printed up and went to 400 houses to pass them out, and the majority of the people, or maybe all of them, which is a pretty hard statement, don't like the idea. They don't want to see these two white elephants on the road. We really don't need them. Please, please don't do it. And besides, my birthday is next month. I'll be 90 years old. Please give me a present, will you?
Philip Hill, to be followed by Esther Naginda. Welcome back, Philip.
Thank you. Good evening, and sorry about the mistake just now. My wife and son and I, we have lived across the road from this proposed hotel since '98, and we are really concerned. There's been a lot of talk about the environmental impact, but I'm thinking, how about the human impact? Because there are so many families living across the road from this monstrosity, with how many more transient residents coming in and out every day. You know, if you go to Greenhouse 2 on any weekend, you're going to see lots of little children playing. And I'm just concerned about the impact on the quality of our lives there. So before you vote, I would implore all of you to search your conscience. If this hotel is going to be built in your backyard or across the street from your house, would you still vote yes? Thank you.
Thank you. Esther Naginda, to be followed by Bob Moss.
Esther Naginda for Safe Palo Alto's groundwater. We do not agree that there is no significant impact from this project. As Rita said, we estimate that this underground garage, only for the first level, is 20 times as large as the residential garage of 3,500 feet that dewatered 30 million gallons. At 20 times larger, it would, we estimate, dewater 600 million gallons of groundwater. Not only is extracting and dumping this amount of water not sustainable, the city also faces regulatory pressure to decrease the amount of water discharged into the bay. Currently, the Santa Clara Valley Water District doesn't charge for groundwater extracted during construction. But if we were to purchase this amount of groundwater at the Santa Clara Valley's Water District current rate of $1,072 per acre feet, it would cost close to $2 million. Mr. Wenslow's April 11, 2017 letter to the City Council stated, a fee of $10,000 per million gallons of groundwater pumped would replenish removed shallow groundwater through green infrastructure projects. If Mr. Wenslow's suggestion were followed, this would amount and net the city $6 million. The applicant stated there will be no impact on other properties because the watering will be stopped as soon as possible. The environmental site assessment for this project's EIR says 10 months of dewatering would be required for depth of excavation to approximately only 11.5 feet, not the 23 feet that would be required for two. Because the watering has to continue until 2 stories are built above ground to hold the one-level basement in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Moss, to be followed by Amy Sung.
Thank you, Mayor Sharp and council members. Well, I
hope you've been paying attention to all of the comments about the inadequacy of the EIR. It's one of the worst ones I've ever seen. And among other things it omits is the impact of development in the neighborhoods around it, which are totally ignored. For example, there's a huge project going in at the corner of California and San Antonio. It's going to have apartments, retail, and a theater. There are a number of apartment buildings that Mountain View is allowing to be built along California Avenue and along Middlefield. Those are ignored. They're going to have an impact on San Antonio. Now, I had a personal experience on San Antonio last week, and it wasn't that during rush hour, it was about 10:30 in the morning. I was at the Hertz building, which is about 3 doors down from Middlefield, and it took me almost 4 minutes to be able to get out of the parking lot because of all the traffic along San Antonio. And one of the cars or vehicles along San Antonio that was coming at that time of day was a Google bus. They go up and down all the time. Traffic is bad, and this is going to be worse. Now, one of the things that you have to bear in mind is the fact that the zoning allows a 2.0 FIR does not mean you are required to accept that. You can find reasons like traffic and compatibility with the neighborhood that scale down the size of the project which you allow. You're not allowed to give them the maximum the zoning allows. And I can cite a number of projects in the city where the maximum was not met because it didn't meet a lot of requirements for the EIR and consistency with the neighborhood. I would suggest strongly you send this back for further study, adequate study, and put on the requirements that it must be compatible with the neighborhood in scale, in impact, and in traffic impacts.
Thank you. Amy Sung, to be followed by Penny Proctor.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of councils. My name is Amy Song. I'm here tonight to support the project on San Antonio Road. I wanted to talk about revenues and the transportation and the traffic. We all heard from the project team that projected the revenue income is $3.6 million, and then that we are looking at $500,000 annually that can be put towards the transportation fund, something. Let me see. I'm gonna go my note. So it can be put towards the infrastructure plan funding. And that is a lot of the revenues that the city can use, because it does cost a lot of money to run a city and run it smoothly. Transportation. The transportation provides an opportunity for Palo Alto and Mountain View to start doing this coordination of the traffic across the city boundaries. We know that the traffic does not stop at the city boundaries, and we know that this project is calling for shuttles to provide connections to North Bay Shore and the San Antonio train stations. So that really is an opportunity for us to coordinate our Palo Alto shuttle and Mountain View Go. I also read the staff report. It says that the traffic impact will provide 88 extra cars on the road during peak hours, and that translates to half a second in the wait at the traffic light. Thank you.
Thank you. Penny Proctor, to be followed by Sheng Lin.
I'm Penny Proctor. I live on Greer Road. I agree with other speakers that this project is too massive at 5 stories, and I'm also concerned about the 2,000 acre-feet of water from the dewatering for the 2-story basement. I was surprised at the ARB meeting to learn that the basement goes to 5 feet from the property line, so there's no room for roots of proper trees on the sides. You see that they just have the Italian cypress, which looks like a column. They don't look like real trees, and they don't screen. And you need like 15 or 20 feet for trees that would actually screen this enormous building. And I was also surprised that when the applicant was asked about the containers, the large containers on the terraces of the step-back part of it, when they were asked what type of trees, what size containers, they had no idea. And so I was wondering, if they don't do it, is there some sort of enforcement? Thanks very much.
Thank you. Sheng Lin to be followed by Stephanie Munoz.
So, good evening, City Council, and thank you for having me here. So I'm a homeowner at Greenhouse 2, and I moved to Palo Alto because I worked in Palo Alto. So every day, basically right now, I take 101 through 101 North through San Antonio, and it takes me about sometimes 5 to 10 minutes to get to 101 North. And it's usually I have to wait 2 traffic lights on the street, so the traffic, and I'm pretty sure it's less than 88 cars right now. So same thing for the evening when I come back from work. So I can see the traffic is already pretty bad on San Antonio, and with this 500 occupant hotel, it only get worse. And the other thing is there's a new renovated San Antonio shopping center down the street. That I think will create a huge problem for traffic. And with this new hotel, I think it will. I'm really concerned about the traffic and on San Antonio. And the other thing for us is I have my daughter here. She's 4. She's here today, and she plays with all her friends in the complex every day. For us, as a resident of Greenhouse, we're really concerned about like this 500 hotel guests like coming in and around every day. So I hope City of Palo Alto will reconsider this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Munoz to be followed by Chris Brosnan.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Scharf. I'm Stephanie Munoz, and you might think that because I live at 101 Alma and it's a very large apartment complex that I'm in favor of dense housing, but 101 Alma has an entire El Camino Real, an entire park separating it from the rest of Palo Alto, and it has the creek on the other side. It's very well integrated into the FAR concept of the adequate open space. I have a voice too that has not been heard. How about being a good neighbor? I own property in Los Altos and Los Altos Hills. And I'm here to tell you that back in the 50s, when you put that industrial park in, nobody could get out of the driveway in Los Altos. Cuesta and Covington were just so impacted with all the people that had to live where you had not made any provision for the workers to live in Palo Alto. Where do you think Greenhouse came from? All these greenhouse people who are begging you should have been up in the Stanford foothills where you put Syntex. Couldn't do that, so you had to shove them off to the outskirts and make that a residential district instead of, but it wasn't good enough for you to be a residential district. Now you're making a Manhattanization. It's been 50 years. Bob Debs, Phil Flint, there were people in Palo Alto who tried very hard to save the train. Can you believe that there was a railroad and it was taken out to accommodate this kind of boxing of maximizing of profit? Think twice. Don't do it.
Thank you. Chris Brosnan, to be followed by Ralph Kahn. Sorry.
Good evening, everyone. I'll try to be a little shorter than I was planning. I was here last Thursday for a meeting about this issue, and I decided to take a stroll down Middlefield Lane back to my house on San Antonio, and I was shocked at how much traffic there was. On Thursday at 1 p.m., everywhere pretty much, on every street that I encountered. But when I got to San Antonio, there were so many cars. It was literally full of cars, San Antonio. There was a car maybe like 2 inches between every car from like Middlefield until Charleston. And I just thought, wow, like, is there really gonna be more cars here? I don't know if there can really be more cars there. I think that's the biggest issue for a lot of people. But I think another big issue for me and a lot of people is that 50-foot buildings are really big, and they're really a lot bigger than the other buildings around. And I don't think we're just talking about one building here, because it seems like things are changing, and if there are 50-foot buildings all up and down San Antonio, I just don't know. I mean, it's just not as nice of a place to live as the place that we all live, so we're all pretty concerned about those two issues. I think I'll just take this to say thank you, and I appreciate you listening to me.
Thank you. Ralph Kahn, to be followed by Becky Sanders.
Council members, thank you for hearing all of us. I'm Ralph Kahn. I live at the Palo Alto Greenhouse. I'm treasurer of the board of directors of the Homeowners Association there. We certainly can't argue with the potential revenue to the city. As treasurer, I certainly understand that, and it's something we really can't argue against. The problem is, this is not a fit to a neighborhood, to a residential neighborhood, and as others have said, it is a residential neighborhood. All of the recent developments over the past 8 or 10 years have all been residential or educational, the school. So this project represents a huge change to the whole character of the street, not only because of the height and the mass and the nature of it, lighting, traffic, but because it's a whole different commercial change to the neighborhood and to this area of San Antonio Road. We aren't going to be like Mountain View. Sorry for the city, we don't have that kind of land that can be made commercial like to this extent. The greenhouses, both Greenhouse 1 and 2, are planned communities. It's a partnership with the city. We're required to make sure that the things that we do on the property are approved. The city has responsibility to its planned communities as well. So seen in isolation, this is a great project. It's beautiful, but it's not in isolation. Thank you.
Thank you. Becky Sanders, be followed by Terry Holtzheimer.
Hi, I'm back. So I was going to leave, but I thought I would stick around because the Ventura Neighborhood Association is very concerned with the development, impacts of development. We've been wrestling with the Parmani, another one of Mr. Pop's properties, and we've also very concerned about the old VTA lot. So there is context here, and we also want to, we have also talked about showing up for our sister neighborhoods to say, yeah, we totally feel your pain, and we also are getting the squeeze in Ventura. So process again. Process is ignored, disrespected,
as indicated by the final EIR not being made available 72 hours in advance. That's just flawed. How about confusing and misgiving signals from, confusing messaging from council? False promises, perhaps? So many of you did campaign for housing, but have done nothing to promote this property for housing. I remember I turned around one day and Marriott was taking over a property that I was pretty sure people were thinking about was allocated for housing. So that just happened so fast. And then, of course, lastly, penny wise, pound foolish. Yes, we all get that money for TOT, but this is a Band-Aid on the pig. This is not going to solve the numbers. So I hope you don't think that this is going to be the panacea. And this also just sends a signal that corporate interests trump residential quality of life. I know you resent being lectured by me, but I'm just going to keep coming back and being a broken record. Don't applaud. My mother's applauding for me, okay? So anyway, you all, please consider residential quality of life as important, if not more, than corporate interests.
Thank you. Terry Holtzheimer.
I'll try to keep my comments very brief. I'm here tonight.
That was very brief. Thank you very much.
I'm here tonight, as you well know, many times supporting residents, because I think residents, and that's one of the glories, I think, and one of the great things about Palo Alto, is that it's government, and I think the people that represent that government have always been looking at residents and what residents desire in their city first, over developers, architects, and those people. And I'd like to take a moment to say I'm in support of that as well. I think the residents tonight have spoken. I think that they've made a clear message that this is one of those projects that needs to be redesigned. That when an EIR says that there's no impact on roads or traffic, and we are stuck on traffic in San Antonio Road every day, when something says that, how could that possibly be the truth? It can't be the truth. And when you have an EIR that also states that there will be no impact on water, dewatering, I live next to one of those facilities, as I mentioned earlier. I hear the waterfall every day, 24 hours a day. That could not be true. That is a falsehood. And I challenge those arguments, and I challenge you to investigate it further and to make those necessary changes. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we come back to the applicant. You have 3 minutes if you wish to say anything further.
Mayor Scharf, council, staff. First, we have heard from the neighborhood for a couple years, and I love everything I've heard. I respect them greatly for their passion. I have a neighborhood. I live in it. So we care greatly. I think there's a gap between what we want to do and what the neighborhood wants at this site. We respect that. We understand it. I think I've also heard things about our particular project that probably aren't quite true, and I'm hoping tonight we spend time on that. I mean, I can't bridge the gap that some folks want no hotel, or they want residential, or they want a smaller hotel. That's not something we can do. We're hotel guys, and I would say to everybody here, we have been asked by almost everybody at council or planning to consider housing. So when I hear things like we haven't been asked, we have. We're the guys that own the property. It's not Randy Pop, by the way, it's us. We have been asked, so you guys have asked us clearly. We want to build this hotel. We think it's completely compliant. I'd love to move forward now tonight with our consultants and actually answer questions about the things that have been brought up tonight.
Thank you. And now I'll return to council for questions, comments, and motions. Councilmember Fine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much to staff and to the applicant for these reports. There's a lot of reading this past 10 days, but I really appreciate the detail in it. I also want to thank all the residents for coming out tonight. I think you brought a lot of varied and diverse perspectives, which are really helpful for all of us to understanding what's happening on San Antonio, what this project may mean to your neighborhood. There's clearly a gap here, and I think there are a lot of questions I could ask of staff and the applicant that could tease them apart.
But we also have to weigh that against our role as supporting the private invested interests at stake in this decision. So I'm going to move that we certify the final EIR and adopt the record of land use action. That's my motion. And thank you, Vice Mayor. I have a little bit to speak on it, and I would love to hear everyone's questions and open to amendments to it. So first, on process, this item has gone before the ARB 5 times, the PTC 1 time, this council once before for a pre-screening, and has passed each of them. It does meet our CS zoning, which stands for community serving. I was reading up on this zoning a few nights ago, and it's pretty interesting. It says very specifically, uses that serve the community, such as hotels, but are not in neighborhoods. I think this is a complicated one. We have a lot of folks saying this is their neighborhood, and I get that actually on San Antonio. I really do feel that. At the same time, when I think about a hotel here, it kind of makes sense here more than many other places. So I think the CS zoning is informative to our discussion tonight. This project meets the performance criteria of the Municipal Code 18.23 for proximity to a planned community zone. Our process hasn't even calculated TDM gains in terms of transit and traffic impacts. And although it is a 2.0 FAR, that's nearly 4 times nearby sites, that is something we could address in our zoning, and that is not something we're doing tonight. In terms of people, I really appreciate the ARB coming and speaking tonight, and I really appreciate the minutes the ARB and PTC gave to this. Folks from Greenhouse, I really appreciated all of your thoughts and input on this. And I think we may have some work to do on basement dewatering, security around these issues, and traffic on San Antonio. I think those are legitimate concerns our city could address. Finally, just the purpose of this, I did a little bit of quick calling around to a couple businesses and folks who use hotels here in Palo Alto. The going rate nowadays for a weeknight hotel, and this is probably something many of us don't use because we're Palo Alto residents, is $600 or $700 a night. That is way above market compared to many other cities. We're still about 75 rooms short of our peak hotels in 2005. It's about 12 years ago. We still haven't kept up since we got rid of Ricky's. And this project produces about $100 million of revenue over 25 years, which certainly is appetizing to this council. It's not the only decision we weigh. It's one piece of that. Finally, as for requests for housing, yes, I'd love to see housing here. That's not my decision. That's the property owners. If they came here with housing or a park or a hotel, it's our job to process and look at that application. So with that, I've made my motion and pass it to the Vice Mayor. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Niss.
Thank you for all being here, and I'm sure you're glad you're not sitting where we are, because this is a tough decision to make tonight. Let me start where Councilmember Fine just left off, as far as housing, and I absolutely am a great fan of housing and advocate and so forth. However, more than 2 years ago, and those of you who were here then recall that when we were looking at the comp plan, we took housing away from this area and we moved it to another part of town. We said, and many of us agreed at that time, that this was not an appropriate area for housing. It should be more in the downtown area. I voted against it, just so that you know. I thought that was a reasonably good area for housing, but that is not designated for housing. So let me walk through several other things, but the housing one is extremely important. Let's talk about traffic. I think Amy Sung, who was here earlier, talked about what is actually a small impact in traffic. So as I mentioned earlier, I went to the site this afternoon. I was there between 2 and 3. It was very light traffic. I know it's heavier. I'm very used to that road. I know it's much heavier late in the afternoon. I sympathize with that. But also, I think most of you would know that the amount of traffic that comes from a hotel is erratic. It doesn't all come at the same time in the morning. It doesn't all go back at the same time at night. It's very much across the board. We usually look at hotels as having a lesser traffic impact, for example, than a housing project would. Think of people as they come and go in that way. Someone mentioned the JCC, that it wasn't a good example. So let me say it out loud. I think this is more attractive than the JCC, which puts actually a wall right up against San Antonio at the end that's closest to 101. So I realize less than 5 stories would be very advantageous. But let me then tell you that given the needs in this city and the amount of infrastructure that we have coming to us on the 27th of June, we would be delighted if we have additional income coming in as a result of our transient occupancy tax, our TOT. And that could, as Amy said earlier, that could be $3 million plus every year. Big difference as we go forth with our public service building, our new garages, and so forth. We're an expensive city to run. And while I don't think there's a trade-off of saying, well, you know, the only reason we did this was for X, I think what you heard was Adrian say clearly earlier, there actually is a dearth of rooms in this area. And for good or for bad, we live in a very successful area of the country. I also heard somebody say hire local. Great idea. Whenever it's possible, please do that. I want to also discuss the groundwater for just a minute. And I would, for my colleagues up here, I would reference page 27. That is not exactly page 27, but you will find it where it has comp plans, goals, and so forth. It's probably more than a few pages in. But under the natural environment element, and you know we're going to go through comp plan kinds of things later tonight, under that, it says the project is required to comply with the NPDES stormwater permit and includes bioretention areas for stormwater management. So it is written into this. Bike lanes, I was glad to hear somebody describe bike lanes, and I might ask the applicant as soon as I'm done to just say something about the bike lanes, because perhaps I didn't understand what the member of the public was troubled about. To go on to the rest of the traffic that's going to come from the hotels up the street, Mountain View is developing at an intensity that is so far beyond what we could imagine that I would not plead the case from that angle, but I would say that it may indeed be advantageous to widen San Antonio Road at some point. If any of you have ridden, and I was there again today, if you drive down San Antonio Road from El Camino toward Middlefield, you will discover I have no idea how many square feet of buildings are there, but not only are they on the south side of the street, but they're about on the left, on the side of the street closer to Palo Alto, they're heading for 8- and 9-story buildings. So with that and with, we've heard your neighborhood, and I do know that the applicant has attempted to work with you, perhaps not always successfully, but I appreciate the effort that they have made, and also appreciate all of you being here tonight, even if you may or may not be disappointed with however this vote turns out. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Du Bois?
Yeah, thanks to everybody for coming out to speak tonight. I think public sentiment was pretty clear. I do think it's pretty premature for a motion. I have a lot of questions. We had about 5 feet of staff reports tonight. So if it's all right, I'd like to ask some questions and then maybe come back with comments in a second round.
Well, actually, ask your questions and give your comments.
Well,
we have a lot to do tonight.
All right. So for staff, I guess, the valet exception, is that something that's described in our ordinances, how that works?
Yeah, so the request for the valet operation is part of the reduced parking permit. That is a provision that exists in the municipal code. It also has the requirement of a TDM or transport demand management plan. So these are elements that may be sought from an applicant.
And does it specify what reduction in parking you can have?
A maximum of up to 20% parking reduction.
And what's the construction that people have been talking about, the second phase of the movie theater in San Antonio, was that included in the EIR analysis? The impacts of that construction?
So construction impacts, and you're talking about the development, if you could, I apologize. This is the one occurring.
It's 2 phases in the San Antonio Shopping Center.
Oh, yeah.
First phase was completed. The second phase is a movie theater. And
Yes, we did include that within our analysis, as well as the project at 450 San Antonio, which is a large residential structure that the city of Mountain View is, I think it's about 8 stories right now that they're reviewing. So that was all included in our background conditions.
Great, thank you. And I think there was some mention about closing a lane of San Antonio during construction. Would the city allow that?
So we haven't seen the construction logistics plan proposed by the applicant yet, but I'll note that there is a 24-foot special setback, which allows for staging and operations. We don't anticipate that a lane closure would be required.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be a big hit to close a lane on San Antonio. The loading space requirements, it says they're required for 2 for buildings up to 70,000 square feet. This is like 166,000 square feet, so does it need more loading zones? Wasn't really clear, like.
No, the project has 2 loading zones in the rear of the property that's required.
Okay, there was a note in the staff report that says for buildings up to like 90,000 square feet, but it wasn't clear what happens when you go over that.
Yeah, so we can take a look here just in 1 second. So it looks like the municipal code says that for 100,000 square feet up to 200,000 square feet, there are 2 loading zones required, and that's set forth in Table 3 in Section 15, Section 151852.040.
So it's a total of 2, not 4, right? Okay. So the TDM says they provide a free shuttle to San Jose, and first of all, I wanted to thank the applicant for all the TDM programs. That was great. I was wondering if there's any discussion of the frequency of that shuttle?
Are you asking the applicant a question?
Staff first, if they have the answer.
Well, at this time, we have a condition approval where the applicant would need to come in to get city's approval on the specifics of that plan, but maybe the applicant may at this time have some insight to that, but we don't have specifics on that yet.
If you have an answer, you could provide it. If not, that's all right.
We have a lot smarter people here than me, but when we offer a shuttle, we usually buy a vehicle and it's available. The details of how it gets used are probably going to be unfolded. So I don't know how much detail you need tonight. It is a kind of a later submittal.
I'm just curious, it's once an hour, twice an hour on demand?
Yeah, I think it's probably on demand, yeah.
Okay. And they also, the TDM said they joined the Palo Alto TMA, but the TMA doesn't cover that part of the city, so I was curious how that would work.
Right, this was an amendment that we made to the code, I think earlier this year, where somebody is seeking a parking reduction, or if they meet other criteria, that they, one of the measures is that they would support the TMA when it is expanded to that area.
So it's kind of a future agreement?
Yeah, that's right.
And so there was a question about kind of 1 level of basement or 2 levels of basement. Would 1 level of basement support a hotel of this size?
So I think we heard from the applicant this evening, their interest in wanting to have, not have the second partial level subterranean parking and instead use the parking lifts. And so again, just recently, we've amended the code to permit hotels specifically and other land uses to use parking lifts. And if they met certain requirements, including 10% of the required parking being available, not part of the parking lift system, and a number of other criteria, then they could put those lifts inside the development and meet our code for parking. So it is conceivable that they could eliminate that second level of subterranean parking and put use the parking lifts as provided by our code.
So did the EIR contemplate the 2 levels?
So the EIR is, I'll be corrected here if I'm wrong, but initially there was 1 level planned, and then there was a second level, I think, contemplated that we studied in the, we received a geotechnical report and some other information that analyzed the second level as well, and that's included in the final impact report.
Okay, do you know where that is?
Probably from the quickest way to find it, it's in section 3.0, responses to comments, and actually there's a diagram on, excuse me while I find it, there's a diagram on page 19 in section 3, responses to comments. It's a large document, I apologize, but that shows a section drawing of that first level and the second level, and it should be noted that that second level would only be on a small portion of the lot if it were to be constructed, so it would house, I believe it's 36 to 38 parking spaces only. It would be a very small lower level.
Is the detail for that in volume 3 of the EIR? Because I was reading...
It is in volume 1, section 3.
No, I see what you're referring to. I'm actually asking where the detail analysis for the second-story basement is.
No, additionally...
Because volume 2 talks about 1 level and implications of hitting groundwater.
Well, the entire draft EIR did address the 2 levels. We had one typo in there where we did have where we had the one reference to 1 level being there, but the entire EIR does address 2 levels of below-grade parking.
So that was considered?
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then again, it got very complicated in the kind of construction section. So is there any discussion about using kind of secant walls or techniques to minimize groundwater pumping?
So that will all be part of the report that we get from the geotechnical report that is submitted by the applicant and reviewed by the city. The different methods for how, to understand the water rate and methods for addressing how we would handle that. And it's possible that we'll explore the different options, including using walls to sort of block that off as a methodology.
Yeah, I don't know if the applicant's aware. You probably got a taste of it. We've been discussing a lot about groundwater impacts and considering changing construction techniques next year to minimize the amount of groundwater by placing walls to block some of that water during construction. Yeah.
Sure, Randy. Yeah, thank you very much. So we are very aware of the new regulations that are going into place, and I do want to just very clearly state that the 34 spaces that are in that lower level of parking, now that this new opportunity to use the mechanical stackers is in place, it's our intent to not go that deep. We're going to let go of that in place of the mechanical stackers and just do a single level of garage.
Would those be for employees or?
It's all valet. So the entire program is a 24/7 valet system. There are 234 physical spaces in that first level of garage, and we would add to that an additional 34 stackers.
I guess my question is, where does staff park?
They'll be valet just like everyone else.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
So those are my questions. So some quick comments. First of all, I think we're behind on ARB minutes. We didn't have any ARB minutes for this item. We didn't have any for 260 Cal Ave. Appreciate getting those. I think in terms of mass and scale, I mean, this is definitely a building surrounded by one-story buildings. I think the setback of across the street with the residential property helps. And, I appreciate the setback here and the landscaping. But it's quite a transition to go from a 0.4 FAR to a 2.0 FAR. So I think it's clear it's not really compatible with the surrounding buildings. We have a 2.0 FAR to incent the construction of hotels, and there's been discussion about upping that number to 2.5 or 3.0. So I think it's clear that those are going to be extremely massive, incompatible buildings. So if you're in the audience and you're concerned about size and you want to change the zoning, I think you need to let existing council members know and let council members who support kind of reducing that FAR rather than increasing it. I want to say to the applicant that I do appreciate the changes you made since we did the study session quite some time ago. I think the setbacks and stepping back the higher stories does help. My biggest concern now is really the description of the TDM. We as a council are counting quite a bit on TDMs, and there are some good things in your TDM, and there was a lot of stuff that seemed a little fluffy to me, things like information about transportation, things that most hotels provide. And so I think I appreciate the shuttle from San Jose Airport. I'd really like to see a shuttle to SFO Airport as well. I mean, we're kind of right in the middle of the two. And I think just providing SFO passengers information about Caltrain feels a little light, feels a little weak if we're going to be counting on TDMs to address traffic. And I also hope that those shuttles can be fairly frequent. The other thing I was most concerned about was kind of the ground conditions. There's stuff in the AR that talks about liquefaction and earthquake danger, says it's significant in that area. And also talks about the amount of groundwater being so close to sea level. And it actually even calls out the potential for subsidence to adjacent buildings. So I think, again, those construction techniques and how you go down are going to be critical. And there's a lot of sensitivity in the community to groundwater usage. So the things you can do to minimize that will be highly appreciated. So I would offer an amendment, and that would be that staff works with the applicant to strengthen the TDM measures and to include a shuttle transportation from SFO in addition to San Jose.
Let's turn it back off. Ask the applicant if that's acceptable.
It is.
Okay.
I'll accept it.
Would you accept it?
Yes, it's fine.
Great. All right. Councilmember Holman?
So a question about what was just there. So is the intention and the response from the applicant, and thank you, is it to work with the applicant to strengthen transportation to provide a shuttle to SFO, or are you agreeing to provide a shuttle to SFO? Can you clarify what you just agreed to?
I'm agreeing to provide the shuttle to SFO.
Okay, can we reflect that in the language in the amendment then?
Yeah, I thought he just said that, so, and they were acceptable to it.
Yes, but that's not what it says on the screen here as part of the motion.
Councilmember Holman, why don't we say direct staff to work with it to strengthen the transportation demand measures and to include a shuttle service to SFO? Or which shall include a shuttle service, whatever, just to clarify.
Shall is very nice, very good English.
Yeah, I'd be interested in additional strengthening, but this is great.
Okay, good. So I need to start with something that's sort of akin to what Councilmember Du Bois started with. I'm a little concerned about our process because the council members didn't have a round of questions. We had no discussion before there was a motion put on the floor. This is a very large, significant item that has brought out a lot of people who have concerns, interests, suggestions. And I'm really concerned about the process because, and I need to say this is supposed to be a deliberative process. And if we have a motion on the floor too quickly, if I could get your attention, if we have a motion on the floor too quickly, it's not possible for it to be a deliberative process. So we can't influence each other, persuade each other, or not. It's just there's a motion on the floor and then everybody else is in a defensive position if they don't agree, because the maker and seconder have the ability to accept or reject amendments. So it really precludes a deliberative process. And it follows on last week's meeting where we had no discussion on the Sustainability Implementation Plan. We had a round of questions, and then we had a couple of comments by one council member, and then a motion, some amendments. There was no discussion. So I'm really concerned that I don't know if this is the clock driving our process or what, but I'm really concerned about it. If I was a member of the public, I'd be pretty appalled. I don't want to speak for them. I'm not speaking for them, but I'd be pretty appalled. I'd spent all this time for, I don't know, how many months, 2 years, and then come to the council and there's no discussion. So I just need to get that out there. So I do have a number of questions. A couple of comments too first that, again, go along with akin to what Councilmember Du Bois said. There were no ARB minutes, and this is not unusual. And also, this packet, we have a huge packet this week. I don't know, it's certainly well over, it's probably close to 1,500 pages, if not 2,000 pages. And this project was particularly difficult to get through because things were mislabeled. We're sent to attachment B and it's attachment C, so we're all going through. And I talked with another council member, they had the same issues. I'm sure we all had the same issues, so it's very, very difficult. So with aesthetics, there was a comment, I think it was a quote from the ARB, and I'll try as best I can to refer to pages, but again, I've already stated why it's sometimes pretty difficult to do that. I've got all kinds of tabs here, but I don't know. And that's same true for the FEIR. There was a comment that this is a transforming area, and that was kind of a justification for this project and the size of this project. It may be a transforming area, but it's not transformed. And that's why we need transition. That's why the comp plan talks about transition. I absolutely appreciate that the applicant stepped back the project. It's absolutely the right thing to do. I'm not sure it transitions enough to the other neighboring projects because it is 5 stories. And the question I have that actually goes further than that is on the drawing sets, the plan sets on A3.0, A3.1, and A3.2. There are large sections of the buildings that go as high as 60 feet 1 inch. And there's such large sections of the building, it's not just elevators. I don't know what it is. Again, those are for the staff. If you can respond, it's sheets A3.0, A3.1, and A3.2. And it's just really like large sections. And more than one section. It's in a number of occasions. There's these pop-ups. It can't surely just be the elevator shaft. It's too big. So I'll keep going. You can look at that and respond back to that. Under the conditions of approval.
Is there any problem with letting the applicant respond rather than us fumbling through the pages to find something they may be able to directly answer?
Well, there may be more than one thing that staff and the applicant might want to respond to. I have no problem with the applicant responding, but.
Is that okay?
The applicant responding.
Do you want to do it now, or do you want to wait and see if there are other things you want to respond to? It's up to you. Why don't we see if there's more than one that they might also want to respond to? Of course, I'm happy for you to respond. Under conditions of approval, and another issue with this is there are no page numbers. So under conditions of approval, God help me. I don't know how to tell you where it is. It's in the staff report, of course, and it's
What condition is it?
What's that?
What condition number?
Okay, it is having to do with, if I can find it. Okay, it's a condition under Planning Division. It's number 9, and it is queuing on San Antonio Road.
Right.
And it's not clear to me if that also includes during construction or after the project is built.
So this condition relates to operations.
Okay,
The logistics-
operations.
Yeah, the logistics plan will address queuing and on-site circulation and so forth.
Okay, so then on that same page, number 13, it talks about mitigation measures. And it talks about all diesel-powered off-road equipment larger than 50 horsepower. I don't need to read all of that, but it does reference the kinds of equipment that can be used, but it doesn't say anything about idling or limiting idling or queuing. So again, if those things are in here and I just didn't find them, I'm happy to be told that they're here, but I didn't find them.
So the idling is addressed in some other mitigation measures we have in the noise section, mitigation measure NOI 1-1, where we prohibit unnecessary idling of internal combustion engines. Let's see where else it's located.
Is queuing during the construction period, is that also addressed somewhere?
So queuing is going to be something that we address in our logistics plan. Let me see if we have it elsewhere. Do you have an answer? Sure.
Can I make a request that we include page numbers on everything coming forward,
Right, so I
please?
think this was
We put out 2,000 pages usually each week, and
I understand that, and we're
this is
trying
just
to-
something missed. We understand.
I know, and we're trying to get through 2,000 pages, so, and to help staff find what our questions are about, so. So is queuing, did you find it?
With respect to construction?
Yes, please. And truck routes also akin to that.
All that is the logistics plan. So let me get you to that condition. So on condition number 40, at the bottom of, well, I don't know what that's the bottom of, but it's under the Public Works Engineering conditions, condition number 40. We have a requirement for a logistics plan, which talks about pedestrian control, traffic control, truck routes, material deliveries, contractor parking, on-site staging, storage areas, concrete pours, crane lifts, working hours. There's an extensive list that is reviewed not only by our Public Works Department, but transportation and other departments that may touch those issues.
I don't see queuing here, and I don't see idling here.
We're happy to, that's easy enough to insert those words as part of a motion if that's
Okay.
where council would like to go.
Okay, so I'll come back to logistics and offer an amendment there. I know that's one of the things that really is important to neighbors to projects. I had a question about the FEIR and timing. So I remember seeing an email or emails from the members of the public asking for copies of the FEIR. And the report here says it was released to the public and the ARB on May 31st. The ARB hearing was the very next day. So does that, I guess I'll look to the city attorney, does that satisfy the requirements of public notification and CEQA? Or maybe it's Director Gittleman?
Well, maybe I'll just make an initial remark, and then if the city attorney wants to add to that. So the way our system is set up, the Architecture Review Board is not the final decision-making board or authority. It is not required to have a final document for them to make their recommendation to the director, or in this case, to the city council. What is important, however, is that the document be available 10 days in advance for the decision-making body, so that would be the city council. So with the release of the document on either the 30th or the 31st, and the hearing here tonight on the 12th, we've satisfied the requirement for the document to be disclosed to the public.
So can I suggest that maybe the council, and I know we can be more restrictive than CEQA itself, is that may satisfy CEQA, but the ARB could be further informed when reviewing a project if they have adequate access to the EIR, so they can see what maybe they need to further address during project review. Getting 3 volumes of a document the night before does not accomplish that.
I'm sorry, and just to that point, I mean, the ARB did review the other 2 volumes. It was the response to comments that was the new substantive part, but your comment is well taken.
Okay, thank you. Lighting. I had a question about lighting, and that's okay, if you go to, again, no page numbers, but it's, and there are a few of these in here. I presume that they're all the same, but it's one of the zoning comparison tables. It's attachment C, and the one that I'm looking at. And right behind that, it talks about lighting, the performance criteria. And it says, proposed exterior lighting is sufficient to provide safe circulation and is directed downward to reduce glare and impacts to the neighborhood residents. And maybe the ARB member is still here. Alex is still here, and there are 2 ARB members here. Outside lighting on the proposed building would be limited and focused at the ground level and comparable in brightness for the ambient lighting in the surrounding area. I had understood that exterior lighting was not to scatter off the site, but this doesn't say that and doesn't accomplish that. And I read the same language 2 different places.
Right, so the ARB actually did have a conversation about this at their last meeting, and they did review the lighting plan that is included in the architectural plans, and they found that the lighting was uplit against the building or downlighting, and they felt that it was meeting the performance standard, which you called out as in attachment E. So it was something that was reviewed.
So what continues this same lighting result then, if it's not a condition of approval? Could the lighting be changed from the plans that are submitted? So how is the neighborhood assured that this lighting impact or lack thereof is going to continue for the life of the project?
So there's a couple things I'd say about that. One is when plans are approved, there are some details that change from the conceptual approval to building permit issuance. And if it is a minor adjustment at a staff level, we will say that this is consistent with the approved plans if we believe that to be the case. If not, we would say you need to go back to the Architecture Review Board to get the approval. So that's how we would address that. If there's an interest in enhancing that protection about lighting due to the location, we do know that the applicant is going back to the Architecture Review Board for signs, and also to a subcommittee of the Architecture Review Board for landscape planners on the terraces. If the council feels that this has not been sufficiently addressed, or if you want to ensure that there's another look at it, you could have the lighting plan be something that is considered at the subcommittee level.
Okay. Local hiring, that Vice Mayor also said would be a good idea. I guess it's a question I'll ask when the applicant comes up to address a couple of things. That would be one of the things about if you'd be open to that. Can we go back to the motion, if you could, please? So the dewatering, if we're going to use lifts, we could actually we could make it a requirement that the project would not go 2 levels.
Yeah, you certainly can. I don't think that's going to be hard for the applicant to accept.
I don't think so either. But so that And I'm still not sure, though, how to address I don't know how many millions of gallons of water that would be coming off-site, but I'll look for staff can respond to that. Going back to attachment C, which is the loading requirements. This is attachment C, that's the zoning comparison table. It's on the back side of that. It says loading space. It says what's required is 2 loading spaces for 30,000 to around 70,000 square feet. But the project is 167,000 square feet and has 2 spaces. I'm not sure how that's consistent with requirements.
Right. This is, I'm looking at, if we're looking at the same thing, it's top of the page, context-based design criteria, 1816-090. Is that where you are?
I'm looking at an attachment C that's one of the zoning compliance tables. And
So that is, that's a reference to our retail standard. So that is improperly noted, the standard. The one I mentioned earlier to Councilmember Du Bois is the standard where it says for hotels, 100,000 square feet of hotel to 200,000 square feet of hotels requires 2 on-site loading spaces. That's the code standard. What's written here is the retail standard, not the hotel standard.
But there is a retail, it seems like a little, it seems light, but also there's going to be a restaurant here, so wouldn't that require then one more? Because restaurants always have deliveries, restaurants and bars.
So there would be some additional, delivery needs for those different amenity spaces, but they are amenities to the hotel and amenity spaces not parked. So that's the loading spaces that we have identified. So the code required loading spaces for the project is the 2 loading spaces that are provided.
Okay. And I'm starting to wind down here, believe it or not. But there was a comment by the member of the public, and then another council member and I had a conversation earlier, so these are all kind of the same sort of category, about some of these rooms being divided into half to make up for the prior room count. I don't know if that's accurate or not, or can we limit the number of hotel rooms on site? There's also comments that this won't be a destination restaurant. These 3 things are all kind of related, that this wouldn't be a destination restaurant, and also that it wouldn't have conference rooms. If those things were present, wouldn't the parking requirement be different and traffic impacts be greater? So can we condition that those don't happen in the future? The reason I say that is because once the building is built, couldn't an applicant come back later and say, we have this great restaurateur, we want to make this a destination restaurant. We've discovered there's a demand for conference facilities, so we want to convert some of the hotel to conference facilities. What do we do about that?
So the plans do not show any conference rooms inside any of the floor plans. And there's, I think the first condition under the planning division conditions, it says requires conformance with the plans. We would consider adding a conference room to this hotel to be a significant departure from what got approved by, or recommended by ARB and if approved by council this evening. We would consider that they would have to get an amendment to their plan. So that addresses the conference rooms. You're more than welcome, obviously, to add a condition to amplify that fact. The restaurant, as we understand it, is intended to be used as an amenity for the guests of the hotel. And there's a condition that we've added, I think it's in the first dozen or so, that talks about no signage being visible from the public right-of-way to further reinforce that this is serving the hotel. If they did change that and they wanted to have a destination restaurant that would be people can come to frequently and market that would have a different parking standard, and we would need to look at that and address that.
Thank you for identifying those conditions. I had not found those. Then I have, I think, the thing about dividing the rooms into smaller rooms to make up for the room count. Is that?
I don't understand that question. I missed that.
It was something that a member of the public brought up, and I hadn't run across it before, but the plans indicate the number of rooms, so I'm good with that. Maybe probably my last question is about the statement of overriding considerations. And if I can find it. Yeah, statement of overriding considerations, which is, it's probably other places, but it's on page 15 of the staff report. And this is because, when this came forward as a preliminary review, it was not known that there was an historic building on site or cultural resource on site. And I'm off-put's probably too strong of a word, but I'm a little concerned about what these statements of overriding considerations are. The first one is that the site is an underutilized parcel this is it, that is transforming from low-intensity commercial development to higher-intensity commercial development. Hotels are encouraged. Adaptive reuse of historic resources cannot feasibly accommodate a contemporary new hotel. I mean, I don't know how it being on an underutilized parcel in a transforming area is part of a statement of overriding considerations, because I just don't understand that. And then number 2 talks about the infrastructure plan and wanting the TOT income. So what it feels like is that, you can more or less buy your way out of a statement of overriding considerations. That's not what the applicant is portending. I understand that. I'm not trying to demean you on that. I'm just saying that the way this is written, it sounds like, hey, you can demolish an historic resource which is counter to CEQA, and the statement of overriding considerations is going to be that because the project is providing a lot of income to the city, then King's X. So I'm really concerned about how this is written and the premise of this.
I'll take that as a question and say that.
Well, it's a question and a statement, so.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you want a response from
I
staff?
would love a response to it.
All right. So there's a couple things here. One is, and Amy can talk more about this if I miss some of the key components, but the statement of overriding considerations basically gives the decision-making body an opportunity to look at the impacts, the unmitigable impacts that were identified in the EIR, and draw a conclusion that based on other city policies, we're going to recognize that there is this unmitigable impact, but that impact, that loss is okay because these other city policies are advanced or we're achieving other certain goals. And without the SOC, without the statement of overriding considerations, we would be, difficult, that process is in place by state law for this very reason, to give decision makers the chance to adopt a environmental impact report, even though it will have significant unavoidable impacts. And the statement of overriding considerations includes some findings to document what those impacts may be, or what those overriding considerations may be. And we've listed 2 from a staff perspective, and the council may have others or may want to modify these, and that's perfectly fine. There's nothing magical about the number that we have here. Number 1, if you don't find that to be reflective of the council's perspective, you could suggest that be deleted, and that's perfectly fine. Number 2, what we've tried to do here is recognize that this council has an ambitious infrastructure plan and it's underfunded, and the tax revenues from, this is a policy consideration that the council will consider about whether 2% of the TOT that's generated from this would go towards continue supporting that infrastructure plan. And we believe that meets the standard for adopting a statement of overriding considerations, should you choose to go down that path.
So I guess the first, there are 2 statements. In the first statement, I just can't comply with that being one of the conditions, because an underutilized parcel, transforming area, that's not a statement of overriding, part of a statement of overriding consideration from my perspective. It says that hotel projects are encouraged in the zoning district and supported by the city's comprehensive plan. So, my goodness, in many, many locations is historic preservation. So those are competing goals. It's not an overriding goal.
And that's perfectly fine, Councilmember. Again, that's something that we could strike from the record if that's where the council wanted to go.
And then number two, and I do want to make sure I'm very, very clear with the applicant. This is questioning for staff, because I'm sure you've been working with staff on this for some time. So this is directed to staff, not at you all. So I want to be very, very clear on that. I do have a question, though, on the statement of overriding considerations. My background in those kinds of things, which thankfully don't come up very often, but you actually get something in real time for a loss of something else or some other impact. So I was wondering if staff thought about part of the rooms of the hotel to be provided for housing of hotel staff. And that would be part of a statement of overriding considerations, because we're providing some housing, and certainly especially for hotel staff.
Yeah, I think if that were part of the applicant's proposal, if that were part of the request, we would certainly highlight that the production of housing would be an overriding consideration to document. But this is not a negotiated document. The SOC is not a negotiated document. There may have been other projects that you've considered that required an SOC, but maybe also required a planned community permit or some other kind of legislative action, maybe such as a development agreement, and I don't know which one you may be thinking about. That would have been the mechanism to require some kind of a public benefit. But the SOC itself is not one of those legislative actions where we would require housing.
Okay, so I think we're down to the two questions for the applicant. One is the plan sets those 3 pages where there are large areas that go up to 60 feet 1 inch. What are those? Why are there so many, and why are they so large? And the other is, would you consider some residential units to accommodate hotel staff as part of a statement of overriding considerations? And I appreciate your responses.
Great. Thank you very much for the questions. The 60-foot height that we're showing on the plans is coordinated around mechanical equipment that is on the roof. We've actually aggregated placement of those relative to the architecture to enhance the roof line of the building. We are choosing to only go to 60 feet, where our code would allow us to go 15 feet above the height limit. So we're minimizing that to the degree that we can, but we want to be certain that the equipment that is up there is fully concealed. And so those 60-foot elements are for elevator penthouses, stairs that go up to the roof, and mechanical equipment.
And it really requires, you would be the one that would know, and I guess ARB too, it really requires that much square footage on the rooftop in each of those occasions, because there are a number of occasions.
Different types of buildings have different mechanical systems. Hotel, by nature of the design of the rooms and the demand of heating and cooling, has a more distributed system. And so there are more pieces of equipment, and it's spread across the roof more than you might see at the JCC building, right? There's this single large plant right in the center of the building, and everything is housed inside that one spot. That's not how this building works.
Is it not how hotels would work?
Not how hotels work.
And I might add, right, that I think the overriding goal...
You might want to move closer to the mic.
The overriding goal was to actually screen the equipment, so if you see those walls, the intent is to kind of gather equipment and put behind walls, so it looks more pleasing.
Okay. Then the second question was converting some of the hotel rooms, even if they're smaller, for hotel staff. Housing.
I remember talking about this 2 years ago. The idea of taking a whole floor or something and making it residential is something that in certain markets can be accommodated. Certain hotel brands will allow you to segregate a building. Unfortunately, it takes many years of negotiations with the hotel licensing brand itself to accomplish. We don't have the ability to do that to start with our licenses with Marriott Courtyard and AC. They don't allow a mixture of residential and hotel. The idea of, like I said before, Karen, we talked about this years ago, it's something that we could have tried to do, maybe a completely different hotel brand and separate one whole floor off. The market might accept that, but I don't know as you would actually find people wanting to live in one room in a hotel. That it sounds good, but it's not something that the brands would allow and probably something the market wouldn't accept. So I would respectfully say I would prefer not to prefer that or pursue that.
It used to be, and actually still is in some places, some of the wonderful hotels, people live in them.
Especially the owner-operated. I understand, yeah.
Okay, last question for you, I'm sorry, there were three, is the local hiring. Is that a program that you would employ?
Well, what I can say is we will hire local. I mean, we hire wherever we can hire within the surrounding area. We're not going to, I don't think, say we're only going to hire within a 2-mile radius because it's just the market won't respond. So what I can say is we'll advertise locally, we will hire locally, but we'll hire wherever folks in the marketplace want to work in these hotels.
Oftentimes it's called first source. It isn't a requirement, it's a priority or preference.
It's a priority, and we
Yeah.
will comply. And I don't completely understand the terminology, but we will certainly comply with that attempt to hire local first.
Okay, so thank you for that. So I have a couple of amendments then to add to the motion. One was the logistics. And Jonathan, you remember where, but the logistics, which would address queuing and idling of construction equipment. And is
Yeah.
that agreeable to?
Yeah, I think it's amending the logistics plan condition. I think it's condition number 40.
I believe it was 40.
And that would be to, condition
Address
number 40. And that would be,
queuing and idling,
Right.
construction queuing and idling. Is that agreeable to the maker and seconder?
Is it agreeable to the applicant?
Well, it's a condition that the city would impose. It isn't a condition that the applicant has to accept.
I understand. I want to know if the applicant would accept it.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll accept this.
Vice Mayor?
She said yes.
Is that a yes? Okay. All right. And then the lighting plan, when it goes back to the ARB, if they could strengthen the language around that so that there isn't spillover lighting.
so this one is not currently required to go back to the ARB, so.
Oh, I thought you said earlier. Did I misunderstand?
So the condition would be to send it back to the ARB or to the ARB subcommittee with specific direction to ensure the concern, to address the concern that you're trying to address.
I thought you had said earlier that it could go back to this ARB subcommittee at the same time they're doing the signage.
It can, but, so I was just helping with the wording, that it would be, the amendment would be something to the effect of require the lighting plan to return to the Architecture Review Board or the Architecture Review Board Subcommittee, your choice, for review. But there's something that you're concerned about, and it's like light spilling away from
Yeah.
the property, so I would document that.
To address light spillage. So ARB subcommittee is fine. It doesn't need to go to the full ARB, goodness. And if there's a way to combine this with signage review, then it's one trip.
Yeah, and they may choose to, signs may come later, but I get your idea, so
Yeah,
it's to be
okay.
reviewed.
So it's no extra time requirement for the applicant or the staff or the ARB subcommittee. Is that agreeable?
Is the applicant okay with that?
We're fine, yes.
Yeah, okay.
I'll accept it.
And then lastly, it's a question for staff perhaps. The applicant has said they won't go more than one level of parking garage because they can use the lifts. Should we make that a condition of approval, or is staff confident that the plans will be amended to address that?
So I believe that it is, I have not seen a plan that shows the lifts, so I can't speak authoritatively
Okay.
about whether it's going to happen. The applicant's architect may have drawn something up, and they may have the confidence of knowing that, but I've not looked at it. It would be up to the council, of course, if you wanted to eliminate that second level.
Mr. Pop, through the chair?
We'd be fine with that.
Okay, so it would be an amendment then, I guess, Amendment F, to limit the underground parking to one level. And that's understood as because they will be employing lifts,
I won't accept this.
even though the applicant has said fine. Okay, so I'll look for a second to that then.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. So just quickly speaking to that second, it's, I'm a little puzzled, I guess that's a pun, isn't it? I'm a little puzzled that Maker wouldn't accept this as an amendment, given the applicant has said they're fully in agreement with it. So I ask my colleagues to support this.
I think that says it all.
Okay, would you like to speak to your second?
Yep.
Okay, Adrian, would you like to speak to your? No?
I just don't see it our place to be dictating from the dais whether it's one parking level or two. Other small things are on the edges. This is a big change I don't think this city council really should be doing.
Okay. Anyone else wish to speak? You better just tell me, because I have a bunch of lights. Councilmember Walbach?
Yeah, actually, this amendment addresses one of my major concerns with the project. I appreciate that the applicant has said that they're comfortable with it. Because the applicant is comfortable with it, I don't think it's an undue burden for us to include it and provide security and certainty for the community. So I'll support the amendment.
Anyone else wish to speak? Don't put your light on, just tell me. Anyone else? No? No, no. Okay, let's vote. And that passes on an 8-to-1 vote, with Councilmember Fine voting no.
So thank you all, and for your patience with all the questions. It's a complicated item and a lot of complicated issues and a complex staff report and FEIR, so thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Filsath.
Hi, thanks very much. So I had a few questions, I think it's primarily for staff. I'm sorry, I'm still a little confused on the whole parking thing. Can you just briefly walk through the numbers? How many are required by code? How many are there? How many are going to be served by lifts? How many are going to be valeted? Does it all add up?
As I understand it, there's 294 parking spaces that are required, one for each of the hotel rooms.
Yep.
And applicant is now proposing to provide 194 parking spaces.
Yep.
With, and not requiring the reduction. And some of those would be, or many of those would be in parking lifts. So as I understand it, and Randy could, correct me if I'm wrong, but as I understand it, the parking is met for the project.
Well, it sounds like you just said so.
Yeah, so I'm just going to correct Mr. Late. I think that he just misspoke in the midst of this. It's actually 294 spaces. And so for the 294 rooms, we are planning to provide parking for 294 vehicles.
Okay.
Within that, 236 spaces will be physical spaces in a combination of, within the parking garage at grade and within mechanical lifts. Mm-hmm. And there's a limit to how many we can put in mechanical lifts, of course.
Right.
And then the remainder, which are 58, will be provided as valet spaces within the aisles. And the requirement for that is that we maintain free-flowing access through the garage. We can only park one side of the aisle at any time. And so it's easy for us to accommodate 58 cars within the garage footprint. And that, we only do that when we get to capacity, which we expect will be never.
I understand. Thanks, that's helpful. And the 236 physical ones, that includes the ones in the lifts?
Yes, it's a combination of however that ends up playing out.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very
much. I wanted to ask staff on the dewatering issue, right? Now, I understand that I sort of had a similar question to Councilmember Du Bois earlier on this, which is sort of, what mitigation measures are we going to use and so forth. And my understanding is that, if I understand what you said we're going to wait until we see the geotechnical review, and then we're going to decide what we have to do. Is that accurate?
Decide what we have to do in terms of
mitigation measures to minimize dewatering.
Okay, so I want to be technically clear on this, because there's a distinction between mitigation measures that you find in the California Environmental Quality Act, which would be an impact, and we'd have to have identified that. And our conclusion was that this is not an impact, and the reason it's not an impact,
and does not require a mitigation measure is because the city has adopted its own local standard, which is applied to every project. And so this is a standard condition that we imposed. And that standard condition includes getting this the geotechnical report, and there's a whole list of criteria that the council's recently adopted that has to be met and satisfied.
So thank you for correcting me. I think I've misused the word mitigation, right? But I'm sorry.
And I think John also had mentioned that the fact that we see we have a planned evolution in our dewatering regulations that would add some of these measures in 2018. And, our expectation is to probably be back to the council by the end of calendar year 2017 in order to have those in effect when this next sort of construction season takes place.
So is this project subject to those measures?
Well, I think it's going to be dependent upon where they are in the process, but I would imagine that we're going to have that next round of dewatering regulations in place when the project's under review.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I guess the question I'm sort of asking is, basically, how much water are we talking about here, right? And also, as I'm struggling a little bit on council because you're asking us to approve the EIR, and yet we don't know exactly what we're approving until we know how much water is going to be gone, right? And we don't really know that until sort of the plan for how we're going to dig and so forth all is, right? So I guess that's what I'm sort of grappling with a little bit here. Do we have an estimate on sort of what the maximum amount of water is that we're going to pump out is?
We don't have estimates on the amount of water that would be dewatered because, first of all, well, we don't know yet if it's 1 story or 2 stories. The geotechnical investigation.
We just heard it was 1 story.
It did not address the volume of water, but we looked very closely at the city's guidelines and ordinance for dewatering, and not only does the applicant have to provide a detailed geotechnical study, they have to outline the radius of influence as far as how much water is going to be sucked out, how far will that radius of influence go, will it address adjacent structures, what's anticipated to occur, what avoidance measures could be implemented. Elevations on adjacent properties have to be marked, vegetation has to be watered in anticipation of the drawdown of the dewatering. And that's just the start. The applicant will also have to provide a groundwater use plan. This will all be reviewed as part of the grading permit. There's performance bonds to make sure that adjacent structures aren't damaged. I mean, there is already a very robust set of requirements here that the city has, which makes our conclusion of less than significant impact really possible because you've addressed this through your existing requirements. So that's really why we came to that conclusion.
Okay.
If you're interested in additional information, I believe the applicant's team has brought their expert, if you want to hear that perspective and have that information provided as testimony for the
I'm just trying to get my arms around how do we know what we're signing off on? And I think actually what you've said is we're signing off on, quote, no significant impact, I think is what you said.
From a CEQA standpoint, we're saying that there is not a significant impact. And the reason there's not a significant impact is because we have a standard, first of all, there's no threshold of significance that we have locally for what an impact would be. And what we do have, though, are some standard conditions that we would apply. And so if we have a set of standard conditions that are applied to every project, that is not a mitigation measure that is required under CEQA. It doesn't mean that we aren't looking at it and we're not concerned about it. We will look at that, and we have this mechanism in place to do that.
I think there's room for this process to be crispened, right, as we go through 2018 and so forth.
I think we'll have more specific regulations in play, and without the risk of oversimplifying it, what they will deal with is less the volume of dewatering, but what happens to the water itself when it is pumped out, and to what extent is it sort of reused and kept on site versus pumped out. I would just share that, the real adjacent neighbor we have here is Mountain View. They have no dewatering regulations close to where we are at all, and we do share an aquifer, in this area with them. So I think I just wanted to state that our city is really making some efforts to address this problem, and by 2018, I think we'll have the other tools in place.
Okay. Then I wanted to ask, which one I want to do first? Let me ask about traffic for a second. So generally, I mean, I believe the traffic report, right? But I had a couple questions about it. And one of them, on page 135, sorry to drag you through the weeds here, I won't take too long. On page 135, there's a table. It's in the back of volume 1, by the way. Right? And it shows that it's table 3.13-3, and it shows that the intersection of San Antonio Road and Leghorn Street, the delay in the mornings actually decreases, right? And given that every single car that leaves that hotel in the morning is going to go through that intersection, I thought that was a little bit counterintuitive, and I was curious whether there was any color on that.
We might have to have our traffic expert fill us in on the math behind the numbers here. We've got.
And is this the traffic expert?
So there's two folks here, and you decide who you want to hear from. There's the applicants. So we've made a shift in how we do traffic and parking analysis. The city goes out and hires the consultant. This project predated that policy. So the applicant's traffic consultant is here. That's Hexagon.
Hexagon, yeah.
And we had the project.
Hexagon.
We had the document peer reviewed by our contracted consultant. So who agreed to the analysis. So your choice on as to who you want to hear from for this question.
Let's go with the man standing up.
Let's go with the gentleman standing up. I assume since this is a scientific process that we'll get the same answer in either case.
Yes, let's hope so. Gary Black with Hexagon Transportation Consultants. We prepared the traffic study, as we've mentioned, that was peer reviewed. Sometimes we have a case when if you add traffic, the delay can slightly go down, and that's because the delay is a weighted average of most four-way intersections have 12 movements, and it's a weighted average of the delay of all 12 movements. And so if you add traffic to movements that have delays less than the average, then sometimes you can have a slight increase. It's kind of a mathematical artifact. And I think part of the reason that, just to expand a little bit, there's a lot of testimony about how the traffic on San Antonio is very busy, and it certainly is, and the traffic study does acknowledge that. But the policy that the city follows is a weighted average level of service, which means that the traffic can be busy in one direction and not busy in the other direction, and that causes the weighted average to meet the standard. And this intersection does meet the standard. You look unconvinced, but we don't, I want to emphasize, we don't make up the rules and procedures. Those are set by the city policies that we follow.
It's a curious result. I mean, part of the reason that I read the traffic report as reasonable, at least for Palo Alto, is my assumption is that the overwhelming majority of clientele for this hotel is going to be in the North Mountain View area, and having some familiarity with that sort of street and part of town. I mean, I just assume everybody's going to turn right and drive down Leghorn Avenue instead of going down San Antonio and get on Rengstorff. I mean, so I hope they're going to widen Leghorn as well, but it's kind of Mountain View's problem, right? But they all do have to go through that intersection. The other thing, you're probably going to give me probably going to be a similar answer about sort of algorithms and weightings and so forth. But the cumulative analysis, which is a couple pages later, projects that traffic on San Antonio there at those intersections is going to increase over the next 13 years by 2, 3, in some cases 4 seconds for the delays at those intersections. That seems Seems awfully conservative, given the massive build-out that's going along San Antonio and Mountain View.
Well, I guess the easiest way to answer that is to say that it, again, the methodology that we follow, it takes a lot of cars to change the delay.
Yeah.
I would say it probably, to change, an entire level of service, like to go to D from E or E to F or something like that, it would probably take between 500 and 1,000 cars to be added to an intersection to make it move that much.
Right, which we're not going to get from this hotel.
Pardon?
Which we're not going to get from this project.
No, we're not going to get from this project. One way to think about it maybe is to think about signal cycles. This is the way I think about it a lot. How many times does the signal cycle through an hour? So if you take Leghorn, for example, I don't recall the cycle exactly, but let's say that it's 2 minutes, so it cycles 30 times in an hour. This project would add 80 cars to that 88 cars. So it's, that's 3 cars every cycle. So if you think about the number of cars that are already out there on San Antonio, you think, okay, now there's 3 more every cycle.
Right.
It's
not that many.
I would submit to you, it's a pretty small number.
Right.
And it takes,
Okay, I understand the argument.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right.
I had just a couple more questions. One is in Volume 1 on packet page, Volume 1 of the EIR on page 43. Boy, I hope I can find the right page 43 because there's a bunch of them. Here we are. Actually, it's on, page 43. It's in the red lines. In section 3.1.2.2, there's a discussion of compatibility, which has been struck out. Why was that struck out?
Well, we have, this came to us at the request of the city, actually. I believe we have a very smart, compatibility language.
Yeah, I can speak to that.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to build my recollection on this, but this was in response to a comment that we received from a board member who we were talking about this, and we were wanting to make a distinction between what is an environmental impact versus, from a CEQA standpoint, versus what is a area of local interest in terms of context-based design compatibility. And so we were talking about, what this responds to is some thresholds of significance in the aesthetics section of the California Environmental Quality Act, and it says substantially degrade the existing visual character or quality of the area or its surroundings, alter public view sheds or corridors, view corridors, or scenic resources, such as trees, rocks, outcroppings, create a new source of substantial light and glare, and shadow public spaces. And so we didn't think that so the way that the struck out language read is that it's not an impact because the Architecture Review Board is going to review the project for context-based design compatibility or whatever the standard is. And so we said, no, that's not quite right. They're going to review that, but they're going to review it for the local standard. We're not reviewing context-based design criteria for these higher level issues that CEQA is concerned about.
I understand. So you felt that was this is a CEQA area as opposed to ARB area, which is, okay.
Right, exactly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just one more thing briefly. And I sort of, along with Councilmember Du Bois, on the TDM, which I understand, so the implementation and success of the TDM is not required for this project to, I mean, the traffic study and the parking study don't depend on the TDM, which I think is important, right? 'Cause like Councilmember Du Bois, you know, I had some trouble getting to the 20% employee travel and 30% guest reductions, you know, from what we see on the list, in the plan. I mean, it's a mile to the Caltrain station, right? So I think, you know, people aren't really going to walk that a lot, right? Have you folks thought, or is it too premature? You know, given that, you know, I'm assuming that most of the traffic is going to go to the North Bay Shore area. I mean, there's a discussion of shuttles to the North Bay Shore area, but any idea how often those would run? I mean, how many shuttles are we talking about? Have we thought about that?
These are the hotel shuttles?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think that's an area where if council wanted to give us some guidance on that, we would appreciate that.
And do we have an idea how many employees are expected to ride Caltrain? Or at least what percentage?
Oh, there's no estimate like that in the EIR, again, because we didn't rely on it for any sort of reductions.
Got it.
We didn't
Got it.
dial in on that.
Because Caltrain at that station runs once an hour, except during rush hours where they add a couple other trains. And so given that it's a mile away, I mean, if we're expecting a lot of people to ride the train, then there's going to be some kind of last mile problem there. And given that this isn't a necessarily requirement for this project to meet its parking and traffic objectives, but I think us as a city, you know, we're asking people to do these TDMs. I'm with Councilmember Du Bois. I think we need to go to the next level on these kinds of things, right? Because it shouldn't be just a laundry list and then a check off and we said we got some effort-based stuff here. I think, you know, if we really mean it, then we really got to do it.
Right, and I would say that the parking, the request to put, so the TDM is a requirement of the project. And that's in part because of the parking in the aisles. And so the expectation of that TDM can certainly be modified based on council's direction.
I understand. I guess what I'm saying is the TDM projects that they're going to get a 20% reduction in employee trips and a 30% reduction in guest trips. And I'm having trouble seeing that from what's in here, right? So I think, you know, again, if we're going to require these things of projects, I think we need to see some teeth in some of these things. Maybe that's not a good word, but right.
Right. So I think there's, when you say teeth, I think enforcement and monitoring and all that kind of stuff. But there's the other part before that, which is we want to make sure it's an effective program and it's going to achieve the kind of reduction that we're stipulating it's going to achieve.
Well, that's what we want, right?
Right.
I mean, it isn't obvious to me that buying train passes is going to fix the last mile problem, for example. So I think we really need to understand all that kind of stuff.
So it
And I'm going to stop in a second.
may be worth, if your colleagues concur, amplifying that interest in, and maybe it's part of the one that's been already made, or if there's additive language that we want to address. With respect
Well,
to
I think a motion's already been made on this, which I think, you know, can cover it, right? As long as, you know, as long as we cover it. Right. All right. Thanks.
So before we go to Councilmember Walbach, these issues of TDM have come up before, and what I've always been told by staff previously was that you work with the applicant and develop a robust TDM plan, and that's what you do. Or are we doing anything differently?
No, we look at each project based on what their, you know, there's probably a sliding scale for how we address this depending on what the project is and what the reduction is. And so, yes, we do sort of address this on a project-by-project basis.
Because you didn't mention that. So you are planning on
Yes.
doing the traditional process where you then work with the applicant and come up with a robust TDM plan?
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Got it. Okay. Councilmember Walbach.
Thank you to everybody. Colleagues for great questions and amendments. To the applicant, the public, the staff for helping us work through a very, very complex and frankly, it's a mixed bag item. really appreciate the comments and the amendments offered by Councilmember Holman. Maybe the one place where I might disagree was I actually think we've had a really good discussion tonight so far. The conversation's not over yet. We've had an opportunity for everybody from the public who wanted to speak, had an opportunity for every council member to speak as long as they want, ask as many questions as they want, offer any amendments they want, offer substitute motions if they feel so moved. So on the question of our process, in particular our process this evening, I think that we're following the right and normal process. You know, we sometimes will do a round of questions and then comments and then motions. Sometimes we'll mix them together. But either way, the opportunity for questions, comments, motions, substitute motions, et cetera, I feel totally confident and comfortable. If I have any more to offer, those opportunities are there. So I just wanted to say that for the record and for the members of the public. But aside from the question of the process tonight, I really agree with all of the amendments that Councilmember Holman offered. They've actually made me a lot more comfortable with this project, but it's still a mixed bag, right? And I think that there's a danger in ignoring the benefits of the project, and there's also danger in ignoring the challenges. And so ultimately what we have to do is, decide pros and cons based on what our legal obligations are and what the impacts will be for the neighborhood and what the impacts will be for the city as a whole. And there's a lot of pros, there's a lot of cons, and there's no getting around that. So we got to make the best call, and just do a cost-benefit analysis and use our best judgment. And that's kind of how I'm looking at this. There are a couple things that I think are really good. So I'll start with some positives. Didn't want to ignore those. I think returning to only one floor of parking is really important and addresses a really deep concern in the community. I think that actually the color palette used is really good. I have mixed feelings about the architecture, but I'm not an architect, and that's why we have an ARB. And even the ARB, wasn't unanimous on everything, because some of this is subjective and it's tough. But I actually do think that the color scheme is pretty good for each of the buildings. I think that the landscaping is good, and I think that the effort to focus on TDM is good. I think that the fact that there are not conference rooms is good. A lot of these things interact. The question about what's the traffic impact? It can't be overstated how serious the traffic problem is on San Antonio. I live in that corner of Palo Alto, and I use San Antonio all the time. My gym is a block away on Leghorn, and I go down to the Middlefield or San Antonio all the time for shopping, whether it's in Palo Alto at Piazzas or going down to Sprouts or other things in the San Antonio area, just into Mountain View. Or anytime I get on the freeway heading south, I go right past the Jewish Community Center, another block away. And there's no getting around how bad the traffic is there. So then the question that I'm thinking about, the way I'm thinking about this is, okay, something's going to go there. I used to be, more supportive of housing in that area. I've been convinced, and the direction that this council has decided, the decision's been made by this council to focus less on the housing sites on San Antonio and prioritize more in the Cal Ave area and the downtown area. And so that's a decision, we've concluded that decision. So it's not going to be housing. And we actually indicated at the last pre-screening we had as a body. As a body, the council indicated, I thought pretty clearly, a strong preference for some kind of hotel project like this. And I think it's important to note that in a couple of pre-screenings recently, I think we're actually changing the tide of who leads and who sets the tone for what we want. When we had a pre-screening a couple years ago about the VTA park and ride lot over at El Camino and Page Mill, we didn't like what we saw. And we said what we'd really rather see, instead of a bunch of offices with a teeny bit of housing, we'd like to see more housing with smaller units. And that developer came, a different developer came by and said, we're going to try that. And so now that's that conversation there. On this project, I think the council has been really clear about what it is that the council as a whole has been looking for. I think it's important to note that I think we are getting to the point where the council is setting the tone and setting the direction and telling developers what we want rather than the other way around. And I feel that is the case with this project, even though I wasn't initially super enthused about a hotel here. But I think that's what we've seen here. And I think that history is informative. So, when it comes to TDM, when it comes to traffic in that area, I've had a couple of conversations with council members in neighboring cities in Los Altos and especially Mountain View. And I've chatted a little bit with folks who are involved with the TMA in Mountain View, MVGO. And I think that there really is an opportunity for the city of Palo Alto and current and potential future businesses on San Antonio to work with Mountain View and their TMA, MVGO, to explore how do we pool resources or coordinate resources because there are going to be a lot of people moving in and out of this project and up and down San Antonio. There already are a lot. So the people are there, but how do we get more of those people? How do we provide them with opportunities to not have to drive in a car by themselves, right? How do we get more of them into shuttles, right? Whether that's the shuttles that this applicant is saying they're going to run or MVGO shuttles. And so I hope as part of the discussions, right, as staff is working with the applicant, that you'll sit down or at least reach out to MVGO, Mountain View, MVGO, and talk to them about pooling resources to coordinate your efforts. Because Mountain View has properties and, key destinations at the north end of San Antonio, which is like, it's like their version of the Stanford Research Park at North Bay Shore. And then they also have key destinations at places, like San Antonio Shopping Center. But a lot of the segment in the middle is Palo Alto. Some residents, some services like the Jewish Community Center, and it looks like we'll probably be seeing hotels, and we have other businesses there as well. And so an opportunity for collaboration along San Antonio, which really is a shared street between the two cities. I think there's a real opportunity here. And I think that would exist whatever happens with this project. And so that's something for us on the council and the community and staff to really think about. But if this project does move forward, I think that could be a real support. And so connected with that, I wanted to ask a few questions. By switching from 2 floors underground to 1 floor underground, besides improving or besides reducing the amount of dewatering and reducing the concerns that we have around that, the applicant's going to save some money, as I understand. And so my question is, with some of the savings, the financial savings that the applicant will enjoy from having mechanical lifts, which are frankly less expensive than building a whole other floor of basement, can some of those savings, maybe half of those savings, be used to further support, whether either the city of Palo Alto, the TMA, TDM programs in general? And I'm not sure whether that needs to go into the motion or whether it could, but I'm curious if the applicant is open to that kind of a discussion, because I think it would go a long way to show the community that you're really serious about really contributing to address not just the issue of the fiscal health of the community through TOT, but the issues right in that area and the concerns about traffic in that neighborhood.
So Corey, what I can say is from day one in this city, when we came here a few years ago, we have wanted to be a strong part of the community. So what I can tell you is we want to work with staff. I love the ideas you had about, instead of having our own shuttle, contribute greatly to some program that's much more efficient, that really accomplishes something in town. We're all for those ideas. We want to be an active part. If this idea of we save some money on the garage and that goes to a program, we're all for it. I don't care how you want to do it. You want to put it in the motion, whatever you guys want to do, we want to be part of this program, part of the community. We want to do positive things. It's hard to sit here tonight and predict what that means, but I think if everybody's head is trying to do the right thing, we're going to be a good contributor to it.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
So if it's okay with the maker and the seconder, I'd like to offer a friendly amendment, which is the savings from going from 2 floors of basement to 1 floor with lifts, that half of that money be returned to transportation efforts.
Can the applicants find with that?
I'm not going to,
Accept that language of the second.
I'm not going to accept that.
Would anyone else be willing to second that?
Yeah, it's fine. Did you turn that one down? You're tough, Adrian.
Well, you know, I'll just speak to it briefly. Thank you for the second, Karen. It sounds like support from Councilmember Holman. Thank you for the support. It sounds like Councilmember Niss. Real briefly, applicant says they're okay with it. I think it addresses one of the key concerns around this project. It makes me more comfortable with the project. I hope you'll support it.
We just vote.
Yeah, let's vote on the board.
Oh, did Karen? Second.
We just vote.
And
Thank you.
that passes on a 7-2 vote with Councilmembers Tanaka and Fine voting no.
Thank you. I appreciate that. There was a concern that was raised earlier, and
I'm sorry, Councilmember. So I know that we heard from Mont, who said he accepted that, but I think he was off the microphone, and since we're adding that condition, if we can get his acceptance of that condition on the record, I think that would be helpful.
Accepted.
thank you. And thank you, staff, for confirming that. So a lot of my concerns have already been addressed by council members Filseth and Holman in particular. I think, you know, again, it's a mixed bag. I think I'm going to be supporting the motion with these amendments that address some of my biggest concerns that I had coming in here this evening. So I appreciate particular members of the community, and I understand that this isn't the project that you want to see across the street. But based on previous direction that this council has given and the process that's happened, I think it's, you know, I think it would be inappropriate for us at this point, especially with these amendments, it would be inappropriate for us to turn the other direction and reject the project. So I'll be supporting the motion.
All right. Councilmember Koo.
So I'd like to find out approximately how many, so we know that there's 294 rooms with 294 parking spots. Approximately how many employees do you expect at one time at the premises?
According to the information provided to us for the EIR, they said a maximum of 15 employees on site at once at any time.
15.
And up to 50 total employees.
Okay. All right, so with the cumulative impacts that were listed in the in one of the pages, I forget which one, I didn't really see, so you did mention that you have 400 South San Antonio and 405 San Antonio in there, and I noticed there were a few others, but what I didn't notice was 2645 and 2655 Fayette, 1740 West El Camino Real, 1984 El Camino Real, 2268 El Camino, 2300 El Camino, and let me see here. 1984 El Camino has a 160-unit apartment. 2268 El Camino has a 204-unit residential apartment. 2300 El Camino Real has a 117-room hotel. And, you know, the other ones I think you can also find out yourself. But those are also down the line cumulative impacts. So I'd like to find out, you know, how does that impact the EIR? And in a way, you know, I look at this EIR as somewhat missing in stuff.
Well, it sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, most of those projects, I'm thinking, as far as cumulative impacts, we're really talking about traffic. These sound like they're a little farther. Are these in Mountain View or Palo Alto? I apologize, I'm not familiar with
They're
them.
all in Mountain View, right around the San Antonio Center.
A lot of activity over there. So I can tell you that for the purposes of, here we go, I got my list here.
And this is also listed in the Mountain View's February 2016 Planning Division update.
What was the date on that one?
It just says February 2016. So I don't expect you to discover it right now because it wasn't in there.
About February.
So there's a, and Amy can speak more to this, but when we do the notice of preparation, the notice, so state law provides that we have to send this notice of preparation, NOP, out that says we're about to embark on this effort to prepare an EIR. And that's sort of the starting place for our baseline. And so if projects were filed after that date, they wouldn't be on this list because we wouldn't analyze those as part of the cumulative impacts. It's only the projects that, and it may be, I'm not making a comment as to whether they should or shouldn't be on this list right now, but just as a reference point, projects prior to that time frame should be on that list. Projects after that time frame would not be on that list because there has to be a place where we have our pens down and we start analyzing the project. And so that's at the notice of preparation by state law.
I guess my issue with that would be, it's not updated. We don't actually know the traffic count, when these projects are going to be done. So I kind of wonder, somebody mentioned in the audience, I think, I don't remember who, saying that the traffic report was not updated. It was 2015, but if I remember, it was 2016. So with the project that is the hotel, the cinema, and the offices, so, they've come along progressively. So at what point are those going to be updated in terms of the traffic?
So we were just discussing here. So for the cumulative traffic conditions analysis, because traffic conditions are analyzed a little differently in a cumulative scenario as opposed to aesthetic impacts or dust impacts, things like that. So for the cumulative conditions scenario for traffic, they used a horizon year of 2030, which is the forecast year of the ongoing comprehensive general plan update process in Palo Alto. They also used Mountain View's general plan and San Antonio precise plan forecast years of 2030. So that growth was actually built into the traffic analysis. For other areas of impact, and again, I'm thinking aesthetics, noise, those other resource areas, you're talking about very localized cumulative impacts. So those projects are too distant to really be considered. But again, for traffic, the list wasn't used. They used a cumulative scenario horizon that already incorporated all that growth that we foresee in our general plans for both us and Mountain View. So that's been built into the traffic cumulative analysis.
Considering San Antonio Road is such a thoroughfare from east to west, and it's a big connection point, to be so isolating in viewing your traffic counts is disturbing. After all, one place affects another. And I kind of disappointed with this FEIR. And another question I have is, I guess if that's the case, then 2580 California Avenue, which is the old Safeway, since it hasn't even been thought about what is going to go in there, its impacts is completely not looked at, when we know it will be developed, which is why it's another concerning point for me. Is the potential closing of Castro Street to pass through onto Central Expressway something you guys took into consideration on how it might impact traffic going on to San Antonio?
Castro Street, we can pull Gary up. It might be a little too far away from this particular project, given, in looking at I think this project would generate approximately 1,200 new trips. So to incorporate a closure of a street like Castro, I don't believe it was included, only because intersection impacts wouldn't extend that far.
Okay. So I think enough council members have spoken about dewatering. I think our local standard is very low. That's a big resource that we're losing out on, and we're not fast enough to act on it, even though, Mountain View has nothing. That doesn't mean that to say that we shouldn't up our standards on dewatering and ensuring that we save our water. But I think those are some of the highlights that I think is missing in this FEIR for me. So thanks.
Well, I wanted to say a few words. First of all, I'd like to thank the public for coming out, and I want to thank my colleagues for the amendments that were made. When I listened to the public speakers, I heard a bunch of different concerns, with traffic being the overriding one. So one short amendment I'd like to make to it myself is where it says direct the applicant to direct half of the money saved from reducing underground parking to one level towards additional transportation mitigation measures. I'd like to add the words, with preference to relieving congestion on San Antonio Road. If that would be acceptable to, it's to Adrian.
Very good idea.
Because what I heard the neighborhood come out and say is, what are we getting out of this? And I guess I wanted to address that a little bit. So first of all, and I heard some neighbors suggest that they would prefer a housing project there. So in general, when you look at these traffic studies, housing projects create more traffic than hotels. I believe if we built a housing project there, frankly, you would have more traffic than you will have with this hotel. I believe that with this amendment, there will be money to hopefully do some mitigation on relieving congestion on San Antonio Road, so that at the end of the day, after the hotel's built, that the hotel will actually not create congestion and will hopefully even relieve some congestion on that. I also think citywide, having a hotel in this location will relieve congestion in that people won't drive from other parts of the city to get to North Bay Shore. Basically, people aren't going to be coming to these hotels to vacation. I think that's somewhat unlikely. These are business hotels in which people will go to North Bay Shore, probably Google, LinkedIn, places like that. And so they won't be driving through the city. With the addition of the shuttles to SFO and to San Jose Airport, one of the great things that's going on right now around the country, frankly, is people aren't renting cars anymore. If you can get on a shuttle, get to this hotel, and then take a shuttle down to Google, you're not going to rent it's much more convenient than a car. So I think we'll actually see less traffic than we anticipate, even in our traffic study from this. So I think we've done the best we can to mitigate those issues. Then I think it's also really important not to lose sight of the fact that a hotel does create TOT. And the estimate is 3.6 million, which is probably a little low in my estimation. We tend to say 3.6, we actually always tend to get more when it first comes out. So my guess is it's probably around 4, somewhere in that number. And that's every year. Now, residents ask what they get out of that. Well, what you get out of that is faster response times on your fire. Fire is extremely expensive, spending a fortune on fire. We get longer library hours. We get all sorts of services throughout Palo Alto that are funded that other communities don't have and can't afford, frankly. And if we don't have growth in our hotels, in our TOT, our sales tax, and our property taxes, we won't be able to sustain those services. And we saw that when the recession hit in 2008, 9, basically. I forget exactly, but it was something like $20 million we had to cut out of the budget. And that was quite painful and quite difficult. In fact, if I recall, we basically got rid of the traffic team. And a lot of people have focused on the fact that for a while there was no traffic team, and traffic enforcement was way down. We saved crossing guards, I remember that, but that was close. I remember that there were several council members that wanted to do away with the $1 million subsidy, the Children's Theater, arguing that it only serves a small number of students, and so therefore we should cut that. When you go through and start to do that, and we had, as many or more people on each one of those issues coming to talk to council as we went through those issues. And so I don't think we can underestimate the fact of how important it is to have a strong fiscal health in a city. Now, that doesn't mean you should approve the project just based on that, and I am not saying we should. What I'm saying is it's a balancing. And I think at the end of the day, what I heard from the public here is really traffic on San Antonio is terrible. And I believe what we're doing here is we're addressing that issue while also creating more revenue for the city, and frankly, building 2 hotels, which I think will actually look really nice. I think the way it steps back, I think the architecture, I think the color palette, I think the applicant has worked hard to make this and has gone through the ARB, I forget how many times, but it was 5 times, I think it was said, which is a significant amount. So I am also going to support the project, and I actually wanted to thank the applicant for being actually very cooperative and working with us tonight on a number of these things as we sprung them on you, which I actually admire. So thank you very much, and with that, let's vote on the board. Okay, and that passes on an 8-to-1 vote with Councilmember Koo voting no. And thank you very much. Let's take a 5-minute break. I think people could use that, and we'll come back and do the comp plan. One, two, three, four, 5. So it's a comprehensive plan update. Does staff have a report?
We do. Thank you, Mayor Scharf and council members. I'm Hillary Gittleman, the planning director. I'm joined by my trusted colleagues, Elaine Costello and Joanna Jensen, and Elena Lee is in the audience backing us up this evening. We have tonight for you another discussion of the comprehensive plan update, and there are really 3 goals for this evening's discussion. One is we'd like the council review and comments on some last pieces of the draft comp plan update, the introduction, governance, introduction to the implementation chapter, and the glossary. We'd like to review with you a handful of revisions to the elements based on your prior comments and a couple of other issues that have come up during our preparation of your souvenir copy of the draft comp plan update thus far. This copy is clean. It doesn't show the track changes, but we do have track changes available on our website, and you received track copies of the sections that we're focusing on this evening in the staff report. We're also hoping that this evening you will formally refer the draft of the comp plan update to the Planning and Transportation Commission for their formal review. It's, as we've discussed before, a 90-day review, and our intention would be to start that on June 30th, which is about the time it'll take us to prepare and transmit your comments to the commission. I should mention that the commission had a discussion about how they would conduct their review and asked me to pass on a request for more time and for a time period that would start later in the summer. So I said that I would convey that request to you. So just briefly, talking about the chapters that you have, or the sections that you have in front of you this evening. First, there's an introduction, and I think you'll find if you reviewed that closely, it really perpetuates most of the major themes from the existing comp plan update. There are a few updates there, and we're happy to hear your comments on those. We've also provided an updated governance chapter. Most of the updates are clarifications to reduce redundancy, make it a little more clear, and of course, we also wanted to update the chapter to reflect today's technologies. The implementation section, we provided you the whole shebang with the table and everything, but we're asking you please to focus on the introductory text. I think the table still needs some work, and we will bring that back to you after the commission's review for your final consideration and adoption. In the introduction, you'll find we spent some text and time explaining how the programs are intended to be used. These are programs that also appear in other elements of the comp plan, and also make it clear that the priorities will be necessarily adjusted over time. And all of these sections were recommended to the council by the comp plan CAC. There are some key revisions to other elements that are mentioned in the staff report, and most of these are per your prior direction. I do want to mention a few of them. First, of course, we've added an autonomous vehicle policy, which was one of the council's requests. We've also revised the level of service policy based on a council request. Actually, it's a program, a council request, and actually the council's request caused us to make a few other wording changes. That's presented in the staff report. Then there's a revised program about transportation impact fees, and we got a letter this afternoon from Stanford raising some concerns about this, so I'm going to ask the council, if you wouldn't mind, to hold your review of that set of changes. I think we'd like an opportunity to meet with Stanford and bring that back to you with some changes after the Planning Commission's review later in the fall. Then we included at your request a revised version of the school impact policy that was formerly in the community services element. Now it would be in the land use element. And a revised policy and program regarding historic resources, and then a small change in the natural environment section based on a council request about the about the urban forests as natural infrastructure. So our recommendation this evening, just as a big picture, we'd like the council to recommend or refer the current draft to the PTC for their 90-day review effective June 30th. And in the course of doing that, if the council has any changes to the sections we're presenting this evening or to the policies we included in the staff report, we'd be happy to discuss those and hear your comments. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. We then have one public speaker, so I'll go to the public. Whitney McNair.
Three or two?
Three.
Thank you, and I believe Hillary addressed my concerns. Good evening, my name is Whitney McNair. We submitted a letter today on behalf of Stanford University and the Stanford Research Park. And it was just concerns about programs T1.2.2 and T1.24.1, and it's about transportation mitigation and impact fees. So we've been following the comp plan process and the EIR very closely, and I was on the Citizens Advisory Committee. And the changes actually shift the city's focus from looking at peak hour trips to daily trips. And although it's categorized as a minor change, we feel that it is a significant change. There are some concerns with that. It's inconsistent with the discussions that have occurred throughout the council, through the program of the comp plan, it's inconsistent with the CAC discussions and the text in the EIR, as well as the city's new TDM ordinance. So the concerns we have are things like employee flex time. If you move to a 4x10 schedule, which does reduce weekly commute trips and shift vehicle trips out of peak hours, that'll be devalued. Also that we've been working with our research park tenants to ensure that they are able to meet a 30% reduction from ITE standards as it's drafted in the draft EIR. And although we feel it's aggressive but feasible, we felt like we were going to be able to accomplish it. If we move to a daily trip rate instead of a peak hour trip rate, we're concerned that no analysis has been done and we will have a difficult time meeting that standard. So I support Hillary's position tonight that if you could continue that item and allow further discussions and analysis to occur before you make any decisions on it, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. So we have all of this before us. I'm just going to make the staff recommendation motion, which is that we approve let me get this right, the introduction, the governance, the implementation, the glossary, the revisions on transportation, land use, and the natural environment, but that we defer revised TDM program T1.2.2 and the transportation impact fee program for staff to have further review.
I'll second.
Okay. And that was seconded by Councilmember Filsack.
Guess you've talked long enough.
I know, right? I usually have. The other thing we're going to do tonight, and it's part of the, well, I don't think I need to put it in part of the motion unless, well, I guess I will put it in the motion. And that when it comes to the table, that we'll defer looking on a review of the table tonight and allow staff to come back on the table, and instead I would ask council members to focus on the narrative. And I'll put that in the motion as well.
Defer.
Is that okay with you?
What are you calling the table? The implementation plan?
Yes, the implementation plan. That's correct. And that we'll focus just on the narrative of that to the extent when staff comes back with us. And then there's another part of this, I believe, that I'm supposed to say, that we will also refer the entire draft of the comprehensive plan update to the Planning and Transportation Commission for review and recommendation within 90 days of receipt of an updated draft document reflecting the council's direction. So that's the motion. Thank you, Councilmember Filsath, for seconding that. Thank you, Councilmember Walbach, for trying to second it. I also appreciate that.
Couple of other people
And
did,
Councilmember Du Bois, and whoever else.
Can I make a comment on the table?
Get a lot of support.
Speak to my second.
You can speak to your second when I'm done speaking. I did want to thank staff for putting this together, and with that, it's really all I have to say on this. So, Councilmember Filsath.
I want to thank staff as well, and I'm really glad that we're getting to this point in this whole process. And I just wanted to comment briefly on the table that was staff's recommendation that we defer the discussion.
Okay, Councilmember Walbach.
First, a question. We got a couple of copies of this. One was freestanding, looked like this, and then we also got one in our packet, and I noticed at least one wording difference between the two. On G4.1.5, it looked like there was a typo in this version, and
What page you on in this one?
but in our packet, that would have been on packet page 454. And if you're looking at the freestanding one, it's G10s. So I just wanted to check.
You found it, we put that in to see whether the council was really reading the whole thing.
So I hate to, I always hate, and there are probably others, I hate to proofread, but because I wasn't clear about which one was the final one, it looked like the one in our actual packet was more grammatically correct and was probably the right one. I just wanted to double check.
Is this on? Yeah, we will double check that, and the packet is the more up-to-date, slightly more recent one. There probably are some. That's going to be one of the things that we do as we go through the Planning Commission. Yep. There are definitely typos that we continue to find, and that we have the time during the Planning Commission to clean all that up and make sure that we bring a...
That's great, and that's just the reassurance that I was looking for. Just to speak briefly to the motion, I actually really like the work that we've seen so far, and and even the table I thought was excellent. And if more work is going to go into fine-tuning it, that's great to hear as well. But I think we're starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel on this, and I'm really proud of where the whole community's come in putting this together.
Councilmember Du Bois.
So if I understood you, Hillary, you said the PTC asked to have more time? Is that?
That's right. We had a discussion with the PTC. Actually, we've talked to them twice about how they would conduct their review. And at our last discussion, they asked me to convey to the council their request for additional time, and also if their review could start after the vacation season. And I said that we had already discussed with the council, and you had the expectation of the 90 days, but that I would convey their request.
So what are they asking for specifically?
They all had different ideas about how much time it would take, but I think they wanted to see if the council was open to more than 90 days, maybe double that, and if it could start in September instead of in June.
Okay. So they wanted both of those things? Okay. So I'll make the motion that we amend C to say within 120 days from September 1st, 2017.
You mean 4 months, right?
Yeah.
From September, so it's actually resolved. It's actually 7 months.
7 months, but they're saying they're going on vacation. So, I mean, I think the comp plan's important going into summer here, so, 60 to 90 days, we'll probably not get a lot of progress. Yep. All right, so there's a second. So I'm open to adjusting these dates, but I think we should kind of respect the PTC request and give them some additional time. I just heard this from the director of planning and tried to come up with something that kind of meets what they were requesting. But I do think we need to take into account the summer, and we also need to give them time. They haven't been involved in the process for quite some time.
To your second.
Just briefly, I appreciate the sentiment, and I appreciate also, the commission has asked for this, and, like us, the PTC members are going to be taking their summer breaks, and so I don't think we want to shortchange this. And the PTC doesn't itself take a break. That's not what I'm trying to say, Jim. I'm just saying that PTC members as individuals will be taking summer vacations, and so we don't want, a commission of 4 members being in a position of having to make significant decisions in terms of review. So I think it's prudent to have, to make a motion that we can, as best we can, assure that the full commission is going to be participating in this.
So I'll speak to this briefly. I know that the chair of the commission doesn't agree with this and believes that they can absolutely do this within 90 days, that we've talked about getting this done by the end of the year. They have July, August, and September. That's more than enough time to have a number of meetings on this issue and to delve into it. I think that PTC can add quite a bit of value here in terms of looking at things on a high-level basis. I'm hoping the PTC will not go into wordsmithing and will take a much more high-level look at this. We spent considerable amount of time on it, and the CAC spent considerable amount of time on it. So I actually think that, it's referred to them based on the code. They have a choice of whether or not to do a report. They can come back to us at that point with any concerns or any high-level thoughts they have on it. And at that point, we can then look at the whole comp plan and make a decision, where we are and move forward. All right, Councilmember Fine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think your points are well made that at this point we are not sending the comp plan to the PTC for wordsmithing. We are reaching the end of this process, and it's more important to get high-level input from them. I'm encouraged that the chair of the PTC has said 90 days is acceptable. I'm more open to the 120 days, potentially, but I think the September start date is problematic because that really does push us into the new year. So I won't be supporting it in this form, but I may be persuaded on 120.
And just to correct, it's seconded by Councilmember, no, Philseth. No, not the amendment, the actual, the original motion, just while we're noticing that. Okay, Councilmember Philseth.
Yeah, I think I understand the sentiment here. I think from a practical perspective, if we push it out, if we schedule 7 months, then it's not going to be any sooner than 7 months. Whereas if we stick to the current schedule and the PTC sort of gets halfway through it and goes, whoa, this is going to take a lot more time than we thought, then we always have the latitude to move out the date. So I think we should proceed on the original schedule.
Councilmember Koo.
May I make a friendly amendment? Well, I guess there's no friendly, right, amendment. Could we instead just say start August 1st or August 15 instead?
I mean, I'd be willing to just say, change the 90 to 120 days in the original motion.
Okay.
Which is even,
That's fine. That's even more open-ended, right?
yeah, that's shorter. Is that acceptable? Yeah.
And that was acceptable to you, Councilor Rowland. Who else needs, Vice Mayor Niss?
You know, let me just ask staff a couple of questions. When did we begin this process? What year?
Well, yeah, the council decided to begin in 2006, and I think we really got started in 2008.
So we're running almost 10 years to do the comp plan, is that correct?
Yeah.
When is the next comp plan due?
2030.
2030. So at the rate we're going, we ought to be putting a new committee together now to look at the next comprehensive plan. Am I right? I think there's some urgency in this. I think it's so easy for us to say, you know, let's just push it off a little further. You know, it's summer. We're going to go, but we'll be back.
It's 1 month in 10 years.
You know, it just pushes it out one more time. And I really feel committed to getting it done this year. I think it's important for us to finally deliver something that is over and done with. And I'm not completely kidding about, you know, you do have to look toward the next comprehensive plan. So I would stay with what we've got. I won't be heartbroken if we go 120 days, but we are going to have to look at this again after it comes back from PTC. We're going to have to set time aside for that. I'm sure we'll have more additions to make then. And at this point, I'd like to hold with the 90 days, end of September. And as Eric just said, this might slip a little, but this allows for some slippage. With 120 days, you're at the end of, at the end of
October.
At the end of October.
No, yeah, the end of October.
And by that time,
So
you're
that means just have November and December.
then you're into Thanksgiving and Christmas, believe it or not. So I'm, for those reasons, I'm staying with the 90 days.
All right, let's vote on the board.
What am I voting?
Voting no
On the
on the amendment.
I mean to vote no on the amendment. I thought we were working.
No, it's okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that fails on a 6-3 vote with council members Walbach, Niss, Scharf, Filseth, Tanaka, and Fine voting no.
Although every politician wants to have it both ways.
All right.
Okay, so I just started, if I could continue.
All right.
So I had a question about the language around schools. I wondered if we looked at what other cities have in their general plans.
Actually, the language derives from a review of our current policy and a consultation with the city attorney's office about, what's in state law and what do we think the outside boundary is of what we could do in terms of asserting the importance of our relationship with the schools and school impacts. So we did, we went back and forth a few times with the attorney's office, and I think we didn't then go back and compare it to other jurisdictions. We felt like this was, pretty forceful in terms of where we could be with this policy.
Okay. I do think it's an important issue to consider peak trip reduction versus daily trip reduction. I actually think both are important. We're seeing traffic throughout the day in some places, and then congestion is important. And so as staff goes back and looks at that, maybe we just need different targets. We need a target for peak reduction, and we need a target for daily trip reduction. So I don't think it's an either or kind of thing. I had a question on the glossary. I saw some interesting items that were deleted. Bulb out, Cal Ventura neighborhood was deleted. Corporate citizenship was deleted. So I wondered what determined what terms were added and deleted.
Sure. So we did a search of the terms that are used in the existing draft of the comp plan, and we deleted those terms that are no longer used in the comp plan. So please don't take it as a comment on the importance or the validity of those terms. It's really just a matter of whether or not it appears in the document.
All right, well, that makes sense. Thank you. I think council direction on autonomous vehicles was that we really wanted to encourage the development of autonomous vehicles. I think what staff came back with was a bit different. I understand what you did, but I'm not necessarily in favor of it. I'd like to hear what my colleagues think, but I think saying that there need to be shared fleets is kind of prescribing potentially a business model.
Do you want to just go to where we are on the page?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Makes it easier.
Looking at packet page 424 at the top, the staff report. So the language that came back was support the introduction of fleets of autonomous shared electric motor vehicles. So there's the idea that it's a shared vehicle, that it's in a fleet, and I think those are just additional things. I think we should actually just support the development of autonomous vehicles and let whatever business models emerge, whether they're privately owned autonomous vehicles or part of a fleet. I'm not sure that was the intent.
Thank you, Councilmember Du Bois. I think our staff felt very strongly that unless autonomous vehicles are shared and electric, we're not really going to see any benefits from them. In fact, we'll see impacts from them. And so the effort was to craft a policy that was supportive of autonomous vehicles, looking forward to the kind of changes in technology that will come, but make sure that those are used in a way that creates positive change and not more congestion and more emissions.
And what was the idea of the word fleets?
I think that is kind of extra words there. It could just say the support the introduction of autonomous shared electric motor vehicles.
I'm fine with taking out the word fleets.
Yeah. So if a company was going to sell an autonomous vehicle, would we be against that?
I'm sorry?
I'm just trying to understand. So if a company was going to sell an autonomous vehicle to individuals, is that a program we wouldn't support? I mean, we'd have separate SOV initiatives, just like other private vehicles.
Yeah, the transportation policy experts that we work with are looking forward into the future and seeing that autonomous vehicles can either be this great boon and gift to society, or they can just double down on some of the problems we currently experience in terms of congestion and air emissions. So the idea is to embrace this technology, but in a way that will accrue benefits.
Yeah. So again, I'm interested in what my colleagues think about this one. I think we cover those other things in other policies, and we just lumped like 3 policies into one here, where this one could be specific to autonomous, but still fall under all our other SOV reduction and greenhouse gas reduction policies.
Could I make a statement?
There's certainly this possibility. It's not definite, but I'm just curious what influence we could have on individual ownership of autonomous vehicles. That doesn't sound like that would be something really in the purview of the comp plan, but an emphasis on shared electric autonomous vehicles, would be appropriate. But I don't even know how we would plan to regulate private ownership.
And I think we mean clean vehicles too,
Yes.
right? I mean, it could be hydrogen or
Right.
something. Right? So we had the discussion about how long the PTC has. What are we asking the PTC to do?
I think our thought is that the PTC can really add value at a high level, looking at each element and the key issues that are dealt with within each element. And our thought is to help them by identifying the key issues and asking for their input on those as we move through each element.
So they would come back with like
Our thought is,
options for the council again?
yeah, our thought is that they would adopt a series of motions, just as the council has been doing, of, hopefully recommending each element with a list of changes or adjustments for your consideration.
Okay. I wanted to go to governance goal G5. And I don't have the page number.
Where are you going, Tom? Sorry.
Governance, G5.
Thank you. Yeah, packet page 454. Just when I read this goal, the change language seems much weaker than the original language. I understand, just the idea of shifting from specific parties to stakeholders, and also talking about collaboration where change is desired versus shifting to managing change. Can you talk a little bit about those edits?
Stakeholders to be broader, I remember that.
Yeah, we're having trouble remembering exactly the derivation of that change. I think it was an attempt to make this a little broader.
Yeah, so I guess I'll make a quick motion and then I have one last comment, but I would move that we restore the original language. I think it's good to identify the specific parties and I think the original language was clear. All right, so I have a second from Councilmember Holman.
I may accept this. I'm trying to actually read what it would say.
So I think the original language was new ways to encourage collaboration among the public, property owners in the city, in areas where change is desired.
I'm good with it. No? So, all right, we can have a discussion on it. I'll listen to the discussion. I'm not sure I see much of a difference. So I guess I won't accept it, just for the moment.
Yep. So again, I think we talked about this last time. I think Councilmember Philseth spoke a little bit about kind of just watering down of language. I just think being a little more specific here makes this a stronger goal.
Councilmember Holman?
Yeah, I wish they were both versions or either version was stronger, but I do think the original version is stronger and kind of levels the playing field more than what the new language does. So that's why I support this.
Councilmember Walbach?
Yeah, so as a goal for how we go about governance in the city, I think it's important that we are thoughtful, inclusive in our approach, regardless of whether we think changes happening in our city, in our region, in our world are beneficial or not. Maybe the change is not beneficial, and that's the time where we really need to jump in and manage it. So much of what we do in government is trying to mitigate challenges which we are not the originators of. And we're trying to handle that, trying to ride a wave rather than be crushed by it. And we don't always get to determine whether change is going to happen or whether it's desirable. So I actually think I like the original language, the amended language more than the original. But I'd be open to some middle ground, perhaps.
Okay. Anyone else wish to speak? I have no other lights on this. Councilmember Fine? Oh, I thought I saw you put your light on. All right, so I guess I'll just speak to it. So I guess I'm trying to understand. Tom, your point is that it is more, that it's stronger to encourage where change is, it's stronger to say who the stakeholders are and lay them out. Corey's argument is that it's broader to say stakeholder collaboration. Let's see, it's hard for me to read this. Stakeholder collaboration to effectively manage change. It's much simpler and shorter. The difference in a practice, I'm thinking as we talk about, the practical difference is one says change is desired too, and the other one talks about all change. Most change in this city is, I wouldn't say it's desired. I would say it is, there are pros and cons to it and people battle it out, frankly. So I actually think I'm going to support Corey's interpretation on this. Anyway, so let's vote on the, unless anyone else wants to speak.
What are we doing? Which are we voting
Okay,
on?
we're voting on the amendment. You can, all right. And 1, 2, 3, that fails on a 5-4 vote with council members Du Bois, Koo, Phil Seth, and Holman voting yes.
It's not a 5-5 vote?
It fails on a 5-5 vote.
It's a new vote.
Yes, she pushed the wrong button. All right.
So my last comment is back to the school impacts. I mean, it says something like, I'm trying to find it actually. The language says that I guess beyond the payment of school fees, mitigation beyond the payment of school fees. But you can, there are cities that are charging tier 2 and tier 3 fees, which are quite different. And that's, I'm just wondering, I mean, the way it reads is, sorry, packet page 426. Says school facilities cannot be the basis for requiring mitigation beyond the payment of fees. So I guess I'm okay with the language. I mean, I would hope maybe when it goes to PTC, you might discuss whether we should acknowledge that there are different types, different tiers of fees that can be charged depending on the situation and the impact itself.
You know, I'm actually not familiar with tier 2 and tier 3 fees. I thought I knew most things about this stuff, so if you want to maybe ask staff to just explain what that is for the public and for us.
Yeah, I don't know a ton about it, but if a school district meets certain criteria, they can raise their school fees and go to tier, I guess tier 3 is the higher level of fees. And I think our school district has or is investigating this. It has to meet certain criteria, and I don't know more than that, but it is available to school districts in the state.
Okay. Councilmember Walbach.
Yeah, I just wanted to accept Councilmember Du Bois's invitation to weigh in on policy T 1.5 about autonomous vehicles. As I've been continuing to study the issue, and a quick shameless plug for all of my colleagues, Peninsula Division of the League of California Cities is going to be hosting a discussion about this on Friday, and I'll be moderating it. Based on my conversations with people who work in this field, including with our Chief Transportation Official, Josh Mello, it's very clear to me that our staff has thought very carefully about the implications, positive and negative, and also what we heard from staff tonight, the positive and negative potential implications of autonomous technology. I tend to think that it has tremendous potential benefits, and I think that the question that Du Bois asked was important. Does this mean that we will be discouraging private ownership? I don't think that's the case. I think this is purely positive rather than negative in doing what we can to encourage, to especially encourage shared electric and shared electric autonomous vehicles, which are more likely to lead to more benefits and those benefits are listed here, rather than leading to the opposite, which would be more of the nightmare scenario that was alluded to, excuse me, by Planning Director Gittleman. So I actually really like the language that's here.
Okay. Councilmember Holman.
Yes, just a couple of things, because somebody's got to do it. So on policy L72, it's also in the staff report on page 8 or packet page 426. I'm not sure this is exactly, I didn't find it in our comments, but I think there were a couple of changes that are not what we talked about here. Going to the third line, there's the city staff shall consider whether it is eligible for inclusion in, and I don't think we deleted local. I think it was, we added state and federal, so I thought it was local, state, and federal. If staff wants to comment on that first.
I'm sorry, could you point me to your, what you're referring to?
Yeah, it's policy L-7.2.
Yes.
In the clean version, it's on page L41. In the staff report, it's on packet page 8, or, excuse me, page 8 or packet page 426.
Okay. And your question was?
I didn't think that we eliminated local. I thought we added state or federal registers.
Yes. Well, we gave quite a bit of thought to this and consulted with the city attorney's office. And we appreciated the suggestion to include state and federal registers, but when it came to including the local inventory, if you look at Title 16, it's really the council that determines eligibility for the local register. So we didn't think that in this policy it would be appropriate that staff would be making those determinations. So we think this policy, which is a mitigation measure, that we're working on in the EIR, in the final EIR, is sufficiently protective of historic resources and consistent with the existing ordinance in that regard.
Then maybe we need a policy that, or a clarification that the HRB shall determine whether a project is eligible for the local inventory. I know they can initiate that, but I just don't know how we protect them if they don't proactively do something. And if a project is being proposed and it doesn't go to them because it doesn't, then what?
Well, this is a policy that's intended to be protective of resources that both those have already been identified and those that are, it's just older buildings that have the potential to be substantially impacted by a project. So it's calling for the evaluation. And while it's true that we focus on evaluation using the state and federal criteria, I think our feeling is that those criteria, and particularly the state criteria, are sufficiently broad that we will be capturing potential historic resources and protecting them with this policy.
So when I read HREs, or Historic Resource Evaluation reports, it does reference local inventory. So wouldn't adding cities' inventory here, wouldn't that be consistent with how the HREs come to us?
Well, again, we're trying to draft a policy that's consistent with the rules in Title 16, and currently it's the council that determines eligibility for the local inventory. So we focus this on state and federal. It's not to say local inventory isn't important and shouldn't be included in the historic resources evaluation, but we didn't feel like we wanted to put staff in the position of having to make that evaluation that is really done by the council.
And I appreciate that. It's like I don't read this as that the staff's making that decision. That says staff shall consider whether it is. So you can always come to the council, the HRB, to say yes, yes, no, yay, nay. Because when a lot of projects, too, that the staff reviews and goes to the ARB don't even come to the council after an HRE is done, so the council doesn't see those anyway most of the time.
That's precisely our point. We're creating a policy here that would apply to projects that never come to the council. And so if we required an evaluation of eligibility for the local inventory, it would necessitate everything coming to the council because it is the council that makes those determinations.
Okay, further down in that it says examples of minor improvements may include repair or replacement of features in kind. or other changes that do not alter character-defining features of the building. I would argue that that actually is internally in conflict, because replacement of features in kind could affect the character defining features, because what you want to do is repair, restore, or rehabilitate. And my concern is that inconsistent, actually, as I read them, inconsistent even with the Professorville design guidelines. It's like, so I've seen a lot of windows, for instance, on the front facade be replaced with windows that are quote-unquote in kind, but they really aren't, because the glass is so different. You can just walk around. You and I have had this conversation. You can just walk around and say, that's a new window, that's a new window, that's a new window. So I'm really uncomfortable with that replacement in kind, because it could even be on the front facade. So I wanted to say, like, repair or other changes that do not affect character-defining features of the building.
Well, I don't want to disagree with you, but I think this concept of replacement in kind has been part of our review process and the Secretary of the Interior standards for a long time. I acknowledge that replacement windows often replace the windows with sufficiently detailed windows with the right, kind of depth and complexity of the surround and the mullions, but might use contemporary glass instead of wavy glass. That is still considered replacement in kind. And I recognize that that might not be sufficient for everybody, but it is an accepted approach to the rehabilitation of a historic structure.
Except windows are character-defining features and are supposed to be retained. So that's why I feel like this language could really run counter to retention of character-defining features. So I would like to strike examples of minor improvements would be include repair or other changes that do not affect character-defining features of the building. So I would like to strike in policy L72, strike or replacement of features in kind. That would be my amendment.
So you want to strike, say it again?
I want to just restrike 6 words, or replacement of features in kind.
What line is it, Karen?
It is the fourth line from the bottom. Again, on page L41 of the plan.
So I won't accept that.
So could I get a second otherwise? If I could take you all on a tour of Professorville, you can just say new window, new window, new window, new window, and it doesn't, it's not consistent with the Secretary's standards, so.
All right, seeing no second.
All right, so program L7 1.2, and I don't remember if we had a conversation about this, but particularly in the university downtown area, it says reassess the historic preservation ordinance to ensure its effectiveness in the maintenance and preservation of historic resources, comma, particularly in the University Avenue and downtown area.
So where are you?
Same page, program L7
Wait,
1.2.
page 420, packet page 426?
No, page L41.
So back.
Same page. Same page in the plan.
clean version. So that's, all right, that's the clean version, that's G.
Yeah, same page of the plan, page L41. I don't know why in historic resources, and we are a CLG city, so it's our responsibility to preserve our historic resources. So I don't know why it is particularly in the university and downtown area. Maybe
L40, where are you? Sorry.
program
L41?
L7 1.2.
So I have to ask staff, didn't we already do this element and those are not the changes staff is? So one of the things we're not going to do tonight is we're not going to go back and look at the whole thing. I mean, if we've already had the discussion, staff brought certain things they changed. I just wanted to confirm this isn't one of those.
That's right. We did review this element previously, and it would take us a lot of digging to figure out where those, if there were changes there and when they happened.
So let me go then to page L43, and I know we talked about this. I know we did. It's policy L713. It says, continue to use a TDR ordinance to allow the transfer of development rights from designated buildings of historic significance in the commercial DT, blah, 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 blah. I know we had this conversation because we talked about it also use the TDR ordinance to allow on-site bonus and transfer of development rights. Because I remember saying when we had the discussion that there seems to be something missing here, there seems to be a lack of understanding that the preservation ordinance allows both on-site bonus square footage and a TDR. It's not just about TDRs.
Yeah, Councilmember Holman, we spent quite a bit of time going through all of the motions that have been adopted by the council as you reviewed the other elements. And I think you'll find those motions in attachment E in that table. And that change, I remember our discussion of that policy, but there was not a motion that succeeded in making any changes beyond the language that you see here.
I could have sworn we did, and in fact, we know that this policy is wrong because the TDR ordinance does allow both on-site bonus and TDR.
There's nothing about this language that would preclude use of an on-site bonus. This is just saying allow the transfer and update the ordinance, or consider revising the ordinance so the transfer can be used for residential as well as commercial square footage.
I remember having this discussion because, again, there was no acknowledgement that the ordinance deals with on-site bonus.
Councilmember Holman, may I make a suggestion that we just direct staff to go back and look at the tape of that evening? And,
okay.
And then, when this comes back
That's
to
a
us
good idea.
after the PTC has looked at it, if staff missed something on the tape, they can come back and tell us they did.
That's a good idea. Maybe there's some other place, but this was the place I remember it being, being anyway. So those are my comments.
Okay. I see no other lights. Okay, Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I only have one, which is on page, packet page 449, G8. And, since this is going to be with us for some time, I think it's important for us to look at best practices from other cities. So one thing that I've done is I've chatted with several people from the city of LA, one of which is Ron Gallopin, who's the Los Angeles City Controller, and also Juan Lopez, who's the Director of Tech and Innovation. And one of the things they were telling me about is their program there where they're trying to increase the transparency. So the mayor in LA, so Mayor Garcetti, a few years ago, started a program where he was trying to increase the transparency of the data to LA as part of this kind of U.S. Open City Data Census. And what? Budget data, yeah. And so basically, let me kind of read what his directive. He did this directive in 2013, and the directive, this is quote, to promote transparency and accountability, the City of Los Angeles will make publicly available raw data in easy to find and accessible formats. Open data is raw data generated or collected by government agencies made freely available for use by the public, subject to only privacy, confidentiality, security, and other legal restrictions. Close quote. Since the launch of the Open Data Initiative, Los Angeles has published over 300 data sets, all available on data.lacity.org. And they actually recently won an award. They're #1 city now in the U.S. City Open Data Census. One advantage of participating in this program is that it makes it easy to compare against other cities. So they try to standardize on all the formats. And we're in probably one of the most tech-advanced cities in the world. We have Jonathan Reichenthal, who is our CIO. He's actually published a course called on Lynda called Open Data, Unleashing Hidden Value. It's an hour-long course. You guys could certainly watch it. So it seems like he's quite an expert in this, and it's been retweeted many times. And I think it's time for us in Palo Alto for us to kind of grab this leadership moment to to be bested by LA, I think is not good. I think we could do a lot better. Right now, what we have in our open data is aggregate department level. And in LA, what you could get through APIs, you could get raw transaction level data. And I was actually talking to the staff there, asking them, so what benefits have you gotten out of this? So one of the things that Juan, their tech director, one of the success stories is parking tickets. So they made all the parking ticket data available, and some industrious person downloaded a data set and actually found out that 3/4 of the money from the parking ticket program was actually spent on administration. So not a good thing. The other thing he mentioned was they released expense reports. And by making expense reports public, amazingly, the percentage of expenses actually dropped. So I think Sunshine is actually a really good thing. It builds trust in the community. We have a very tech-savvy community which has no problem with handling data. And it might actually lower the burden for our staff in terms of having to generate a tons of different requests. It could actually allow them to do more self-serve. And so I think, given that this is, the trend is definitely towards more openness. We are here to serve our residents, right, to serve our constituents. I think it's really important for us to lower the barrier to government, to make it easier for people to understand and trust the government, and that we have nothing to hide. And so I want to basically add, on page 449, third paragraph, where it says, Palo Alto maintains full transparency of its actual and adopted budgets. As part of the city's internet-based open data portal, citizens are able to explore and analyze the city expense and revenues at a transaction level. That's the only thing I want to add, at a transaction level. And I think that a lot of other cities have done this as well. I know Long Beach has. I know several other council people who've also started doing this. And I think it's important for us to do this. I think that with the tools out there, there's a lot more technologies that can actually process this data, and we can't expect the cities to do everything. So it's kind of like an idea of crowdsourcing. And I think this is something that Palo Alto can show its leadership. We have a CIO who's incredibly technically capable and has published countless courses on this and has given TED Talks on this topic. And so I think we should kind of go at least try to get to the level that Los Angeles has gone. And I think this will actually help improve operations in the city. I think it will make our residents more engaged. And I think it also may allow us to come up with some better ideas, because I think it's to think that all the best ideas are only in the council chambers, I think is wrong. I think we have a lot of we probably have the highest level number of PhDs in Palo Alto. And so I think let's have them at it, and maybe they could help give some insight to the data that we have. So, do you accept it?
I'm going to let the city manager talk.
I think we just need to understand what that means, transactional. I would say that we haven't adopted open data by default. We were the first client of OpenGov, which is one of the largest and most distributed open data financial programs in the country, that in some ways provides a platform for being able to make simple comparisons actually from one jurisdiction to the next. So, and I think that all of the information that we provide to OpenGov is detailed information that is organized in a way that they can use it and put it out there. So I guess I'd like us to understand what transactional means before you adopt this.
I'll tell you what I would.
Because I don't want to not respond, by meaning one thing versus something else.
So I'll tell you what I would accept. I like everything you said. I would be supportive of it. However this says is that this is done right now. We don't do right now have the transactional data on it. So I would rather add a sentence, and you can wordsmith it, but basically to the effect that the city should consider putting this data at a transactional level, if that would be acceptable to you.
Okay.
And I would just like
like to say something in general, and I think it would be good for us to find ways to actually dive deeper in what our own practices are in the organization. We're committed to being leaders in this country and in the world on open data and transparency. There's no doubt about that at all. And so to what extent we can be in competition with other jurisdictions and learn from them, I think that that's perfectly appropriate.
So the city should consider putting its budget data at a transactional level? Is that?
Well, what the city of LA did was they made every data set available. They had up to 300, and they'll keep adding more and more. Even once.
Do you want to just say it's data at a transactional level?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, with the understanding of we'd like to talk to LA and other folks.
No, that's why it's to consider.
We understand what we're talking about.
So it would just end after transactional level, right? Okay.
Mayor Scharf, I'm wondering if the council would be acceptable to putting this in as a program, directing us to find a place to put this in as a program. We don't really in the narrative usually have.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good idea.
List.
Create a program. I'm with you on that. You're good with that? Councilmember Tanaka?
That makes sense.
All right. So I was going to speak to this a little bit briefly, something else. Are you done? Or is there? Yeah.
Technically,
The only other light, did you mean to put your light back on, Councilmember Du Bois? Okay,
On
fine.
this transaction?
Yeah.
I just wanted to
Fine,
thank
go ahead.
Councilmember Tanaka for bringing it up, because I've actually tried to play with some of the data, and it is aggregated up at a level where it's not as useful as it could be. So I think transactional level data means the individual transactions, and that would let people do new kinds of analysis and discover new things, like he pointed out with the parking ticket example. So.
Okay, good. All right, any other lights? Anyone wanted to speak? Okay, I'm just going to speak briefly. I wanted to go back to autonomous vehicles a little. I think, where was it? I was on page 424. So I think we should take out the word fleet. I think it should say support the introduction of autonomous shared. And I don't believe that's the future. I think it's the Betamax. But I know that the state of California is actually funding a bunch of hydrogen stations, and there's a bunch of other hydrogen cars. And so even as much as I would like to choose electric over hydrogen, I actually think we should say clean, but I'm open to another word. So
Alternative fuel.
alternative fuel. Electric drive, is that? So, I don't know. I'm not going to, so at the moment, I'm going to say clean. Is that? So I think we should say support the introduction of autonomous, shared, clean vehicles, and leave it at that with the goal.
Instead of electric?
Yeah, instead of electric. Because, I don't think that's the truth. Do you accept that? And then I did want to talk a little bit about autonomous vehicles. I think staff's missing a little bit here. And I actually do think we should encourage autonomous vehicles. I'm not going to put it here because I don't think this says we shouldn't. But one of the great advantages of autonomous vehicles is if everyone adopts autonomous vehicles as opposed to, then we'll basically double our road capacity. So if we have mixed flow, you don't get that benefit. So what we really want to do is have everyone do it, or possibly have dedicated lanes towards that. But as the technology develops and we see what happens, that'll make itself clear. But this notion that we could end up with a lot more traffic is true, but on the other hand, it may also be true that if we double the road capacity, the difference in that may well be subsumed dramatically. And the other huge advantage of autonomous vehicles is that you don't have to drive. You can sit there and do work and other things, which, is sort of like taking the train. It's a lot, people are much more willing to have a longer commute. And some people have said that's a negative in that people may actually be willing to have a longer commute. But I think overall, people will be happier with autonomous vehicles, not to mention that if you're old, aged, and since I'm heading in that infirm category, I can feel it every day, that,
How much longer will that actually
you know,
take?
I'm thinking, you know, they might take my license any day now. That ability to get out of your house and do that, I think there's huge advantages to the old and aged. And frankly, for kids, I think we're already seeing that, for drunk driving, for all sorts of things. So, you know, I think Tom's actually correct that we should be supporting autonomous vehicles. But I don't think it makes much difference at this point.
You think we're not supporting them?
Well, that's the point. I think we are in the fact that.
we are. I mean-
I think we are too. And the fact that we don't actually say that, I'm okay, as long as we make those changes.
What are we going to say to Google? Don't drive here?
So, Councilmember Walbach, you wanted to comment on my comments?
At the risk of sounding argumentative, I mean, you just suggested that it's Betamax, so why change electric? You know, if we had VHS in there, why change it to Betamax? I think electric is the future. I think that that's the broad consensus among transportation experts and the industry, so I don't see the need to change it from electric to clean. And as far as the benefits for the individual of autonomous vehicles, I absolutely agree, but the market's going to take care of that. And so the question is, what do we as government want to do? And so it goes back to the question about, you know, managing change, right? Change is coming, but how do we want to manage it? And the way for us to manage it, and way for us or where I think this gets at, and why I think the language is good, is that it gets at where we should try and exert our influence to whatever degree we can, whether it's through our lobbying efforts or through our policies in the city, to help emphasize a steering of, no pun intended, help to steer the technology in its utilization in particular ways which will have the greatest benefits for the many, not just the benefits for the few, which are going to happen anyway.
All right, I'm seeing no other comments, if we could vote on the board.
20 seconds. Is that going to work?
And that almost passes unanimously, but I'll vote for Vice Mayor Niss, since she's not voting. Are you voting? And that passes unanimously. All right. And with that, that ends that item. And now we're on to council member questions and comments. Let me just see. Councilmember Holman, did you just put on your light? Councilmember Holman?
Yeah, I have a question. Why are we not meeting on June 26th?
Because we're meeting on June 27th.
Yeah.
That's why.
But why are we not meeting on the 26th? And here's the reason I asked the question, because today we got an email saying that we won't be meeting on the 28th. We'd been holding that date. And I'm really concerned about having just one day, one meeting for the budget. We always allow two in case there are spillover issues or carryover issues. I'm really, really concerned about that. So I'm just wondering why we're not meeting on the 26th with the 27th as a carryover if we cancel the 28th especially.
So we were going to meet on the 27th with a carry-on on the 28th. I was informed today, that we're only going to we'll be missing 2 council members on the 28th. So I'm going to get with the city manager, and we will talk about whether or not it's necessary to meet on the 26th. And we'll make that decision.
We won't know whether it's necessary to meet on the 26th until the 27th when we don't have another date.
Well, I disagree. We'll go through it and see whether or not we think there's a possibility that it'll go over.
Okay.
And we'll come to that decision and let you know. We may also doodle for that day if that's an issue. We may also doodle for the 26th. We don't have a regular scheduled meeting on that Monday or Tuesday. So they're both special meetings, and that Monday is not our regular day.
I don't understand why it's the fourth Monday and we always meet the fourth Monday.
We don't have a council meeting scheduled for the fourth Monday. We just always tend to do it.
We almost always do.
Well, that's because people take huge amounts of time to talk, and we end up going over, and we end up having to have more council meetings than we normally expect. That's why. If I recall, when you were mayor, we had similar number of council meetings. So, council member questions, comments. Tanaka.
Yeah, I have a question about questions. So I thought the deadline to get questions in was Wednesday, and I sent mine Wednesday, and I was told by the city manager that basically that because I sent it in at 8 o'clock versus 5 o'clock, which I didn't realize there was a 5 o'clock deadline, that he wasn't going to answer them, or that he was going to ask staff to answer them. And so, and to me, it didn't make sense because, staff usually goes home at 5. So what's the difference between 5 o'clock and 8 o'clock? Because they're still going to answer, I would assume, the next morning. So I guess I just wanted to understand, is this a new rule, and why do we have this kind of rule? Like, why not just get in by Wednesday? Why is there a 5 p.m. deadline, and why wasn't that communicated as well? Because I think that's important.
I'm going to let the city manager answer that one.
The end of the workday is 5:30. The idea is to get the questions in when the staff is here, not after they leave. So there's always the possibility for us to, what we really wanted to be able to do is be able to, get going. That's the date we set it for. The other issue maybe we need to have a longer discussion
But you didn't
about this.
tell us the time, though. I mean, you said Wednesday. You didn't say 5:30 Wednesday or 5 o'clock Wednesday. So.
Yeah. Well, the other issue is the 1-hour rule related to questions. We're getting a lot of questions, and we're really going to have to manage to the 1-hour rule. That doesn't mean in our view, 1 hour per question. It's 1 hour per consent agenda, and to answer questions. The alternative is the council can always then, on your rules, pull items off the agenda, off the consent calendar if we haven't answered them in advance.
Well, look, one of the reasons why I send questions in is because I really view council time as being extremely valuable. And I don't want to waste 9 people's time here on the dais. So I try to send questions in ahead of time so that we don't have to kind of dig through the stuff on a dais. We're kind of prepared. And so that's why, I'm just trying to save, because I think the most scarce time is actually council time, and we want to optimize it. And so the more we can do outside of council, the better. And that's what I'm trying to do. So that's what I was trying to do, and I didn't realize we had this arbitrary 5 o'clock deadline that wasn't communicated.
So it's not arbitrary, but I think what we need to do is have a discussion about capacity in the same way that we were talking about what it takes to get things accomplished, So that's what we're really about. I mean, if 9 council members ask us 10 questions on 3 different items, that's a tremendous impact on the staff, and we just need to be able to be transparent about what that is. That's all. And the whole council needs to give us some guidance on this.
So I think that I agree with Councilmember Tanaka a little bit in terms of the 5 o'clock wasn't communicated. But I think now it has been communicated, and I think we've had this discussion at council. So I think the rule is 5 o'clock, right, on Wednesday before the council meeting.
And it's not arbitrary. This was part of the whole pushback on us getting the agenda out a whole week in advance. So the council had 11 days before a council meeting. So this idea that you could get these in time for us to be able to prepare responses, particularly in the sometimes when we have a Friday that's a 980 Friday and people aren't available, we want to be sure we can get them then out in the packet the next day on Thursday. That's what the thinking is.
So I think there's one other issue on the 1-hour rule I think we might want to, is it's hard for a council member to know when they ask questions how much time it's going to take and what's included in the 1-hour rule. And so I'm wondering what's a good solution to that? Should council members prioritize their questions in order, what they want answered? Or, it's an interesting question because if you get 5 questions from a council member and the first 3 take up the hour, do you just not answer the second 2? That's probably the simplest way to do it. Or do you want staff, or does staff just pick and choose? And that's the default. We haven't really had that discussion. So
I think we just need to have a longer discussion, and maybe you ask P&S to take a deeper dive at it. They were the ones who work on the council procedures and protocols.
We used to have a written policy on that.
all right. So one of the things, I'm going to just leave it up to you. If instead of referring it to P&S, I'm just going to let staff generate that if they want to P&S, or would you prefer us refer to staff right now for P&S?
I can take it to P&S also. So.
Well, that's right. The city manager has that authority. Okay. Councilmember Holman?
Related to this, 2 things. One is, it's not clear, I think, if there's, like this week we got, for tonight's meeting, we got, as late packets, we got on Thursday of just last week, the items of the Marriott Hotel and 260 California Avenue. So it's not clear at all when questions on those items could be submitted. But where that leads me is, that every year, it's in our procedures and protocols, that the Policy and Services Committee review our procedures and protocols. It did not happen last year, to my recollection. It needs to happen this year, and this is one of the topics that should be taken up.
Discussion about effectively, the council being effectively informed and the staff effectively being able to support the council fairly, equally, with an understanding of what you all need and to understand the reality of the capacity we have on our staff. That's it.
So will chair, is it up to the chair or the city manager and the chair of Policy and Services to agendize a review of the procedures and
It's up to the chair and
protocols?
the city manager.
Okay.
I'm hearing they're going to do it.
Happily.
Vice Mayor Niss.
So, just to report that last week I was in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania for the national called Air, Water, and Waste Management Conference, where climate change was the big discussion and where we discussed oil and gas and all the kinds of things that we seldom discuss around here, except that we do at Air Board. So, just wanted to share a little bit. Much of the country does not believe climate change exists, and I heard a couple of very strong arguments about that. And also, probably one of the most interesting people I heard talk was a consultant from Oklahoma who spoke at length about how difficult it is to have to adhere and accommodate to incredible regulations that come out of the government. So it's fascinating, you know, for all of you, when you have a chance, get out of town. Pittsburgh is, by the way, very pretty. We really admired it. But it's always kind of a shock to think there is such a different way of thinking. So if you wonder why we have the current president we do, I heard a lot at this conference about why people supported him. So anyhow, I was obviously being sponsored by the Air Board, so if any of you get a chance to do something like that, I'd urge you to do it.
All right, Councilmember Walbach.
I just wanted to loop back on something that Councilmember Holman had raised earlier this evening and ask that, as she mentioned, that we adjourn the meeting in honor of Pat Briggs.
Yep, no, I agree. We will definitely adjourn the meeting in honor of Pat Briggs. Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, I actually wanted to go back to the question about Monday meetings. I would just say, generally, I book all my Mondays for council meetings, and it really is hard on the schedule when they appear on a Tuesday or a Wednesday, and it wasn't clear why the Monday meeting was canceled or not used on Monday, so I would just urge us to look at Mondays first.
Okay. Councilmember Fine.
Just wanted to note, since no one has yet, that the Warriors won.
That's good.
Do you want to give the score?
129, 120.
129 to 120. So who's going to be the MVP? Durant. Did he actually win? Well, he was good.
And I will just report that MTC and ABAG have merged their staffs, and that is effective July 1st. All right, with that, I'll adjourn the meeting in honor of Pat Briggs.